logging. In games we lit the squadron. Ballin', dodging. These moves they hit, we got them. Falling, groveling. We lit in any room, server or tent. Know when they see us, we stand. We never lead till we end, lead till we champ. Once we logging. In games we lit the squadron. Ballin', dodging. These moves they hit, we got them. Falling, groveling. So we lit in any room, server or tent. Know when they see us, we stand. We never lead till we end, lead till we champ. Beat them advance. We do we think for them when we in it, we kill it and leaving no chance to hell we claim. That's not how we move in the wheel of games. Ultimate gamers and still the change, shaking the industry. Plenty G's winning our team, we some killing bees, killing these moves while they still we replenish. We load our artillery, hold the hostility, boosting these trophies we win. We in it all line on the grind, opposition and misery. Leaguing they dwell, call us the winners cause we never fail. This is the team that's making a wave on the streams, growing and hanging below. Ultimate endgamers league a million degrees, and this is where gamers go pro.
to the Thursday edition of the Ultimate Endgamers League, season number 9. And while it may be Thirsty Thursday at your local watering hole, the only thing we're thirsty here for at the UEL is wins, baby. So I've got one question, and one question only. Are you ready? Because it's time to break forth the rhythm and the rhyme. It's time to get down like a clown like Charlie Brown and turn your frown upside down. It's time for the UEL to shine. So let's get down to that UEL beatdown.
Hey, log in and games, we lit the squadron. Ballin', dodging, here we go.
There's so many games out of this period that a lot of people never really experience, and they get stuck in their kind of view. But
another person that is defined as a person that pushes past just beating the game and instead completes the game. As you guys know.
Did you miss it? All right. So they went ahead and did a timeout.
I got lockdown on my team, man. What do you want me to do, bro? I need help. Mike needed Scotty. Carolina Reapers go back to back on the strength of Jekyll. Traded, journeyman, disrespect.
Ourselves as like pros.
I'd probably say 10K.
Yo, boys, no rush. Ultimate Endgamers League, so tough. Go capture that trophy. You can't win enough. It's the UEL, 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 UEL. This is the Ultimate Endgamers League. The Grand Rapids and out overseas. You don't got a clue. Come and get up to speed.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to week 9 of the UEL. We have an awesome matchup today. Both teams are 3-2, and I'm sitting down right now with Kiz from KLiK. I've got a few questions for you, man. First, I'm relatively new to UEL, and I'm sure a lot of viewers are as well. Tell me something about KLiK that makes your team interesting as opposed to the other teams. Something special about you guys that's a little bit different from the rest of the teams here at UEL.
I feel like a lot of the teams, they're centered on one category. I feel like we're very diverse in our categories. Also, I think we're hype. We're the most hyped team in the league, bro.
Okay. All right. I like that. Okay. Well, with that being said, then, what is a category today? We have 5 categories, 33 games here at UEL. What is the one category that you think your team is going to excel in and sort of dominate over the Bandits?
Oh. We're clearing all the shooters.
Clearing all the shooters, he says. Okay, that's interesting. Well, one of the things I heard when we got into the building today was sort of the prediction, if you will, that whoever wins this match sort of has the advantage with regards to the playoff bracket. Do you think that today is sort of the make or break moment for your team with regards to just being able to make it to the playoffs?
Yeah, I think we're gonna rank up. We're going to keep going up and up and up.
Okay.
This is the team right here.
All right. So this might be their defining moment. Well, thank you, man, so much for sitting down with me. I'm super excited to commentate over your match today. Best of luck to you.
Thank you, man.
Thank you. Back to you guys.
Saying.
and welcome back to the UEL. I am joined by the one, the only Duck Season. How are you doing today?
I'm doing good, Strix. How you doing, bro?
I am feeling great, and I'm excited to see y'all come out here and play. I'm gonna get it on the table to just begin with. What game? You can give me a couple you want to see today.
Ooh, I definitely want to see 2K.
2K. I know you haven't really been able to show out. I know you cook a little bit in 2K.
Yeah, you know, every single time 2K comes up, you know, I'm not available. They don't want me to be available.
5-man lineups now. Hopefully we can change that.
Absolutely.
How are you feeling now with the different 5-man lineups I know you've been seeing around the league? How are you feeling looking at the KLiK across the board today?
Honestly, I can see, you know, from the last time we played the KLiK, I respect this group of guys. These are hardcore grinders, hardcore gamers, but that doesn't mean that we don't have gamers as well. You know what I'm saying? Boar, Lovejoy, they've been holding it down with the 5-man lineups and everything. We're doing really good so far. Honestly, last game, you know, a little bit of a hiccup, but I believe we're going to come back.
I love to hear it. See, I love that confidence, the confidence in your teammate, the confidence just in yourself going forward. And looking forward a little bit, I know I don't want to, you know, take it back. We start talking early in the season. So now that we're a little bit further along, how has your rookie season been here in the UEL?
Man, it's been great. It's been great. I've been enjoying it. Like, everything has been wonderful. I can't say anything bad about it. It's been great.
It's an incredibly transformative experience. I promised you I wouldn't keep you long. We are getting set up out there on the floor, so I'm going to let Duck Season head on back out. Thank you as always, bro. It's great to see you.
Absolutely.
And can't wait to see the gameplay.
Absolutely.
Did you know poor posture while gaming can cause serious neck and shoulder pain? Meet the Volare Pillow. This pillow is designed specifically for gamers. It gives your neck and shoulders the support they need, reduces strain, and helps you sit comfortably for hours. It's extra comfy and hey, you can even pick your style. It comes in rare, legendary, and epic levels. Match it with your setup by choosing from a variety of colors and designs. Don't wait for the next ache to hit. Level up your comfort with Volare. Use code UEL15 at checkout for 15% off your order. Grab yours today and feel the difference in your next gaming session.
Welcome back, everyone. I'm sitting here with Strix. I loved your interview, man. I'm actually super excited, and I hope you guys are as well. Getting to know both of these teams is going to be paramount to sort of formulating a little bit of fandom, if you will, for I think myself and a lot of the viewers out there. Today's the perfect matchup for it. Both of these teams, 3-2.
It's so amazing to look at it. This might just be the game that decides who is second place in the North. These two teams really are interesting, and you talked about you got the perspective of somebody kind of stepping into the rivalry with Kiz, and then it was funny to see Duck Season be like, yeah, we played them early in the season, we lost, but we've grown a little bit. This could be a lot of fun, and like you mentioned, we are getting started. So for everybody at home, you got to be ready. There's going to be a wheel that pops up here in about a minute or so. 33 games, 5 genres. You're in for a wild ride, so go ahead and get yourself ready for the next 4 hours.
Definitely, definitely. We'll do our best to kind of, you know, just sort of help you guys learn a little bit not only about the players but also their play style. And you guys at home right now can start to get to know these players a little bit by looking at the bottom of your screen right now. We've got 5 players lined up, both below me and my buddy Strix here. Now, these are going to be your Tier 1 through the Tier 5 players. The Tier 1 obviously being, I would say, like the most well-rounded or assumed to be the most well-rounded, and the Tier 5 players just needing a little bit of work maybe in a couple of the genres, but solid players themselves, and they excel within a specific category or maybe even a couple of categories.
And that's where it's been really interesting this season, because now we even see both teams kind of shuffling just a little bit, moving people up and down. And we even see some new faces. You talked to Kiz. Bullfire as well was from last season, but is now playing his first game of Season 9. And it'll be interesting to see how well these Tier 5 players have rounded themselves out at the end of the day. You have to be able to cover a lot here in the UEL, and sometimes it's your weaknesses, the weak link in the chain more than the big link that is going to make a change.
And here we go. We're getting ready to go over and check out the RPS. Both of these players are going to be playing basically rock, paper, scissors to determine who gets set up. There's a couple of advantages that come along with whoever wins this. Let's see who takes it. Oh, looks like Bandits are taking it. I like it. Stays there, gives them the salute, daps them up. We got a good game coming at you right now.
A lot of camaraderie in the building there. I know you felt it. The
good
teams are like
energy
having
in
a little bit of fun. Nobody's going too hard.
Yeah.
Once the game starts, though, the Bandits are known to get a little bit fiery. For everybody at home as well, I want to give a big shout out to Winter Green LLC for this new wheel that we have. We have a game popping up here, and we will see if they choose to play it. I don't want to get y'all too excited. So, you mentioned setup.
Yeah.
They can choose to play this game that just rolled on our wheel, or they can choose to put it back and maybe say, maybe we don't want to see that.
Yep.
Maybe something for a little bit later in the game.
Right,
We
and
have to see what the Bandits
that
want to do.
that doesn't even mean though that the game is taken off of the wheel. The game's only taken off the wheel, guys, after they've actually played that game. So if they do decide to skip the game, you may potentially see it later down the line tonight.
Okay, I can't wait to see exactly what is on the table.
Yeah, I'm excited, man. I'm really excited. I think both of these teams have a lot of talent. Clearly, the fact that they've gotten 3 wins, there's even teams within the league right now that don't even have a win, or maybe they just have 1 win, but that's not necessarily a clear indication, with regards to the skill level of the team. Some of the teams just have really, really difficult schedules. Both of these teams have some solid dubs, and I'm excited to see sort of the talent on display.
I have to see, because all the different names, the different people, we get this opportunity to see which one of these teams is building steam going into the playoffs.
That's a good point.
We're in week 9.
Yeah.
It's been a little bit, we don't have too many more weeks. We're about a 15-week season, so they have to really start figuring out where they want to be for playoffs. It looks like Lethal League Blaze is going to be our first game. Lethal League Blaze, they are playing it.
Blaze.
They want to go ahead and play it and get into the game, so we have to sit down,
Yep, they are going to play it. Now, don't blink, because this will be over before it begins. Lethal League Blaze. Lethal League Blaze is a very fast-paced game. It's going to be over relatively quickly. Now, this is with the ball, right? The platform fighter with the ball. So basically in this game, there's going to be a sort of like volleyball, if you will, that's put on this map. And you have 2 members of each team? 2 members of each team that are going to be looking to hit this ball. Once a player hits the ball, it's going to start building up momentum. If you can continuously hit this ball, it's going to get faster and faster and faster, which increases, I'm assuming, the damage that the ball does, no?
Yes.
Increases the damage that the ball does, and your goal is going to be either to avoid that ball so that you don't get eliminated, or parry that ball backwards towards the opponent, make it even faster, do more damage. If you get hit by the ball, you're going to lose health. Last team standing takes the win.
And that sounds scary enough as it is, but all the characters in the game have different abilities. You can think of like an Overwatch level of some of them make the ball spin around in a circle. Some teleport the ball to the other side of the screen. Some can just hold on to the ball and release it at any moment. So it becomes this really interesting mind game, not just of reactions, but maybe how well can you work with your teammates saying like, hey, Mob, I'm going to toss the ball up to the top, be ready to hit it, throw it up there, and you just ready to smash it down.
It's all about like positioning, reaction time. You need like an understanding of like the trajectory of the actual ball itself, and being able to sort of read that angle, if you will. Some of the players also have like the talent within Lethal League Blaze to understand that. I think there's a direct correlation in the precision of that ties into some of the other game genres that we have here at the UEL. And I would definitely invite anybody watching right now, if you start to pick up on like talent specific to a certain player, start to just pay attention or observe that player in some of the other games that we play, because you might find yourself sort of becoming a fan of them, especially if they have a sort of similar play style to yourself, some of you guys at home.
There's so many different players that people can get into. And even today, we'll get the chance to see some of this new talent. So Coolfire and Kiz are going in with veterans from their team, being Killer and Lucci. Lucci's been having a really standout performance this season, especially. I think he's got to be up there for most improved player. He's ready to kill it and play. So we're going to see people jumping in, and we'll see this wheel spin one more
Let's see what we get. Spin results. Is that Fortnite, it looks like.
Ooh, so a little bit of building. This game we're building a little bit of speed, but now we're going to see if they can put up walls. But they got to get by first and foremost. Now, I hope that this player realized to change their color. Okay,
there we go.
That's the first little scary thing, because you can be in a situation where you turn it into a 2v1v1. And you can take out your player, luckily being on the same color.
It's important to just definitely maintain some stable setups. You don't want to get in trouble here and actually accidentally make a mistake. Your controller's not ready, something along those lines. But here we go.
All right,
Jumping right into it here.
The red side of your screen is going to be KLiK, all of those red characters. The green is going to be the Bandits. You already can see exactly what Matt was talking about here. The speed is picking up very quickly. The Bandits are just trying to accelerate the pace of this game over and over again. And a quick use of the ability just to delay the hit to make them whiff and drop
That was
down.
fast. That was fast. Now, something I picked up during that last round that the Bandits were doing was basically they were keeping the ball in their corner, just backboarding it, but this ball is going fast at this point, shooting at an angle I don't think they can keep up with it, but they do parry it, getting some damage out here. Oh, is that going to be it?
One more life. So far, only one of the Bandits players have lost one of their lives. They are dominating.
They're absolutely dominating, and you can see the stocks below their health bar. For those of you at home, just think of it sort of like Smash Brothers. They have a certain amount of stocks, and that might be an elimination. It looks like it. There it is, Bandits absolutely dominating in Lethal League Blaze.
I'm laughing a little bit because you said it was going to be a blink of an eye.
Fast.
But that was even faster than I could have predicted.
Yeah.
They got that ball moving so fast, so quickly. I want to highlight what you mentioned, how they kind of cordoned the ball off to a side of the screen they controlled, kept building up the speed until they were finally like, can you catch this? Can you keep up with this game plan? And finally released it. Really good play and great showing from Lucci and Coolfire in his first game of the season.
Yeah, and a great understanding of how the mechanics and how the game operates. They were able to sort of backboard or rebound off of their own side constantly to themselves, basically just sending the volleyball, if you will, against that inside wall on their own side, hitting it back and forth. That understanding of the speed and momentum at which the ball continues to build up. Once it got fast enough to the point where they think, the opposing team wouldn't be able to react in time, they send it across the screen and started doing huge damage. I actually have not seen that strategy. A lot more chaotic, typically. I think we're just sending the ball back and forth, but that game was a little bit more strategic.
And I think it really did help them. KLiK was able to take one life. They were able to find that moment where, the ball's going to be up here. I've read your trajectory, and I'm there before you were.
Yeah, and we might see a little bit of Bandits utilizing more of a thought process behind strategy as we move into some of these other games. Now, our next game is going to be Fortnite. This at sort of base level, this 5v5?
Yes.
Yeah, this 5v5 that you're about to see on the screen is going to be basically like a blank canvas as soon as they pick a spawn point. And as a kill circle, if you will, similar to the Battle Royale of Fortnite, decides to close in, they then have to basically go into no man's land, is what I like to call it, utilize their materials, build the Taj Mahal, if you will, if they want to. What I have found is that verticality is king. Getting sort of the peeker's advantage of high ground is going to be paramount within this game. But it's difficult because as that circle starts to close and you run into no man's land, you leave yourself vulnerable. So there's going to be strategy, I think, with certain people staying behind, playing the edge of the circle, sending out shots while other players rush the middle of the circle. Just judging from that last game, maybe Bandits have the advantage in terms of strategy.
I have to believe and I hope. I think they funnily enough, have gotten a chance to play in this new 5-man structure that we've been shifted to. I believe you casted one of their games last week where they were able to play. And so we get this opportunity to maybe they realize that, we have to be a little bit tighter knit. We have to use strategy maybe more than just relying on raw skill all the time, especially against this KLiK squad that has already handed them one of their 2 losses.
Yeah, and another thing to just think about right here, guys, is because this is a 5v5, when we run games that are 3v3, 2v2, it basically works like a baseball lineup. You get to choose what players actually go in for that specific game. If there's a tier 4 or a tier 5 player that really excels at that game, you might see them actually being selected. That's where you, as a viewer, get to start to become a fan of sort of the actions you're seeing from some of these players. Because this is a 5v5, that whole baseball lineup basically just got reset. So all 5 players from both of these teams are going in, so now you get to see all of them at work in a shooter that I think pretty much everybody has played.
Now, you touched on strategy, and I think we have the first glimpse into that idea from the Bandits. They did go ahead and call a timeout to maybe solidify whatever the game plan is going into Fortnite. Teams starting to use their timeouts a little bit more strategically now that we're in that later half of the season, figuring out exactly where they want to be and what they want to do. Because if it's anything like Lethal League Blaze, I have to be pretty big fans of the Bandits. But there's one player, and he's in the tier 1 spot on the KLiK. And his name is none other than him.
Oh, he's
he
him?
will find a way. Timothy himself will appear here, and he finds a way to always create magic since his rookie season. And I'm really excited. He's been working on some Fortnite. He's been grinding a little bit.
So he excels in shooters.
Shooters are one of those categories that, yes, he has. He is a strong shooter. I think you'll have some fun if we get to see Valorant roll today.
Okay.
He will especially show out in Valorant. But that's the big thing about this KLiK roster. It's a very well-rounded roster. You have Killer, who's also talented in shooters.
Okay.
You have Sky, who many, himself included, Sky Guy would argue he's the best, if not one of the best Halo players in the league.
Really?
Yes.
Okay, Sky Guy.
Very talented.
All right, I'm going to be scoping
really
him
loves
out.
the game, so it'll be a lot of fun with that. That's a 2v2, though, so we got to hope that he's available when we go ahead and see it. But both sides have kind of well-rounded rosters. They wouldn't be at the top of the table of the North if they weren't. Only losing to the Reapers. The Reapers still stand as that undefeated boss.
Right.
We're getting ready calls from the floor, so we will be jumping in just shortly. Fortnite. So I'm building or no building. Right now, if we were hopping on the game,
I'm going no building all day. It simplifies things, man. I go back. You were talking about Sky Guy, being a Halo player. I come from the Halo 2 days of like OG Xbox. I was playing NFL 2K3 with Brian Urlacher on the cover. Man, that's what I'm built for. Okay, so that's sort of when it comes to shooters and stuff. I like. I think every amazing shooter game should be very easy for the onboarding of the game to occur, for players to get into it. It should be easy to play, but very difficult to master. That's what I like about the no building mode. But the complexity of building, aligned with precision, strategy, accuracy, callouts, communications between all of the teams, I think that's also what makes this particular mode within the UEL truly unique.
Yeah, it changes up how you have to play. The other dynamic that I think you touched on as well is because we're playing a trios map, two of your teammates are on a different team, and that ends up being we've seen some teams say, okay, we all use the same skins, but that makes you stand out just as much as it does
That's
hide you. So we have to see what these players are doing. In the meantime, we'll get another wheel spin.
See what we get here.
See what comes up.
Street Fighter? Yep, Street Fighter 6.
I am excited.
Here we go.
We should see some pretty good fighting out of both of these teams, but my eyes are always going to be on Jekyll when these fighters roll. He has shown himself, especially in the last season, to start to stand out as one of those top-tier fighters in the league, as well as a top-tier player. So looking at Coolfire, if you're ever wondering who you're looking at there, you can see there on the top right-hand corner of your screen. You see it lit up in color with a name nice below, so you can start to build that. Those fans, find that player that you really resonate with. He's already got a couple of weapons, and it looks like he's ready for con.
Oh, yeah, he looks very familiar with this. And this is where the beginning of that strategy where we talked about, he's going to sort of rush no man's land right off the rip here, not even building a tower, sort of on the edge. I like this. Now the gunshots are coming in. That's the risk you sort of run. And here we go. We have him sort of playing within the spawn point. We see this very frequently. We mentioned that at sort of the top of the hour. He's going to send out shots, try to break down some of these barriers, while his teammates sort of rush middle. Doesn't seem like a big deal right now, guys, but as you can see, that blue wall will gradually be closing in and force these players to that no man's land. Right now, they're sort of just getting a feel, communicating, identifying where the players are, and then they're going to start to rush out. One of the things you're going to see sort of right off the rip is them start to build ramps upward and then start to gain that verticality. But verticality does nothing if you have no communication, so we're definitely going to get a feel for how these teams gel amongst themselves and see who's better at it.
Here we go. We see we're swapping on over to Lucy-san. I've covered a lot of it. I like Coolfire's decision to push out really early on.
Yeah.
Because we see a lot of teams taking a lot of times building loadouts and maybe getting that positional advantage will help them. But now they're approaching this yellow base where we saw one of the KLiK members locked down in.
Yeah.
So if they can get into this fight, maybe 2v1, they're in a great opportunity. But right now they're in a box and they're taking a ton of damage.
Yeah, I would also like to see him shift the material at which he's building. So if you get to the center of the circle, if you're building with brick, metal, and things of that sort, as opposed to the wood, you can actually create a solid foundation for it to act as sort of a plan B, or sort of a choke point for you to drop into when pressure starts to erupt, if you will. So here we go. We got him on top of, don't quite see who that is, but nonetheless, he has that vertical advantage we talked about. Swapping over to the shotgun, going to jump down, gets a couple of shots, gets it down, and it'll him. Whew.
Immediately taking that fight. And this is what I mentioned. He always is able to show off Him has this ability to always be working and playing games,
Right.
and will catch you off guard if you are not prepared and not watching and understanding that he's not just looking to beat the you of today, but to beat the you of tomorrow. He's one of my favorite players to watch. Taking down another player before moving into this purple base to look for the final bandit, one of the final 2 bandits.
Great understanding of the actual storm wall itself, so he understood that the storm was right on the edge. He's dropping down there, both taking damage in the storm. He has to be careful. Wow, very, very fast building, and it's brick as well. Now he's shifted over to the actual metal component. It's going to give him solid coverage. It makes it a little bit more difficult to shoot through. He's gaining verticality just a little bit, but he gets snuck up on.
So I think that was the first round. I think, funnily enough, the only person you're not watching is your teammate behind you.
Oh, my God.
Him's movement, his decision-making, even his ability to control height, the majority of that game, we saw the Bandits playing that ground level. They weren't really taking height, kind of like what you alluded to, that normal strategy that we see. And I think it did end up hurting them in the round.
Yeah, and he saved his material, too, for the structure that he was building across sort of the skybox, if you will, of that, of that entire map. So even if they start shooting, he has a little bit of time to sort of react and then sort of pull back in terms of his push. But nonetheless, he definitely is sort of the shark in the water that the other players are trying to avoid.
And now we are looking at Painful Boar, the tier 1 over on the side of the Bandits, looking to take some shots himself. And that's Coolfire managing to avoid, or I guess one of the KLiK is using the same skill. That has to cause a little bit of chaos. That has to be intentional.
Yeah. Well, something interesting here about Painful Boar is if you look at his loadout, for those of you watching, his loadout's going to be in the bottom right-hand corner of his screen. It looks like he has an SMG, a shotgun, and a sniper rifle. We didn't necessarily see a lot of the sniper rifle in the last one. Nonetheless, I think it's going to be a huge advantage as this sort of pushes towards the center of this circle. My guess is he's going to try to maintain verticality and then get to a point where the rest of his teammates are applying pressure on the field, and that's going to allow him... Oh, but he gets dropped! He's got to be quicker with that sniper rifle.
He took that extra second to line it up.
Yes.
And we already see a deviation, and that goes back to the strategy that you were mentioning before. Instead of rushing out this game, what did they do? They held back. They tried to play with those longer range weapons. But it looks like we're getting back into another fight just as quickly as we did.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy, him just opening up shop. It's open season right now. Him pulling up on just about everybody. But again, he's using the brick, gaining vertical advantage, playing the edge of the wall. Now, as he pushes out here, I'm going to assume, lines up this shot. I'm going to assume he's going to try to keep that skybox, gets another elim. But again, staying on those ramps, not leaving himself vulnerable at any point. Clearly a solid understanding of the game, the ability to edit walls, drop down material. Goes in for the shotgun.
And KLiK take a win, and on that last round, they didn't lose a player.
Wow.
They were up the entire time. Him led the charge, but his teammates were just as active.
Yep.
And maybe that timeout burned and a little bit of the strategy. You got to go back to the drawing board. Yep. But I like that you didn't just do the same thing twice.
Yep.
End up dying. You were like, okay, first round didn't work.
Yep.
What can we do? Let's play a little bit slower.
Yep.
But as you mentioned, the moment he went down, it felt like that was the go button for the KLiK to just take full control.
Yeah, and to apply pressure. And then clearly you have him sort of making his way across the edge the way he did, sort of dropping down on top of a lot of opponents. I think he just had a really good understanding of the game. Like I said, his ability to sort of edit walls, drop material, weapon swap between guns. Is he using the SMG? Is he using the shotgun? I mean, clearly he's cracked. Yeah, he's cracked in Fortnite. You guys definitely saw that. So that was my sort of first, or I should say, my initial impression of him. You had mentioned that he was solid at shooters. That was pretty impressive.
Yeah, I've had the privilege of, I joined the league the same season he did. And so I've gotten to watch him. When he came in, he was almost strictly like the shooter sports player.
Okay.
But there's a reason he's in that tier 1 spot. He is well-rounded himself to the point where he's beating top-tier fighters in the league. He's still competing in shooters with the best of them, all while just continuing to expand into all 5 of our genres here. That is what makes us here at the UEL. What makes us different is you can't just compete on one playing field. Me and Mob, if we're sitting across from each other, he might say, hey, well, I'll beat you in the shooters. And I can look at him and say, well, I got you in the strategy games. And then all of a sudden we're like, well, what about the fighters? What about the racers? What about the sports games? And we're trading back and forth. And every player is looking to become an in-game or a master of these games to quickly find a game, find a win condition, learn the rules, find out where you can break those rules to gain an advantage, and then ultimately become the best one.
Yeah, and I would definitely invite any of the viewers watching, if there's a lot of games that you like playing, sometimes I feel like a lot of us feel forced, whether it be through our friends or just what's popular in, gaming culture, to play a specific game. Not here, baby. We are well-rounded. We play anything and everything. And right now, we're jumping into Street Fighter.
And here we go. We're jumping into the Street Fighter. And I can tell you this modern Kimberly, with him sitting down, is going to be him on the right side of your screen. KLiK has come out with a ton of damage, a ton of energy. And on the other side, the Marissa coming out from Painful Boar. So these tier 1s are matching up to start off this game.
And him's definitely taking it to him. He's got a lot of corner pressure. Now, he might get out of the corner here, but solid blocks. He's got to try to reinitiate with some mix-ups and or a jump over, but it doesn't look like he's going to. Solid grab as he kept him in the blender right there. He didn't know if it was going to be a low, if it was going to be a grab or what, but that was amazing pressure by him. Him looking super comfortable on the right side of your screen right there.
So him is a scary player normally, but this Kimberly pick that he has. So Kimberly's normal weakness is her DP, her Dragon Punch, is not an invincible move like you see from most characters.
Okay.
But she is able to get around that with a lot of mobility. You will see her flipping and teleporting and moving to these different spots on the screen to catch you either unaware or unexpectedly strike you.
Yeah.
And as you saw, push you to the corner, and now you got to start guessing.
Right.
Am I going high? Am I going low? Or am I even going to go for a throw?
Yeah, and some of her speed makes it very difficult to gauge distance, especially when you're sort of managing that footsies game, right? There's certain characters that are very grab-oriented or close quarters, a little bit slower perhaps, but just the speed of Kimberly at which she can sort of initiate the attack can be a little bit overwhelming for some players. Let's see here.
And again, this Kin player trying their best to survive the onslaught, but has gotten pushed to the corner, and we have a level 3 coming out. Get the spray cans, turn on the music, jam out a little bit. And I think the only one in their zone is him right now. And now steps back, ready to reset the pressure again. A nice fireball catches him's approach, but he's throwing him back in the corner and takes down his second bandit of the day.
Right now, on Street Fighter, he is going to regain a little bit of health, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
So based on how fast you kill somebody, you do get a little bit more health back. So it does reward you for being aggressive and for winning. He can get back up to full health if he was able to have a really quick, really fast round here. But Duck Season now sitting down. The rookie is also on Modern, this time on the Ryu, the tried and true, the classic of Street Fighter.
Of course.
The main character himself. You're going to see a lot of fireballs. You're going to see those invincible moves that we spoke about before. But him is not going to even let him get started with his game plan, and instead steps up and is going to continue to apply tons and tons of pressure. This is going to be a big punish here. Let's see how much him is able to get off it into the corner, and the combo continues. He drops it there, giving Duck an opportunity. What he picks up right where he left off. This is what changes in this format here in the UEL. Your goal, more than anything else, is to kill your opponent. I know you have some experience.
Yeah, well, he definitely had. He's initiating with a very like a standard sort of pattern of behavior, if you will. We've noticed, at least through the first 2 fights that we just watched unfold, he's initiating with a low strike, closing the distance with sort of the speed of Kimberly. Nonetheless, he's initiating with a low strike, and he follows it up with a grab. It's for those of you who are unaware, Street Fighter and Tekken, there's a different blocking system than if you're familiar with Mortal Kombat. Mortal Kombat has a button that you actually press to block, whereas on Street Fighter, you have to actually hold down your back in terms of your directionals. And if you want a low block, you have to hold it in a back diagonal, sort of towards the ground, if you will. It can make it very difficult for newcomers to probably block low strikes, and he's taking advantage of that by initiating with that combo. Now, he's sort of getting shut down right here. See, he went for the low, and then he followed it up with the grab. It's exactly his game plan.
And the level 3
but he whiffs!
That's all of his meter gone. And I was going to say, this big body coming out of Lucci, this Zangief does a ton of damage. He only needs to make a few right guesses. But it looks like all of the answers to this test came from the side of him with one more opportunity. And you're mentioning it. So, to the point, the way we play here in the UEL, a lot of it comes down to your ability to maintain your energy across the course of this game. And I think him is displaying it really well here. He's not doing a bunch of extra complicated, different combos and different routes. No, let them prove that they can beat it. first and foremost. I'm going to still stand here. I'm going to still look to jump in. And Coolfire ready there, but the DP is blocked. So here we go, full combo coming out of the side of him. Now, there's not a lot of life left here, but this DP finds purchase. I like the patience from Coolfire. Coolfire taking his time. He has to wait just a little bit longer. He almost is managing to catch it, but the second DP, he needs one more touch to go ahead and end the reign of him. And he finally does it.
He absolutely just read that teleport and initiated with a jump in, swapped sides, and then went straight into the combo to shut that down. He basically had him downloaded just from watching his teammates. That was great.
And I have to highlight, that was Lovejoy. I don't want to give credit where it's due. This is tier 2 over there. He needed to stop him, though. 4 players were killed there by him. The KLiK have a huge advantage, and now Killer sits down, looking across also on the modern Kimberly. Now you can already see not as much necessarily familiarity here as trying to move across and to get a little bit more damage.
Yeah, definitely not. He actually was trying to read the teleport, but just like you said, just not enough game knowledge. So he might be able to play a little bit more simplistically. Initiates with a wake up, get some solid damage. Be interesting to see if he actually continues to zone because it seemed really effective.
And a nice use of the drive impact to beat the invincible wake-up option, but you only have a few more guesses, Lovejoy. You have to figure out. He avoids the throw, and if he can confirm this in the combo, this should kill. That's 2 of the KLiK members down. Can the Bandits bring it back?
This would be the craziest comeback if he's able to actually do this. Now, he does only get a little bit of health from this, but, you know, he's making the right reads.
So this is where I want to highlight something that's really important to me.
Okay.
I have the opinion that you should be sending in Jekyll here.
Yeah.
If Lovejoy finds his moment and, say, doesn't get touched for these next 2 games, he gets his health back and now gets to fight your final member on full strength. Your hope is that Sky continues to whittle him down, continues to do a little bit of damage. Sky Guy's able to chip away to win this war of attrition.
Yeah. And both of these players, if you see at the top of your screen, right below their portraits, actually you see the M there, but they're both playing on modern controls, which makes initiating combos a little bit easier, which can help some of the lesser experienced players. Nonetheless, Lovejoy actually taking it to him. I want to see him utilize a little bit more of that zoning tool. Nonetheless, he's closing in, landing the combos, getting those punishes, chipping away slowly at him.
He'll be able to finish it, and he once again goes ahead and catches.
He's a dog! Wow.
It's so amazing that is now 3 members going down on the side of KLiK, and he will have more health than he started off. He only took a few hits in that entire round and did an amazing job to pull this game back. But next up is a character we don't see very often, that being Lily. Importantly, this is a character I know for a fact that Lovejoy played at a time or another. So we have to see how well is he able to maybe fight against his own character.
Yeah, I like the fact that that Kiz is in right now. I interviewed him before the game, and he felt super confident, obviously, in the shooters. Here he is on Street Fighter. Let's see if he's actually been practicing, you know, outside of these matches. He seems confident. He had a smile on, but we'll see. He's got to. I think he has to be able to counter the zoning because he's going to initiate with that right off the round.
So there was a button check called. He backed up and preemptively prepared that fireball. And I'm going to be very honest, that was a little bit of smart. That's a little bit of intelligence from the KLiK. Because at that range and at that time, he could have blocked that. I know for a fact he could have blocked that. But recognizing your opponent has already broken the, hey, if we have button check, you lose a round. A round is a character. You're the final person standing. I tell most people, if you are a fighting game player or not, button check is called. Literally until you hear the word live, hands up. It is so easy to get locked in. I know you play Mortal Kombat, so that round starts, and you're already thinking, okay, he's going to do this. I need to move here. I need to.
Too much, a little bit overzealous with the excitement right there. Yeah, definitely. That's what happens. I mean, we've commentated now over a couple of games together, and I noticed that actually in one of my previous matches with Flying Kittens. One of our younger players here in the UEL, and he messed up a button check at one point, and it cost his team deeply. So, I mean, it's one of those things that you can just be, just through the excitement, you can sort of like lose yourself and not understand just the basic fundamentals, right? You got to maintain the fundamentals as you're playing here on the floor, making sure if your team has set up, you better be ready.
And I want to give some compliments over to the side of Lovejoy. He did start to bring that back. Him
He did, man.
killing 4 players. And then
did.
Lovejoy, I think fighting game players, and I'm always going to dive into this because fighting games are my heart. It's one of the things I love in the UEL here. You get into a rhythm and you start feeling it. You're like, oh, I know exactly what they're going to do.
Yep.
I know how they want to play, but you have to be able to pump on the brakes. It's still 1-2. This is still a close game.
Yep.
We're only 20 minutes in, 3 games down. There's a lot ahead of us. So you got to start thinking, start preparing for what comes next.
Yeah,
but
that
a
was
good showing.
That was a good moment from Lovejoy. I mean, both him, I should say both him and him. But no, him obviously kicked things off with a ton of momentum. But that makes me excited now, and I'm sure a lot of you guys at home are really excited to see Lovejoy sort of moving forward because he wants to have a little bit of redemption from that, right? Like I think all of us want to see him back on the field, and no pun intended, we might be seeing that in our next game. Well, obviously maybe not in our next game.
Maybe not. We have to. I'll
FIFA's 2v2, correct?
2v2.
Okay.
It is, in fact, 2v2. So we saw them make a little bit of magic in another sports game, that being Lethal League Blaze. So let's see if Lucci and Cool Fighter can find that same magic.
Yeah.
Going up against a few different players, I'm going to have to believe it's going to be him and Jekyll. Sky, so
Jekyll seems very confident in sports games. Now, if you guys were here, I believe it was last Friday, I actually casted with Jekyll. Great guy, and he seems super familiar with sports games. So I would assume that they're going to put him in with just the level of understanding that he has for FIFA, but also NCAA and what have you. Let's see if they end up doing it.
So I would agree with you. I want to get these lineups in. Because I have some interesting thoughts. Well, I agree. Jekyll is an amazing sports player. KLiK plays, I think, UEL a little bit more traditionally.
Okay.
Where they like to hold players for anchor.
Ooh, okay.
And they like to hold their strong player for anchor. If they believe they can, it's almost like if you believe you can win a race running at 50%, why burn yourself out running at 100%?
Yep.
And so I have a sneaking suspicion that they might just go ahead and hold Jekyll.
Good phrase.
Just because if something else rolls that is in his wheelhouse, some more of these fighting games, I will go out on a limb and say right now, if KLiK want to win another fighting game like Dragon Ball FighterZ, Jekyll has to be in.
Okay, that's interesting.
Lovejoy is a great Dragon Ball FighterZ player, and they have Lucci, they have Cool Fire. All of them together make up an incredibly scary DBZ roster. But they know that, hey, there's a situation where Jekyll being that indie gamer, being able to play all the genres means, hey, whether it's F1 or Mortal Kombat, whether it's Valorant or it's 2K, we can put him in for whatever comes out. We do have a technical timeout out here on the floor, so we'll be taking one more moment. You mentioned FC.
Yeah.
It's a really interesting game. Do you have any opinions on, like, we normally see, PSG in France. Do you have any teams or anything you would like to see?
Not specifically teams as much as I'm, because both teams are going to pick, like, just overall players and what have you that are just going to be, like, they're going to serve their role, right? I think this game more or less comes down to an understanding the mechanics within the game, but then also just sort of positioning on the field. We see way too often within this game, players accidentally swap over to goalie and not realize that they've actually swapped to goalie, which results in a free goal. That's something that's a little bit different from, say, NHL, per se. There's also the ability to, I think some of the stages within this game have walls, correct? And then some don't.
So that's one of the setup things, actually. So, funnily enough, during setup, if you have control of setting up the game, you can pick to play on a stage with or without walls. Some teams, famously, Kiz came from them. The Ravens have historically, I believe, picked Tokyo. It's a very blue stage with walls. They've historically picked the stage time and time again.
Right.
The walls enable more passes. They enable a little bit freer flow and keep the game rolling more often than not.
Right.
But like you said, we have to see which one of those two they pick because walls off is a little bit of a skill check.
Yep.
How well can you control that ball?
Something that I think is going to be really prevalent within this game, sort of moving into our. Obviously, this isn't our first sports game. We saw that with Lethal League Blaze. But I want to say between FIFA, NHL, and then NCAA, you'll see sort of the mentality of some of the players with regards to I don't want to just say their play style, but too often we see these players being a little too selfish, I would say, within NHL, and it can be really frustrating towards their teams. Definitely frustrating for us as commentators. But as they drive down the field, I want to see assists. I want to see assisted shots on goal. I do not want to see somebody just constantly trying to drive down the field, just get some type of maneuver off, right? Whether it be just, try to take advantage of the inexperience of a player or just going for aimless shots. Can't stand seeing that. So assists, playing well with your teammate is going to be going to be the determining factor of who wins this game.
It's how I determine the best sports players in this league.
Yes.
It's not just their ability to control their characters and play those games.
Yeah.
But it's almost, I know you have a football background, so the quarterback's vision, the ability to kind of take in everything that's happening around you and make a decision based off of that. Oh, so if I pass the ball here, my defender's going to slide over. That gives me an angle to get in. If we do a quick 1-2, boom, I got a shot. Exactly what you're saying. And what I hope to see, these are two teams, again, I have to keep reminding people, vying for that second playoff spot in the North.
Yeah.
You're going up against the defending champion, the Reapers, in that first slot at some point. Whether you get 2 or 3, both of y'all are looking at playoffs and know that is one of the opponents that you more than likely will have to face.
Yeah.
And they will play together as a team. They will not be looking as an individual to try to take over the game completely and totally. They will more than anything be willing to say, oh, cool. Again, Mob is open. I know Mob knows what to do. I have enough trust to be able to go down and send it over. It looks like we're getting in the game.
Okay, here we go. And on the right side of your screen, you guys are going to see the wheel. Started off at 33 games, and it looks like we're going to get Dive by the Blade, another one of our fighting games coming up next. That's a really interesting one. But for right now, we're diving back into FIFA. We talked about a little bit about like selfish ball control and things like that. Another thing is playing too passively. I think there's some teams like to commit to like turtle strategies where they sort of turtle around their own goal and sort of prioritize defense, if you will. The problem with that is sometimes I think when you're trying to be good at 33 different games, you're not necessarily super polished at all the mechanics of, say, a sports game. So whether or not it's things like going for a steal and then having an opponent or having your teammate open that's already sort of pushing past that 50-yard line, to set up that one-on-one with the goalie, it's going to be, something to see whether or not these teams are playing the sort of that turtle strat or if they're, playing a little bit more offensively, because sometimes the best defense is a good offense.
I have to agree. In UEL, you don't have as much time to just learn everything. So, playing your game plan will always benefit you more. And you kind of see it here where every player is looking to make small adjustments here and get their controls exactly right. It means the players kind of have to learn and know exactly what they're doing. I don't know, maybe not sure exactly what reset they want to run, choosing to elect to stay on Classic here. So we do have one team using PSG who we see pretty consistently. So I'm happy to see this, and they are, for those at home wondering why do you run PSG, Mbappe. Best player in the game individually. A lot of teams are ready to come out and play. So let's see how we go ahead and start this game up. And Al Nassr on the other side will be playing up against them. So some quick ball movement, stepping forward, looking for another opportunity. They are not able to, and Al Nassr starts to go on the attack here. Already we see a few more passes than I think might be usual.
Absolutely. And you can, would have been interesting to see one of his teammates start dribbling down the field, nonetheless, to sort of get into position for that assist. Oh, had a chance right there to maybe get that one-on-one with the goalie, nonetheless. Oh, here we go. Here we go. I want to see him take that shot, and he does!
And an amazing shot to start off the game, and we hear some Nora's out on the floor immediately as well. And the quick steal here means that another shot could be coming in.
There we go. That's the position we talked about, having that preset player down the field for the position on that one-on-one goalie. He doesn't get it, but, maintain sort of that pressure on the goal, if you will. Now they're going to assume they clear it out. Commit to the 1v1? No.
And I have to see here where players are going to end up moving. They're doing a good job of passing with each other and keeping it safe. The ball relatively safe. I noticed one early pass that was going back, but that's 2-0. Now, the score and the pressure is mounting for the side of the Bandits. Lovejoy and Boy are going to need to pick it up. because this game only goes to 5 points for
Wow.
this first half.
Wow.
And they have 2 more chances now. They don't have any more room to wait.
Yeah, and they just scored a goal very quickly sort of within that. Now the Bandits are up 3-0. Just to be clear for the viewers at home, KLiK is in the yellow jersey?
KLiK are in the blue jersey.
Blue jersey. So KLiK are in the blue jersey, Bandits in the yellow. There we go.
Let's see here.
KLiK's
The
up.
Bandits have taken control, but again, that selfish play you were talking about. I want to see another pass there. I want to rotate back around to your teammate. Trust them to be moving up the field. You shouldn't just be looking at where the ball is. You should be looking at the open space. That's what you want to play to.
Yeah.
And another lazy pass sets up another possible goal. They're trying to get it off of their half of the pitch.
Oh, wow.
And finally, we get a break as the ball flies over that wall.
Yeah, and instead of like sort of freelancing, if you will, like sort of running all over the field, it would be interesting if they start committing, if the Bandits start committing to a little bit more zone control and sort of with regards to sort of the spacing of their team and just commit to having that sense of confidence. The assisted shot on the goal isn't good enough for the KLiK. That was great defense by the Bandits. Here we go. Now they've got one. There we go. I want to see them sort of go for those steals, get that 2-on-1 pressure. Oh, solid shot by the Bandits.
And it looks like they do have some life in them. I was a little bit worried, but they're going to have to keep it going. There are 30
gotta keep it
seconds
going.
left in this half, Matt.
It's all about the pressure. I want to see more of those 2v1s. Whoever's got the ball, you know, have a little bit of faith that you can get that steal off. But also, if KLiK is playing selfishly, and they're not getting enough passes off, that 2v1 can be crucial with sort of stealing the ball and then getting that goal in.
I think they realize the time is not on the side of the Bandits, and they're instead choosing to hold it. With 3 seconds left, they need to have the ball go in and immediately get it back. They're unable to do so. So that will be another KLiK point. It looks like the idea of seeing him and Sky in here was the correct option.
Yeah.
It ended up putting them in a position where they are able to take that win and go up to 3 points. KLiK are looking good.
Yeah.
And with Die by the Blade coming up, at least I'm gonna give Bandits some credit here to all the Bandits fans at home, new, maybe building.
Okay.
Die by the Blade cannot be played like Street Fighter. You can't just kind of bum rush somebody down like him was able to do in that last game.
Yeah, this game will operate and function similar to, for those of you who have played Ubisoft's For Honor, Die by the Blade is a single hit. The moment you get a single hit, your opponent's going to die. Like the title of the game, it is Die by the Blade. So they're going to be playing footsies. They're going to sort of zone each other out, get a feel for one another, and eventually sort of initiate the attack. Now, different characters have different range, whether it be with a short blade or a longer staff, if you will. There's sort of combo strings involved as well. So imagine sort of acting as if you're going to go for a full combo string, which might carry your player model across the field of play, if you will, right? Whereas sometimes you can cancel that combo string and then reinitiate a new one. Both of these players are being so careful with regards to the distance that they're sort of playing that footsies game, if you will, because like I said, one hit kills and Die by the Blade.
I want to see. I've actually seen modern players do really well from Street Fighter.
Okay.
Because you mentioned how modern kind of simplifies Street Fighter a little bit.
Yes.
This game also removes the technical inputs.
Yep.
You know, sometimes as much as once you get comfortable with a fighting game, doing like a down forward or whatever motion might be in a game becomes really simple. This one is more about how you can read your opponent. Do you know where they want to be? Do you know how close, how far away, when they want to step in? If you're able to take control of that and really lock in on that, you'll find some wins. But again, both these teams have talented rosters. They found wins in Die by the Blade in the past, and so it'll be interesting to see how they're able to play here. I don't know who I want to favor. I would have said maybe, you have Lovejoy, you have Coolfire, you even have Lucci, you have a lot of fighters, but the way him showed up in that Street Fighter.
Yeah, I do want to see Lovejoy back in there, though. I'm not going to lie. I want to see him try to get a little bit of that redemption, if you will. You brought up a good point of sort of reading your opponent. And the reason I said it operated similar to Ubisoft's For Honor is these players are going to see a directional sort of rotating around their character models as they sort of close in on each other. That's going to be the direction at which they start to engage their opponent. If you see the up directional, they're going to be sort of having an overhead slash. If you see a side directional, a low directional, or something like that. In order to defend against that, your opponent has to parry in that same direction. And you can actually parry in the middle of a combo string as well. So there are going to be times where you're throwing out a combo and then the player that is swinging his sword or what have you will actually parry a shot. So as you're actually attacking your opponent, you have to be able to read, gauge the distance, and react appropriately.
So we have to see. It's really interesting, and character choice comes down to it a decent bit as well. On the right-hand side, you have Yoshi. Yoshi is the balanced character.
Right.
He doesn't have anything super special, but on the other side, Butterfly is one of these incredible, quick striking, quick moving characters. It doesn't have a ton of stamina, but makes up for it with the ability to play offense exceptionally well. And looking at the different cameras, I can tell you right now that the Bandits are on the left-hand side playing Butterfly. That's Cool Fire.
All right.
And then Jekyll, on Jekyll's account, you see he is currently on the Yoshi. And you mentioned this game of footsies. They're feeling each other out. They're finding that range right now. Notice how he steps forward, steps back.
Oh,
and
wow.
The win was a big chance.
Oh, I like that. The roll forward? Roll forward to backdash? Who's doing that these days? That was nice.
The funniest thing, because I think Cool Fire has just this confidence in his own decision making. We see so many players scared to do a tactic like that. I'm just rolling into my opponent, not doing anything. Because if they press a button, you die.
That was a mind game right there by Cool Fire. If you notice in the first round of that, he did a roll forward to backdash, and then in the second round, he did a roll forward to attack. So Kiz might have actually predicted that he was going to do another backdash, but instead he attacked him, and I think that's what caught him off guard.
And that's that mind game. That's that mind game that has to be addressed. And what you were touching on, what we were touching on, is just playing that basic. This is a game where I want people to do more than one thing. Because the moment you represent 2 or 3 options, like you mentioned, you have a high, low, a middle block.
Right.
Once I start representing that I'm going to use all of them, all of a sudden you have 3 things you're thinking of versus if I use the same set of strings. So you see Cool Fire. If you're on the left, he's swapping. He even tries to back up. And as Sky tries to use the same tactic against him, he felt like he rolled back. He said, "Are you going to do it again?" Did it again, and that's 2 kills going to in his first game of Die by the Blade on stage. 2 kills, getting his team an early lead, and forced him, it feels like, to sit down and start to play.
Yeah, I think he should have felt that out a little bit more. Now, him is going to be obviously a bit more experienced, so it's going to be fascinating to see whether or not he can sort of get that read that we talked about, that roll into backdash, that roll into attack, or what have you. Another thing that KLiK could potentially do in order to sort of gain the advantage back here is start to condition their opponent with aggression. So go for a similar attack 2 or 3 times, back up, go for the same attack, and then mix it up and go for a separate one after having conditioned. Oh, we got a trade-off here. Okay.
So both players are going to end up losing a life from that. If you die in this game, it counts as a life. And him just willing to swing away is not trying to take any time. But Cool Fire finds his footing. Both are back at full stamina. We're going to see a strike, a clash here in a moment. And a nice spacing. Now, he's going to have to hop up off of the sticks, but I want to highlight something important. For his 2 lives, Cool Fire got 5 of KLiK's 10 lives. That's a Costco deal right there. I'm letting
BOGO sale.
I'm just like, look, if you tell me you get 5 for 2, I'm taking it in the immediate moment. So we got to see if Board can continue that pressure.
Let's see if him can sort of pull a Lovejoy, if you will, a little counter to what we saw earlier, and start to get a little bit of a comeback here. Like I said, I'd like to see him sort of start to condition his opponent, but it seems like he's sort of going for these massive forward slashes because the hitbox, or I should say the actual hurt box in terms of developer terms, his hurt box on that character model is massive, which is interesting because his opponent sort of has that staff spear, which I believe that character model plays a little bit more defensively, yeah?
Usually, yes. So Nakamura has a lot of stamina, and he generally, in this matchup, wants to hold the space down. Now, both of them ended up trying to go for a strike there, but him picking a faster strike, getting close to the Naginata, excuse me. Wow, a little bit of a tongue twister. It forces you into down stance a lot of the time.
Yeah.
Hoping to get a quick strike in, but even still, the weapon is not meant to be used super up close and in a player's face. Unlike the Wakazashi, which we saw him, and now we're going to see Lovejoy also pick up.
Yeah.
That's a weapon that you're almost meant to be in your opponent's face. You're meant to be throwing a flurry of blows and checking to see if they can catch each one. Now, remember, him only has 1 life left at home. So if Lovejoy is able to take even 1 round, he'll be able to progress his team towards a win. And he didn't end up going down. That's great awareness. Ending him's run at only taking out 1 extra player on top of Coolfire. So they still have an advantage.
Now, you saw that character model was Naginata? Is that what it is? Okay, so what's fascinating about Naginata is the fact that there's technically 2 weapons, right? So he has 2 blades. That forward slash that him was doing, I think the reason that was so effective is because finding the window of opportunity between the 2 blades swinging at you at the same time is very difficult. So unless you sort of counter after those 2 swings have occurred, you can't really strike in the middle of it unless you perfectly time the frame, because both swords are swinging at you at the same time. I think that's why he was sort of spamming it, if you will, and it was difficult for the Bandits to find that window of opportunity.
So, I mentioned For Honor, and I want to highlight this because it's something really small. Jekyll is one of the few players that plays on mouse.
Wow, okay.
And so, on mouse and keyboard, you move your mouse in a direction to deflect.
Oh.
And so I think there is a small advantage in how quickly you're able to transition between those stages.
Ooh.
But it looks like Lovejoy does not care. He finds another kill.
Great
here.
footsies. Yeah, he gauged the distance perfectly. Oh!
You talked about a mix-up, and Jekyll brought you one right there. 3 times in that first round, he feinted that stab, didn't do it, but he still managed to take 1 life.
Yeah, I respect the play, though, by Jekyll to go for a full-screen dash. Oh, my God. You'd have thought we were playing Dragon Ball Fighters in here. Yeah, that was great.
Both those players were just like, oh, okay, I guess this is what we're doing. I think Lovejoy was even for a second like, wait, you committed to that?
Yeah.
You were willing? You could have died there.
I'm assuming on like a full-screen dash like that, if you whiff, it's very punishable.
Yeah. The big thing is we see it, depending on what stage people pick, historically on the office stage. People love to use it because if you don't immediately change and sidestep, you don't have enough room backwards to move to avoid it.
All right.
So I think maybe playing a little bit of that mind game. Oh, yeah, you have space. No, you don't.
Right.
Dead. But here we go. Killer, the final player on the side of the KLiK sitting down. He has 3 players to go through. Nice deflection.
Oh, wow.
A lot of patience.
Ooh.
And I love the duo set of blows right there.
Yeah.
He threw one out and immediately followed with a second quick blow.
Yeah.
Checking to see if Lovejoy just wanted to press a button.
And that's sort of that that button sequence we talked about, right? Going for those strings. Don't just throw one attack or just one attack over and over again. Occasionally go for a string of attacks in order to sort of play that mind game, if you will, with your opponent. And that's exactly what he did right there. Followed it up with a second attack. It ended up landing, and here we go. Now he might make a comeback.
It'll be interesting to see. Do not adjust your sets at home. Both these players are using the same character and the same weapon. We have a mirror match on our hands, and it looks like Lucci was willing to just swing away there, was willing to find his moment. Now, this is Killer's last life.
Oh, wow.
And it looks like his idea to deal with the aggression was say, plant my feet. He will come to me if I just wait. You see his patience backing up now, letting the space happen.
Oh, no way! Did he just land that? That was actually...
Okay. So we might have some magic on our hands. Duck Season is the last player to go. The rookie versus the returning veteran here.
Wow. Well, I think he's excelling sort of with gauging the distance right now, just because of the actual size of the hurt box on that staff that he's using. I don't know the technical term for the actual weapon, but that staff that you guys are seeing at home, such a huge range on it. So I think it sort of mitigates the effectiveness of being able to just roll in and go for close quarters damage. It also has the combo strings that they're actually throwing out. That set of like 3 basic maneuvers is covering a lot of ground. So he he has a presence of being able to intimidate his opponent, knowing that he can sort of lunge across the field with a huge hurt box at any given time. I mean, look at the distance that he has right now.
It's so difficult to get in.
Yep.
And to be honest, having played against Killer and played against KLiK, in this exact situation, the advice I would give to the Bandits in this moment is take a trade.
Yeah.
You have a life to spare while he doesn't.
Yep.
So as long as you can set up a situation where you both hit each other,
Oh,
never mind, just win it clean. Let me stop talking. Duck Season shuts me up on the spot and says, I don't need to trade.
Yeah.
I will just win.
That was solid. I felt like he felt him out really, really well. You know, sort of took his time, went for a few, attacks or what have you. But I think Killer saw, or I should say, Duck Season saw Killer sort of backing up a little bit while he was initiating those combos. So maybe it was a little bit of a mind game of I'm going to throw a combo out and then commit to it afterwards because he's playing a little passively. He's trying to read me. That was a matter of reading somebody's read.
It's so beautiful. It's what I love about that game, and it gives the Bandits the opportunity to be back in the driver's seat of this game.
Yes.
But if they want to tie it up and to maybe drive this game into the win column, they're going to have to win this game of Forza. Forza is a 5v5. And what makes it more interesting to me than a lot of the racers is there's one specific rule that makes it super interesting. No two players can use the same vehicle.
Oh, I didn't know that. I thought you were going to talk about just finishing.
Well,
because we've seen that too here at the UEL.
Players do.
You got to finish your race.
Yes.
Or you get a big time penalty. No one likes seeing that.
Yeah, unfortunately, we somehow almost always see one car, because the damage in this game is real.
Yes.
If you hit a wall, your car might just be stuck in first gear, and if you've ever seen a first gear race, it's not much of a race, more of like a nice, peaceful stroll in the countryside.
Yeah.
But getting at the idea of different cars, it forces different players that can't just default to, oh, well, this is the fastest car in the game.
Yep.
Well, do you want a faster car? Do you want a heavier car? Maybe make it a little bit harder for you to be spun out and to knock down. Do you want maybe a little bit more maneuverability but less speed?
Yeah.
And how does that play into your map choice? The Bandits have set up, they're going to be able to pick whatever map and conditions they would like to play on for today. And so I want to see what's the composition of their cars. It's weird because, again, it's something we were talking about in our strategy games. We were talking about even in like our shooters of Overwatch or Siege. But in a racing game, to say, how do you build a team of cars that will allow you to get the best team score across?
Yeah, and it definitely is a little bit of like communication that I've seen sort of play to teams' advantage. Whether it be obviously everyone at the start of the race, you want to get to the front. You want to get to the front of the pack, and then you want to maintain your position at the front of the pack. There is sort of situations that arise, though, where you have two teammates that are going into a turn with opponents behind them and seeing their ability to sort of choke off the lane, if you will, because you do get a time penalty by going off the track, and then obviously I think you get another one by bumping into cars as well.
Yes, it's a little bit finicky sometimes because some players you'll see, they drive a little bit, they remove the simulation part of Forza from the equation and just are going in a straight line, and whoever gets hit, gets hit. But yes, you do get those penalties if you aren't careful. I love that you highlight that. Good teams have the ability to even make passing any of them.
Yeah.
Like, oh, hey, if I'm coming up to you, I might be like, on your left, we're coming into a turn. Like, okay, you take it wide, I'll take it close.
Yeah.
Now, all of a sudden, where does he go? Does he try to somehow squeeze between us?
Yeah.
Does he try to maybe follow one of us in and out of the turn?
Yep.
Do you know the line well enough to do that first and foremost?
Yeah.
Before we even get there, you have to understand racing lines well enough.
Yeah, and it's going to be crucial to just see the position of your teammate. So imagine, if you will, for those of you at home, coming up to a turn, and you have one of your teammates directly behind you, but you also know, just whether it be looking through the rear view or what have you, that your opponent is very close behind your teammate. You want both of you to sort of act as a parallel next to each other as you go around that turn, forcing your opponent to take the wide angle on that turn, which makes it just more and more difficult for him to get a solid time by the time we finish the game. Because remember, it's all about driving clean. You can't run into your opponents. You can't bump cars. You got to stay on the track. You can't go off into the grass. You got to drive clean. So if you're communicating with your team, make it difficult for your opponent to drive clean. Now, as we get things started here, You're also seeing some Formula One cars on the track. I don't know how effective those are going to necessarily be once they go off, and you're seeing a little bit. Oh, not
he
quite.
managed to hold on here. You mentioned driving clean. I can
boy.
promise you, if there's one person that
Good
might
night.
not be driving the clean.
Oh, wow.
And this is Sky Guy. So a lot of people don't realize that he is, in fact, a racer overall, playing in this first person, maintaining control of this car, and fully comfortable to fly his way around the track. And here in what I love to call the Batmobile, trying to get back on track. We'll see if he ends up with a penalty from that time spent off track. No penalty there, but is already sitting with 5 seconds of penalty
that's
from
bad.
some previous
He's
interaction.
a little too overzealous on those corners, and that can be sort of the trade-off, if you will, of some of the players that are in the back of the pack. They're trying to pick up speed, obviously, to catch up. But if you go into these turns with too much speed, you're going to lose control, sort of like duck season right here. And you hate to see it, but it's all about maintaining control and just racing clean. Have confidence with how you feel on the pavement and just keep driving clean. That's what you got to focus on. In some ways, you may be able to simply rely on your opponent not driving well and just focus on sort of slowing it down and just going about it in your own way, right? Have faith that the other team is going to mess up more than you. That's how I like to do it.
Yes, you have to be willing to do that. Duck might be doing what, in my opinion, might be the unthinkable.
Oh, boy.
I love this by Jekyll. So this is something really subtle, and we're looking at Lucci here. He looks like he's had a huge crash, stuck in second gear.
Oh, boy.
We have 2 or 3 of the players from the side of the Bandits that cannot get down. Lovejoy was stuck in first gear as well. But importantly there at the very end, what Jekyll was doing was positioning himself so Lovejoy couldn't go into the pit repair. He can't get out of that first gear. He has to drive on by and is more than likely going to DNF. An incredibly smart strategy and an incredibly aware strategy because you can keep people out. But we come back to Sky, who...
Whoa! That's exactly what we talked about with having a little bit too much speed coming up into that turn. Now, what he might have been trying to do right there is you can actually sort of ram or bump into your opponent if you're if coming up to a turn and sort of send them off the track to sort of sabotage them in a way. That may be what he was trying to do. Nonetheless, he had a little bit too much speed. Here we go. If this is second gear, I don't want to see what's first.
He is going 14 miles. He's trying his best just to be a problem, and he can't. He cannot be a problem.
Hey, slow and steady wins the race, but maybe not in this case.
I have never seen somebody in second gear at 5 miles per hour.
Yikes.
Oh, my goodness.
Goodness gracious. Nice.
Duck trying to finish here. That's at least 2, probably 3 Bandits that will not be able to get across.
Now, how big is the penalty for not finishing?
It is your teammate's fastest time.
Okay.
Plus 5 minutes.
Wow.
This is why a lot of it begins.
KLiK win.
I want to give a big compliment to Jekyll here.
Yep.
That is the job if you're not going to finish the race.
Yep.
He didn't finish the race, but ensured 4 other people could not finish the race. He guaranteed, I didn't finish the race, but no one else across the board from me. And unfortunately, I also think this is going to be a quick 5th point. To my knowledge, unless they've done some serious grinding.
Serious grinding.
StarCraft either.
Yeah. And for any of you that are new at home, I'm relatively new to the UEL as well. I've been here for about 3 weeks. And one of the things I've noticed is StarCraft 2 as a game, it's probably the most polarizing game in the entire wheel of 33 games here at the UEL. There is a massive discrepancy between knowing how to play StarCraft 2 and actually being good at it. And so some of these games either go by very quickly or a team just forfeits before the match even starts, which brings us to another point here. Below the names of the actual teams here on the overlay, guys, you will see timeouts and you'll see forfeits. Now, if there's a game that comes up that you and your team aren't necessarily confident in, you have up to 5 forfeits throughout the entire night to just move on from that game, not waste time, and then potentially go into some titles that you're a little bit more effective at. Could we potentially see that here?
I'm pretty sure. The Bandits aren't the biggest StarCraft team, and as you mentioned, StarCraft is one of those games that, the first hump is just getting into the game and learning how to play it. After you cross that first hump, there's a whole laundry list of, I will call it, climbing Goat Mountain. Shout out to Billy the Goat.
Yeah.
You're trying to chase him at the end of the day in this game, and there are various checkpoints that you will reach.
Yeah.
Ultimately, I think that the Bandits should quickly realize it's no slack off like your back. You just say, hey, if you're only forfeiting 1, 2, even like 3 of the games, I will give a team credit to recognize maybe in this matchup, it's not a game. So against Billy, if you forfeit 5 games, there are still 28 that you have the opportunity to win. You just need to make sure you're winning the majority of those games.
Yeah.
And so it's fine to not be proficient in everything. Ultimately, you want to get there.
Yeah.
Shout out to the Reapers. They do it every season. They are always at games. They're like, we don't play this until playoffs.
Yeah.
Come out and kill it.
I like that.
I don't think we see StarCraft.
I don't think we see it, but I would like to just educate the viewers at home. We do play StarCraft a little bit differently than maybe some of you guys have seen. During UEL StarCraft, you actually have unlimited resources, which makes things very interesting because it is very fast-paced, and we've seen a plethora of different strategies, if you will. Now, imagine at home, if you're not familiar with StarCraft, you might have played certain things like the original Warcraft. You might have played, what's the one I'm thinking of?
There's Command and Conquer. There's Age of Empires.
Age of Empires, exactly.
RTS is a genre that's so close to my heart.
I'm a 90s baby. Played a lot of Age of Empires.
I was like, we can start going down the list, and I can guarantee you one of them. Because if you had a PC back in the day, because I know Jack will always call out. He was a little bit younger than we are, so he was an Age of Mythology.
Oh wow,
kid.
All right, so he wasn't playing Episode 1 Racer, Star Wars Racer on his PC.
Exactly.
He wasn't playing that yet.
Yes.
No.
But we'll see. They might want to go in here. Now, I'm interested to see who's able to perform here. If we see some StarCraft, I will be happy.
Yeah.
It is my personal favorite game.
I want to learn it. I personally want to learn it, as I'm sure a lot of you guys do too. There's the different strategies. Just to give you an example, for instance, do you instantaneously build a barracks and start bringing out units like soldiers and mercenaries and things of that sort that are going to do a lot of damage and then instantaneously start attacking your opponents? Or do you play more of the defensive game in order to burn the resources of your opponent and then go on the counterattack? So do you start building defensive towers, structures, things like that to protect yourself, or do you instantly start attacking your opponent?
It's really interesting. I'd love to see which approach. I love that you bring that up because StarCraft is a game that anybody that likes competitive gaming, it's a game you can literally endlessly put hours into.
Yeah.
You can constantly get better. It's just getting in initially and learning to get over that hump. I would love to see some of those early rushes. We've seen teams, kind of the best teams in the league, blend those styles.
Okay.
So I will speak purely for myself.
I've actually watched you play, Billy.
Yes. No, and this is the hilarious thing is everybody is like, oh, I know that going in. It's one of the funniest things.
Oh, forfeit.
Wow.
We just got word that the Bandits actually forfeited, so
I'm going to go ahead and jump out of that conversation.
Yep.
You got to come back in for another game when we do play StarCraft. But yeah, I think that you already highlighted that about strategies. There's a lot of strategy and a lot of depth that we hopefully will see in this next game.
Ooh, the finals. The finals. We're going into the finals. We're going back into the shooter category. This is what I like to see. Now, you said that would you give KLiK more advantage with regards to shooters than Bandits? Because we heard a little bit of smack talking with Kiz prior to the game starting today when I was interviewing him. He said that any of the shooters that get selected, it's money. It's an easy dub for the KLiK. Let's see what happens now.
With their lineup, I want to say yes because in my opinion, and I will let you decide.
Yeah.
Jekyll is the worst shooter on that team.
Wow, really?
Yes.
All right.
That's a statement, and
I'm going to give him some smoke for that the next time I commentate with him. That's for sure.
With this lineup, I can look at it, and I'm like, yeah, Jekyll's probably the weakest shooter overall. But they have him and Killer, who are two heavy hitters. Put a gun in their hands, let them get into these FPSs, these third-person shooters. They will handle it. Again, I'm hoping the Valorants and the Sieges role, you'll really get an opportunity.
Now, this is going to be 5v5, correct?
Yes.
Yes, so this is going to be 5v5. That baseball lineup sort of getting reset. You're going to see all 10 players come out on the field, and what he just said, right? He mentioned Jekyll necessarily not being super experienced with regards to shooters. That is going to be on display. So as the camera rotates through all of the players, just take note of that. Don't necessarily hold it against these players because there's going to be other titles. Because this is the UEL, there's going to be other titles that maybe Jekyll might be superb in.
Yes.
We had talked about earlier some of the sports games. He's pretty good at NCAA, for instance. He seemed very knowledgeable when I was casting with him last week, just in the realm of NCAA. So just take note of it, and then also look forward to some of those players, jumping into different categories and genres as we move on throughout tonight.
It's being someone that plays in the league actively.
Yeah.
I think that the value from a player a lot of times is a lot focused on their highs, right? We think about the highlight plays, the best plays, but sometimes a player like Jekyll shines in knowing his role.
Yeah.
Throughout this season, we've seen Jekyll play the heavy for his team.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah.
His job is if we see our normal game mode, which is this tug of war with a platform, you have to stand on it in power shift, and it pulls towards your opponent's side of the map, eventually getting to their base and you winning. And if they get on it, it pulls back. But Jekyll's role so far this season, as I've watched him play, has been that big body character that's on point, while the rest of the killers around him, both literally killer and him, have been able to rotate and use his ability to pressure the point to maybe get a player out of hiding and get them to run into the open, and all of a sudden you have a really talented shooter that can drop that ball.
Yeah, no, you brought up a really good point of just sort of, I like the idea of if you're not super experienced within a genre, sort of carrying your weight as much as possible. I guess against the player on the opposing team that maybe also not, super experienced within that genre, can you carry your weight more so than that player? And it's not just within the finals with playing the heavy, right, on top of the objective. You're also going to see that utilized in games like Overwatch 2, for instance. You might see that player specifically playing a tank role or a support role, just knowing that they're not as well sort of adept to diving the back line, picking up those fragger kills, things along those lines. So I love that you brought that up. I'm going to keep a lookout for Jekyll during this match to sort of see if he's able to, like you said, sort of carry his own weight. Knowing that there's a level of inexperience here, it could actually be super impressive, especially the more that they practice.
Yeah, I'm in that position because me personally, I look at it and I'm just like, 33 games is a lot. No matter how you scratch
it is.
Being top level at all of these games, I mean, as someone that plays shooters,
right?
If I said to you right now, hey, go get the top rank in Valorant, Siege, Fortnite, Finals, Overwatch,
I mean,
and you're gonna look at me
you
like,
say that, but your boy Mobster has done that. So, I mean, shout out to my crew out there, by the way.
Hey, okay, let me step back. I don't know too much about the lore just yet, but y'all move different over there. Okay,
hey, what's good?
Hey, okay.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna need your help then, especially getting into this finals. I'm gonna need you to break it down. So
now you do say that. Now I will say the finals is one thing that I haven't necessarily dived super deep into.
Okay.
Whether it's hitting Onyx on Halo, whether it's hitting Master Rank on Overwatch, people that are really because those games have been out for a good while, whereas the finals hasn't necessarily been out for super long. There's a lot of complexity to the finals, a little bit more, I would say, sandboxy, similar to Battlefield, as opposed to sort of an arena shooter like, say, Call of Duty. There's gaining verticality, different abilities, and things to throw down in order to improve your mobility of sorts. So there's a lot going on in the screen, right? We talked about at the start of the hour, I like games that are easy to get into but difficult to master. The finals sort of can feel like you're being thrown into the wolves occasionally. It's a very difficult game to sort of play at a high level. And you're going to sort of see that here, whether it be the different compositions that these teams have, the weapons that they're using, the strategy that they utilize, especially on this map. Sort of a pixelated map, it could be a little bit more difficult to sort of see your opponent, especially as they're flying through the air, but shots are already getting sent already. This is nuts.
Yes, and so we're watching Coolfire here, the newest member of this Bandits team. We're seeing how he's going to be able to play together. It looks like one of the players on the side, that's Kiz, I believe, has already gone down on the side of the KLiK, and now the fight for the platform has begun. So looking at this really quickly, it looks like there's no heavies on the side of the bench. They're going. Yeah. They're not looking for that tanky role. They're just looking for the ability to play DPS. And it looks like he's found a player. Is he able to get over there and help his team? Never mind Duck Season goes down, and that's 3 of the Bandits players immediately getting dropped off of that point.
Yeah, and something, that you probably noticed at home was both Sky Guy and was that Coolfire that we were looking at previously?
Yes.
So both Sky Guy and Coolfire were trying to, sort of, I guess, gain verticality to get a viewpoint on top of the objective, but by the time Coolfire decided to initiate his attack, I don't know how well it went. But that's sort of more or less what they were doing right there. You want to gauge where your opponents are and then utilize your abilities to sort of eliminate them. Regardless, this platform is on the move. You're going to see buildings on both the left and right side of this platform. If you want to gain that verticality and start getting shots diagonally down on this, you can utilize jump pads, grapple hooks, all sorts of things in order to sort of get into position.
And you can see what you're hinting at there. They're trying to play these off angles. They're trying to play with a little bit more height, get it some damage down onto the point, because the only way to continue that progression is to stay on point. So you limit your opponent's movement, which makes it easier for you to get some kills. But Jekyll actually not on the heavy here. In fact, on a light. Maybe
neither one have heavies?
I think they maybe made the call. Killer is on the heavy here.
Okay, yep.
So this is really funny. He has been playing heavy all season. Funnily enough, ran a scrim with them.
Oh, he's got
recently.
the hook, grapple hook. Okay, he's got that Roadhog.
Yeah.
Okay, I got you.
But we ran a scrim against them recently.
Yeah.
And specifically on this map, he was playing this light sniper.
Really?
And was nasty.
Really?
I'm talking, we're flying through the air, and before you can land, he's killed.
Okay. All right.
So it doesn't surprise me that he's here. But now we're back on the tier 1. Him, as he's also moving through on this medium. He's looking for an opportunity to set this turret. Now, that's the go-to strategy for every team.
Yep.
Is you get on point, you drop down turrets, you drop down mines, you make it a little bit more difficult for your opponents to contest just physically with their bodies.
Ooh.
And him looks like he ended up
getting
down as well.
I think what he was trying to do is potentially go for a revive there. So whether or not that was just lucky positioning or he had sort of some type of environmental awareness to recognize where those opponents can get revived and then just sort of protected it, I don't know. Nonetheless, though, him was probably going for that revive and got caught lacking.
Yeah, you saw his teammates immediately pick him back up, though, jump back down. And this is what I was saying before. This is Killer. He is the one lone heavy in our lobby.
Okay.
Utilizing these dual... Deagles.
Okay, dual Deagles.
And rocket launch. The heavy I love as a character because it's just about destruction.
Right.
You have a lot of health, but ultimately you are this walking tank, both in terms of some of the damage you can put out and the damage you can take.
Gets the grapple! Don't do it to him. Oh my gosh, he did have, I think he's utilizing the dome shield as well. It would have been interesting to see him drop that dome shield and then sort of play the grapple hook sort of behind it, pull them into it, and go for some elims. Nonetheless, who is this that we're looking at?
Painful Boar. He jumps on point there and realizes, like, okay, maybe I don't want to be on point
right.
In that moment, Kiz getting dropped as well. A lot of back and forth, but it looks like KLiK has secured a huge lead. Now, this is something that I want to highlight that's super important about KLiK. They've been in this position multiple times this season and lost the finals.
Wow.
Their team finds that push right towards the end of the game and manages to cross that halfway mark and win it. So for a playoff team, for a team like the Las Vegas KLiK, I need to see them close out a game here.
Okay, here we go. We got Jekyll on screen. You talked about him a little bit. Send it to him. Send it to him, Jekyll. Prove Strick's wrong. Come on. That's what we want to see. Hey, but you talked about him pulling his weight.
Yes.
If you land one of these sniper shots, it's not necessarily about killing your opponent as much as it is sort of maintaining the health advantage in order to lower the TTK. That is the time to kill. And a game like this that has a relatively high TTK as opposed to Call of Duty and some of the other shooters, nonetheless, drops down, doesn't necessarily get the kill. We're back here on Jekyll, who's starting to close the distance between himself and the platform. He does want to maintain high ground, though, and get a visual on the objective while he has this sniper rifle. I think he's just going for a simple revive. You talked about this. He's a team player. He's playing exactly the way he should. He's landing some sniper shots, getting off revives. This might be crucial, but he gets caught and snuck up on.
But luckily, and it looks like Boar managed to take out Jekyll as well as Killer there, unfortunately dying to the third player. So they might be able to get another set of revives here, but all the while the platform is pushing back. This is what I mentioned about them always seeming to lose control of this game. It's already halfway back to that middle point, and the Bandits don't seem ready to jump off that point anytime soon.
Yeah, well, here comes Killer. You know, he's on the heavy. He's got that grapple hook. He also has some dome shields. If he gets this pick, he does. He does have a dome shield. I'd like to see him throw that down on the platform right now and utilize that grapple hook to pull them into the dome shield. It looks like he doesn't even care. He's just popping off. He needs to get these turrets off.
I think he finally realized that even for a heavy 2 turrets plus a player is a lot of damage to try to just shoot your way through. Ends up going down.
Yeah,
but
absolutely.
Now with the invisibility, him is lurking around. It looks like he's found his target. The player immediately dashing away, trying to get a little bit of space. And now using these environmental tools. Duck Season found a kill, but him jumping on point. He found another player to trade with, and now they have control of this point again.
Yeah.
I would love to see them have somebody here. Okay, 3 players are here. Cool.
Yep.
The point is moving as quickly as possible.
Well, you know, to your credit, Strix, earlier you talked about the importance of maintaining those auto turrets on top of the objective. You also had mentioned KLiK not necessarily being able to finish games the way that they want to. They got sort of 3/4 of the cap, and then they sort of shifted momentum, and Bandits sort of started coming back right there. That's pretty much what we saw unfold throughout the entirety of this match. We got ourselves a really good finals game on hand right now. We're looking at Duck Season on top of the objective, trying to get outside of the flames, and it's doing a pretty good job at it. I'm surprised that I'm not seeing more flames, grenades, or what have you sort of landing on the platform. Nonetheless, they get the shots on him. Duck Season is down. We're going to swap over to him with the Gratata pushing up onto the platform right now, shifting through, maintaining that close quarters. He sinks 1 kill. Can he pull off the double? Do it to him. Oh!
So close. He was just a few shots away, but wasn't able to make that huge play for his team. And now Coolfire is getting revived, getting picked up, and hopefully they can get control of this point. Once again, using this grappling hook to a maximum effect, landing on the point. And now Jekyll has gone back. His team called for the swap, and this is what I mentioned. This is why I've hated playing against him. This flamethrower heavy on point, and every time you touch you have to pinch him from multiple angles, because otherwise he's just going to turn your world into a fireplace.
We got mega damage incoming.
This is going to allow everybody to die.
Everybody's getting sauced right now. We got KLiK pushing point, but he can't maintain the pressure. Gets dropped. Let's see here. Who are we looking at? We're looking at him underneath the platform playing super sneaky. Gets a pick, but then gets dropped himself. Could potentially get revived, though, if a player is smart enough to recognize his position, because he's relatively safe underneath the platform. That's exactly what we're going to see right here, potentially. Now, who is this that we're watching?
Painful Boar, and I'm letting you know right now.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
For everybody wondering what I was talking about. So we have a minute left in our game. You can see that in the top center, but right under that time clock, you can see a bar. Right now, because we are watching the side of the Bandits, that blue bar is filling up. That means they're pushing back towards the middle part of the map. And if that timer hits 0, whichever team has control of the point will win unless they're losing. You get one more push when you're losing in this game after time runs out. But you have to stay on point. A nice job of using the glitch grenade to turn off any abilities and to keep the barrel going. And Duck Season's down, and now they've gotten control of the point with only 30 seconds left. The Bandits are going to have to find a fight, and we see Lucci jumping on. His shots are good, but he's not able to find it.
Lucci can't finish.
2 of the KLiK players are here. Mega damage is still active. And in the next 15 seconds, you need to see all of the KLiK players die, be removed from the point, and the Bandits take control. The Bandits are right there. They're a few steps from victory. They were the first team to do it to the side of KLiK, but I feel like KLiK have figured it out.
It's too much.
A season later, a few games deeper, and they finally did it. They are trying to show that this is their game.
Wow.
Now.
Wow. I'm not going to lie. I thought Bandits, you know, after you had mentioned sort of a potential shift in momentum, and then the Bandits started doing exactly that, the ability of KLiK to sort of keep their composure, right, and then shift that momentum for a third time and get the comeback win. That was amazing. And I'll say this. You had mentioned Jekyll sort of just playing his role. I really liked his sort of utility of the game to sort of complement his play style. He doesn't have necessarily a lot of knowledge in the finals, but he actually swapped, I think, to the heavy, correct?
Yes, and that's what I was getting to, was this idea when he realized and his team realized we're having trouble now just holding the point.
Yeah.
We need a big body. We need something to give us a little bit more of an anchor on that point.
Because he was
like,
sniping prior to that, and then he
correct.
shifted to the heavy.
And now all of a sudden he's like, okay, I can do that.
Yep.
Y'all run around. It seems like we're trading in gunfights fairly evenly, but we need to just be able to get on to point.
Yep.
And we were able to see that right there. Now, this is a setup of Dead by Daylight, and this is where setup becomes important because the team that has control of this can choose to pick the map.
Yep.
But normally the real choice is between killer and survivor. So do you want to send one player in, or do you want to send multiple players in?
Now, we might be seeing the Bandits go for survivors and KLiK be on killer. That might be what we're going to see here. Nonetheless, should be interesting to see what killer we actually see at the forefront. We saw a little bit of the nurse, I believe, in the last game that I casted, which utilizes the teleport ability. And I think it was Hollywood that was playing nurse, so it was a little overzealous with the teleporting. So even though some of the killers have some really unique abilities, if you don't have their abilities and the experience of that particular killer dialed in, it can make all the difference with those 5 generators being repaired and the survivors getting out.
We might be in place for an amazing game of DBD.
Really?
So something that's really small. Even though he's new to this team, he was actually on the Bandits last season qualifier.
Okay.
Duck season being the rookie that's on this team, he's played with Lovejoy, Lucci, and Painful Boar for an entire season already. And Dead by Daylight was on the wheel.
Okay.
On the flip side here, we talked about this, and I mentioned a couple of names, and you even highlighted it in the finals. One of Jekyll's specialties is killer on Dead by Daylight.
Okay.
So they have now positioned him to sit down. He is a person that I have spent tons and tons of hours theory crafting builds and just talking about the game with our former teammates, current teammates, just each other. And he dives into, and he will just pick up a new killer and dive into, ooh, how about this? What if I try this? What if he really loves the metagame of this game. And so I'm happy to see him. Hopefully, we should be able to see a coordinated survivor squad against a very good killer.
I'll tell you why I want to see that. I love watching some of these players. You can notice they actually have a fandom or love for the game that they perform really well in. And if this is a game that Jekyll sort of not only just thrives in terms of his like overall knowledge of the game, if he actually is a massive fan of Dead by Daylight, you're going to see that correlate to his gameplay. His obsession with sort of understanding the maps, understanding the killers, popular rotation routes in between generators, where the generators are spawning and so forth, can make all the difference in whether or not they're going to secure this win. But you notice that across other games, people that are really familiar with Overwatch, not just because they play it a lot, but they're obsessed with it. Same thing with Halo. They play the game religiously because they just love Halo. They grew up like we did, and they know where all the specific weapon spawns are and choke routes and so many other things. We might be seeing that from Jekyll right now. Dead by Daylight has an awesome community. I can say that, speaking from the streaming side of things, I know Dead by Daylight has a really, really cool community. They're super passionate about their game, and Jekyll might be one of those players that knows every inch of these maps.
I'm really interested to see. So if they gave Jekyll choice of map and he's playing killer, this could go really badly. Really quickly. But again, I'm confident Boar is one of those incredibly strong DBD players. And the Bandits in general, he and Magna Sam were on the same team last season. Him and Magna worked really well, and I think this team should have a coordinated game plan for the Bandits with him still sticking around and a lot of these pieces being the same.
I was going to say, in terms of the players that are actually going in for the Bandits, I can't help but notice that obviously not putting Lucci in. Now, is that something that we'll see kind of moving forward throughout the night? Is Lucci not necessarily a strategy player?
It's hard to say because Lucci this season has been showing out a little bit. I feel like he's kind of taken a similar role of filling what his team needs.
I like that.
I think rather than necessarily saying he's not a strategy player, I think they're starting to lean towards the wheel in the sense of some of the sports games coming
Good phrase, lean towards the wheel.
You want Duck season, you want Lucci prepared to go in, and if you're willing to sometimes, and this is something that you have to do, because the wheel isn't controlled. I wish, as a player, I wish I knew what was coming.
I am a huge Halo fan, have not casted a single Halo match. So you never know what is going to happen.
I told you the first day when you came in, I'm like, whatever game you love. I get to cast StarCraft every once in a blue moon because the entire point of the league is either like, it either gets skipped, it either gets forfeited, something happens on the day. With this DBD, I have to believe we're going to see. Now, people at home, DBD, how do you win the point for it? Because remember, there's 33 games. All of them are individual points. Whoever has the most points, when that 2 hour and 46-minute timer here in the middle of your screen runs out, will win this game. How do you get this point? If you are the survivors, you need to get at least 2 people out of the game. They need to power on 5 generators, and then there's a big switch they got to hit on a door. They hold it. It opens. 2 people run away. You win. The killer, that means you need to kill 3 players to push it to points.
Yep.
And that points becomes, hey, okay, mob, you escaped. I'm the killer.
Yep.
Who got more points even when you escaping versus that? Whoever does win. If you hit all 4 kills, you instantly win the game as killer.
Yep.
And so it really pressures team to be coordinated. The killer is the stronger individual option. They're made that way, but what should happen is to the people at home, I don't know if you have any nieces, nephews, kids. If you ever have multiple of them around, especially small kids, and they run in like 2 different directions, and now all of a sudden you're like, how am I going to deal with like
roaches when the light turns on? Come on, dog.
It's so hard because
some of us grew up like that.
Yes,
bro.
I mean, I understand way more. You know, I'm looking at this and I'm just like, that is the job of the Bandits.
Yeah.
They want to keep Jekyll being like, nope, I'm not over there. I'm not over there. I'm not over there. I'm not over there. And every time he goes the one, the other ones are working on a generator. They're working their way out. And he never gets control. So that's the biggest things I can tell you as this timeout goes ahead and runs out from the side of KLiK. If you see Jekyll get a lot of downs early on, good if you're a KLiK fan.
I want to see more of that. You know, I think sometimes the killer becomes overzealous of, you know, sort of securing a kill, if you will, and as a result, looks like we're going to be playing Valorant within our next matchup as well. But yeah, I think sometimes the killer will become overzealous and sort of chase kills too long, sort of taking up a little bit too much time, sort of understanding your environment, where the survivors are probably at, you know, understanding the sound cues and the visual cues that are occurring on your screen, knowing, okay, there might be a survivor across the map that's on this generator. I'm chasing after a survivor on the opposite side of the map. Am I giving them too much time? We're going to see. We're going to see. So here we go. Who is this that we got playing?
Okay, and I can speak a lot about this. This will be really interesting. So first and foremost, I hear the call out from the floor. We might have a small tech timeout as we get the game reset up. The wrong map was incorrectly set up, so that will be a timeout coming from the Bandits as we go ahead and reset this game up. But we will talk about that killer. That killer is Wk9. So for those at home that may have seen Stranger Things, yes, but also originally from the likes of Dungeons and Dragons as a whole. It's a little bit of a combination of the two. He's a lich. He's this being that has dived into dark magics and found a way to make himself. Not going to get into the logic. But in DBD, he importantly has multiple powers. So he has a little bit of everything, but he's not super strong in any one category. It's more like having a toolbox that you need to know when it is the right time to pull out the right tool. I would compare it to the fighting game fans of like a Ryu, like a very standard character that has a little bit of everything fundamentally. This character in a shooter, imagine you had the opportunity at a moment's notice to switch between the SMG, the assault rifle, the sniper.
That's good.
So that you are able to always, I need information or maybe long range. Cool, I have that. So in this, I'll highlight each one of the abilities as they pop up, but just know that ultimately it is a character that is going to require Jekyll to make those decisions that you were asking of him.
Yeah.
He's not going to just have one specific thing he's perfect at or amazing at. We have killers that are great at chasing people, killers that are great at stalking people, killers that are great at slowing down the pace of the game. Wk9 has to do a little bit of everything. So this is the match and the map that we wanted to go to, Midwich Elementary. Hey, it's a fitting game seeing as Silent Hill 2 just re-released on console. So
as well as the Stranger Things theme.
Yes.
as well a little bit.
A little bit
cool.
terrifying. So he's going to be running around here looking for these different survivors. So he already swapped to an ability. The ability that he currently has equipped is going to set out as he swaps between ones. This one is an orb. This is your information gathering. If it touches any of the survivors, he will get a red flash, a heartbeat sound on his screen, letting him know where they are. So that's his ability to kind of check around the map and not have to cover the entire map by himself. Notice he sends it off in the distance. He moves the opposite direction. because he knows if someone's there, he will be able to find them. And now he's swapped over to the flight ability. This is movement. He's able to fly over pallets, over windows, and just to traverse the map a lot quicker in these moments. And so right now he's still just looking for that first player, and now he's switching over to his damaging ability.
That makes sense.
So I think he's kind of gotten a lock on somebody, maybe hears something, still checking out these different generators as he rotates around. And all of these different abilities have about a 30 or so second.
Okay.
So he kind of has to mentally keep track.
Oh, there it is.
There's that little flash. So he has heard somebody. And
oh, wow.
Those skulls, if they touch you, they do deal damage. He's found the first person, and it looks like that is Lovejoy, who he managed to get a hit on. Uses the flight to immediately start to try to keep pace. Goes over the window there, doesn't have to worry about the dodge, and is going to find his first down.
Wow.
This is what I mean about switching on the fly between those tools and knowing exactly when and where to take these.
He utilized all of them perfectly, exactly the way that you described them. You know, what's also interesting is the fact that you mentioned Jekyll being so experienced at this game. Yeah, and to complement that, he's using such a well-rounded character that I have to imagine is relatively difficult to just pick up. So the fact that it is a well-rounded character, I think, highlights his experience at the game because he's utilizing each of these tools in a way that is just... Listen, he's illustrating exactly why this killer is so effective on the screen with you. He's clearly very experienced at this game.
And he found a hit through the walls there with the damage, meaning he immediately switches to flight. He's trying to catch up to this player. One more hit will down them again and give him his second down and second hook state of the game. The player doesn't choose to throw the pallet, instead continuing to run.
I love his hesitation.
Yes.
Yeah.
He's aware that the player could wait there to try to make a move. Now, that's the final ability, Mage Hand. It can either pick up pallets or hold pallets to stop a player from throwing them, allowing him to create unsafe areas of the map.
That's impressive.
If you aren't aware that he is ready to do that. That's Cool Fire now going up on a hook. Lovejoy luckily has been pulled off. Excuse me, that's Painful Boar going up on a hook. So Lovejoy and Boar have both gone onto their first hook. They only have 3 before they're out of the game permanently.
Right. Well, just off of first impressions of seeing this map, I think, you know, it would be difficult in some way as a survivor to get through this map because there are very tight corridors, but at the same time, it's also a very dark map. So the ability to sort of, you know, take your character off into a corner, hide behind a pallet, hide behind this and that could be, you know, advantageous towards your gameplay. But nonetheless, Jekyll seems to be really knowledgeable of each and every one of these corridors as he closes in on his next victim, gets 1/1 more, and that player is going down. Jekyll locked in. You can see him on the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. Laser focus, potentially going to get this second slash, and he does! He's got another victim.
It's really important. Once he goes into the fly, there's a long cooldown animation when he comes out of it. And so he fakes the fly for a split second before running up and hitting the player. The player may be thinking, oh, I can dodge this, and if I avoid him, I'm safe. He can't easily get to me. But that is his third hook this time. It is on the Cool Fire, so 3 of the 4 bandits have all been hooked at least once. Duck has taken some damage as well. He's in a great position right now to continue pressure because none of the 5 generators have been done so far.
Now, what's the name of the maneuver he's throwing out with the multi-ghost sort of throw out that occurs where all of those ghosts sort of fly through the walls? What's the name of that one?
It's called Ride of the Damned. It sounds like a metal song or a
Ride
metal
of
album.
the Damned, yeah. Guitar Hero solo. Yeah. Oh, who gets 1 slash? He's moving in potentially to get another victim on a hook. And for those of you that are new to Dead by Daylight, those red sort of glowing cut marks are the trail that's left behind by survivors as they're walking. It gives them a visual to follow them and potentially get them down just like this.
And against a player like Boar, that was incredibly smart use. So that Ride of the Damned, it doesn't end up hitting. But that's because you can crouch under it. But what Jekyll did was he used it in chase. So while Boar is trying to get away, Boar has to crouch and stop for a split second to avoid the attack, giving Jekyll time to catch up, to get a hit.
The distance.
Boar is down. He has another player on the hook. Cool Fire is already in his second phase, meaning he only has a minute or less on. The third player is now on the hook. He's just looking for Lovejoy. If Lovejoy takes 1 hit, Jekyll might just be able to close this game out.
Right. Now, do they have 4 generators? Is that what I'm seeing in the bottom left-hand corner? Wow.
So Jekyll, while doing all of this and running around the school, they have finished 1 generator since the game started.
Oh, wow.
He has managed to keep pressure around the map. And notice, we saw him walking around the map for the first 2 minutes of the game.
Wow. Yeah.
And so once he found a player, he's been able to snowball this lead and really take it.
Okay, so it does start with 5 generators in the corner, and it gradually counts down.
Yes.
There we go.
You're trying that. Essentially, think of it as batteries for the door. You have to get 5 batteries on, so 5 of those generators turned on to
Understood.
find a win and to be able to then open up the door. So once again, using this information, I'm loving how he's utilizing the tools. This is before we get to the perks. He has more perks that give him a little bit more information around different areas of the map, and the ability to slow down generator progress as well, just in case a player is able to get ahead. Now, Coolfire just died. Boar is on the hook, and Duck Season seems to be dying as well. I have to believe this is going to be a call for the hatch on Lovejoy's side of the game. So Lovejoy's sneaking around here. He's not making too much noise. He's trying to wait for what is this magical hatch that will spawn after his teammates have died.
Wow. Now, you said that was called the...
Oh,
wow, he's right there! No way. Wow. Jekyll's knowledge of the actual map itself, being able to predict where the survivor is very, very impressive. Jekyll stands up, completely confident in his performance. That was great.
It's something I got to firsthand watch Jekyll in this game and have watched him continue to learn it. I also, funnily enough, Vecna is one of the characters that I do play. So I know I've had conversations literally about the character with Jekyll. So I know he's put the time in. I know he's delved in, and we've had entire things of like, oh, well, what about this perk? What about that? He had everything he needed there. Information, the ability to chase. He has damage when he needs it. And then what am I not thinking of?
A little bit of just...
the anti-chase where he can just hold up those pallets. He knew how to use each tool. We saw each one he utilized exactly how it needed to be, and that's why he got a 4K in management.
It seems like that specific killer is... I think the biggest advantage that killer has is probably just the data that they're getting, whether it be through the orb. You said it was the Dance of the Damned?
The orb is... Oh, my goodness. What is that orb called? It's called, like... It's a D&D spell. Funnily enough, all of his abilities are D&D spells. Okay. And so I kind of have to think about which one is it. It's like Disenchant. Basically, where it when it finds you, it will tell him where you are. It's a great ability.
The Ghost, though, that was called Dance of the Damned?
Yeah.
Okay, Dance of the Damned. So between Dance of the Damned to the orb that he's sending out, just gaining the knowledge, just downloading that data, and obviously, clearly, there's only so much of the map, right? So if you send out that orb, if you send out those ghosts, well, clearly they're not in that direction, so he's able then to pivot, identify where the last survivors are, and he did that to a T. That was really, really solid performance by Jekyll.
The ghost skeletons, they go through walls.
Right.
So there was a couple times where he didn't even necessarily have eyes on somebody. But because
he knew
5 of them go out, he can be like, okay, if somebody's over there, because, again, it's kind of casting this wide net. Oh, there's a fish here. Yep. We pull it in.
And it's map knowledge. He's throwing those ghosts in the hallways that if you're not familiar with the actual level design, you may not even know that there's a hallway there. Regardless, he's throwing it out because he plays Dead by Daylight. That was great.
I want to highlight that flight on that first chase that he had.
Yeah.
He knew that if Lovejoy ran down that corridor and made a left, which he followed, his flight was going to be able to get over the window, and Lovejoy would not be able to get away in time. A lot of strong performances coming out of the side of KLiK. And another one that I have to look at. You asked to see him in it, so I'm going to hopefully you get to see him on the side of the KLiK for Valorant. It's going to be amazing. Now, people at home, you may be wondering how we have managed to play all of these games, get between all of them. All the games here in the UEL, all 33 are powered by our official PC sponsor, SurfThing PCs.
Every single PC that's on the floor here in the arena, the PCs that the techs are using, the stream managers are using, everything is powered by SurfThing. So big shout outs to them. Be sure to check them out.
SurfThing.com.
I believe so,
Grab yourself one today. They are in-gamer approved. I can tell you. They are
in-gamer approved. I like that.
Bro, it's been different. Ever since we've gotten these PCs, there was a point where the setup timer was this 2 to 4 minute time. And people were like, we don't have enough time. Nah. Yeah. Since this game, I can boot up a game, look up, like, oh, I got a minute left. Cool. Shut it down, load it back up, and still be in the lobby with plenty of time. And so I'm hoping these players are all getting in, because all 10 will have to be prepared for this Valorant game, and him is who I want to see. Him playing Valorant, pun and intended, I guess. That's first of all, I love his name. That's all I think. I always get to just find every single time, like, the easiest call. It's him. Truly and honestly, he's able to play, and then Killer also can shoot without too many problems. Jekyll's not bad. Again, this is a good shooting lineup, I think. The Bandits thought they would be able to contest the shooters a little bit, or fighters specifically a little bit better with the side of Coolfire coming in.
Right.
Coolfire, Lucci, Lovejoy have the ability to play and to maybe contest some more of these fighters.
Yep.
But I think the KLiK just said, we got to make sure we take all of these shooters and we don't have to worry about, and we trust our fighters to handle their jobs.
Yeah, and, prior to the match starting today, Kiz did say that they were going to dominate in every shooter that got rolled on the wheel. They've been performing really well. The problem that I have with Valorant specifically is I think KLiK might actually take this game, given the fact that Valorant is such a very specific shooter. It's not necessarily like arena shooters, whether it be Call of Duty, whether it be Halo, for instance, where you're running around very fast. It's all about mobility and what have you. On Valorant, in order to maintain a level of accuracy, sometimes you just got to plant your feet, stand exactly still, and deliver the shot. It just plays differently than other shooters, so it's sort of a genre or realm in and of itself. And if you're already got a team that's relatively talented at Valorant, you're asking the Bandits to jump into their wheelhouse on a very unique shooter. I don't know if they're going to be able to take this one.
Coolfire and Boar, I know, have played. Pardon Boar's name in game. It will be I'm Iron One. He's very much not Iron One.
Okay.
Love you, Boar. I'd love you more than anything. It's an incredible game. But I want to highlight something, but I will talk about it after you hear a few words from our sponsor.
If he loses this now, I don't even know. All right, calm down, TOG. You just lost to him. Calm down. Stay focused, bro. Stay focused.
Going great on his trail. Right now, hunting down from the Bandits. Oh, and there it is. And that one goes in there, taking this one away. 5-2. The first half is really starting to go their way.
Yes, it is. Definitely is. This could be a runaway, like you're saying.
Did you know poor posture while gaming can cause serious neck and shoulder pain? Meet the Volare Pillow. This pillow is designed specifically for gamers. It gives your neck and shoulders the support they need, reduces strain, and helps you sit comfortably for hours. It's extra comfy and hey, you can even pick your style. It comes in rare, legendary, and epic levels. Match it with your setup by choosing from a variety of colors and designs. Don't wait for the next ache to hit. Level up your comfort with Volare. Use code UEL15 at checkout for 15% off your order. Grab yours today and feel the difference in your next gaming session.
And we are back here, just about ready to get in the game. I was highlighting that a couple of the players on the side of the Bandits do play.
Mm-hmm.
And I do have to agree with you. I think this is leaning in the favor of the KLiK. The KLiK are just, this lineup just feels really good, really strong.
Yeah.
And we get to see some of the experience of the GM in Sky Guy stepping in from that role now to be a player.
Wow, we just got word from the floor that the Bandits actually forfeited this game. So both of us were sort of right in our predictions. KLiK was feeling very strong going into that, and the Bandits knew it. So the reason why that's important is if you look underneath the actual titles of the teams, we had mentioned this earlier, each team only has a certain amount of actual forfeits. The Bandits now have used 2 of them, and they have 3 left. And it looks like we're jumping into 2K. That's going to be interesting as well.
And I asked him at the top of the day what he wanted to see in Duck Season, said 2K.
Okay.
He hasn't been available for it just yet, so we get the opportunity for him to go in. What I wanted to highlight to you is we are at 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Because of that penalty timeout, because of Dead by Daylight, the Bandits drop below that 2 mark. Notably, at halftime, you are brought down to 2 timeouts, whether you use them or not, but you do not climb back up, which means for the rest of our game, the Bandits have 1 timeout to play with. If they run out of timeouts and they make another mistake, that is a potential forfeit
Yes.
that will come out of them.
Yep, that's why those timeouts are so important for those of you watching at home. It might just seem like a really subtle thing. Okay, maybe we call a timeout because we need a little bit of time to strategize, and that may be the case. But if you call too many of them and we're past that halfway mark, we're past halftime, and you are not ready and you're not set and ready to go, you just automatically forfeit the game, and the opposing team gets a point.
And that's what I'm scared about. We're still 30 minutes out from half, and you have one left.
Yeah.
You do not have the room anymore.
Yeah.
Because we complimented them at the top of the day. They played Lethal League Blaze and immediately transitioned into a 5v5. And we're like, oh, yeah, burn a timeout, talk about your strategy, figure out how you want to play the game.
Yeah.
It makes a ton of sense. This is a game plan here. I love the look of this. And now I'm looking at it, I'm like, that timeout, maybe you have to be able to do that as the game is loading up as opposed to burning a timeout, just because one timeout, I don't want to say that it's not impossible, but it's a very scary spot because you lost one because you didn't set the right map.
Yeah, definitely.
You can't be losing resources in a game against essentially your closest competition right now.
Yeah, that's a good point. They're 3-2. Bandits are 3-2. This might be a game of resources. And don't forget, for those of you watching at home, we've actually had a couple of shooters already get rolled. The Bandits are looking for some of those fighting games coming out, and we got a lot more fighting games on the wheel to be played today. So there is the potential for this huge comeback. Listen, I've already seen 5-6 point comebacks already just casting over the last 3 weeks. So there's huge potential, but you also need the resources because you might get a fighting game. You're super excited to roll into it. You guys are ready. You got the right players, up at bat, if you will, with these baseball lineups. But you might have the right players, but you don't set it up right, and then you're forced to forfeit this game that you actually wanted to play. So it might be a game of resources as we get later on into the night.
The second half also exemplifies the time aspect of UEL.
Yes.
I'm happy that I'm going to use Forza because it's not on the wheel right now. There's a map in Forza, even though we play 2 laps, there are 10-minute laps.
I've heard about this.
And so you need timeouts. You need forfeits because there are literal moments where, I have 30 minutes left in the game and I'm down by 3.
Yeah.
I cannot play Forza. It doesn't matter if I think I'm going to win it.
Yep.
If they have control of map, they decide that game is 20 minutes. I've lost the game. And so those resources have to be played exceptionally well. And
That's
I'm
true.
even more happy we're getting information about 2K. So the lead players in this game are going to be a combination, I think, of Duck Season and him.
Okay.
Right? On either side.
Yep.
So he's taking the scoring approach. He's playing Curry.
Okay.
You're going to see a lot of movement back and forth, getting any open space and taking a shot. But importantly, because they have both Lucci and Duck Season's able to play the big man on Kareem, which is going to enable him to facilitate to Lucci. And Lucci plays some 2K as well. I'm not going to take that away. Lucci's a good player in his own right. So they have the ability now to have a big man, which I think has actually decided more of the 2K games here in the league than even the most talented shooters. If you have a good big man who can control the boards and really control the inside part of the game, play a little bit of defense, I think you dictate the entire pace of 2K.
Now, was there ever a time where you see 2 shooters or 2 big bodies?
We've seen it before. We've seen a few teams. I think last season there was a couple of teams that were running. Oh, it was.
No way. All right, we just got word that they're playing Dragon Ball Fighters right after this.
Joel Embiid and it might be Joel Embiid and like another tall shooter like Kevin Durant.
Right.
And it gave the threat of you have a tall person in the paint at all times, and you also have that shot threat from beyond the 3-point line at all times as well. Players had to be ready to rotate. So it looks like Lucci's going to be on the Tatum and Killer's going to be on Kareem. So Kareem Tatum is going to be the side of the Bandits. Kareem is going to be the side of the KLiK. I'll tell you which side is which here in 1 second once we get jersey colors.
We do play things a little bit differently here at the UEL. They are playing half court. This is going to be 1st to 21 for any of you that were ever in the paint growing up. It's one of the most popular, if not the most popular game of basketball, right? So they're just playing pretty much just half court here, and you're going to see this as a 2v2. And like Strix was just saying, you're typically going to see at least one big body, on the court at any given time, and then you're going to have a shooter. Often we see, a common combination is going to be Shaquille O'Neal and Kobe Bryant, right? We're not seeing that here necessarily, but just to give you a visual idea of what you're going to be watching throughout this match. that's pretty much what is going to unfold.
Yeah, teams have started playing Kareem a good bit.
Yeah.
Mostly for his technical ability. Obviously, the Skyhook famously. So, in the black jerseys and the black shirts, you're going to see the side of KLiK. In the white shirts, the white jerseys, the white combination, that's going to be the side of the Bandits. So, let's see who's going to be able to take a win here. So, the ball's kicked over to Duck. Duck playing a little bit of a game, and this is where you can see these two players being comfortable.
Wow, I'm surprised he missed that. A simple little back shot nonetheless, but it doesn't matter. Wow, because Duck shows up for the rebound. It's an easy dunk right there. Gotta love it. Him playing on Curry, potentially go for the three-pointer, but he does it. Wow, that was interesting, the fact that they passed it back and forth. I felt like both of them had a free shot. Simply just dribbling here. Wow, is he going to take it to the hoop? He doesn't. Passes it up.
And
simple layup.
Job.
I like that.
I like him taking the time and the willingness to still put it back up, see if they're willing to jump here. And neither side is rushing. We do see out of the side of KLiK, but the teamwork from the side of the Bandits is just getting easy points. But from the side of the KLiK are running a very straightforward pick and roll gameplay style.
No way. I was gonna say that is disrespectful. Who is this right here? This is Lucci taking it back to the three-point line, passes it across. I don't see him going for that three-pointer, but regardless, he might take it to the hoop here. Solid pass, easy 1 point right there.
The two of them are 2K players, and I can tell you that from something really subtle. When they get the ball back, I want you to watch. They are using KLiK to create screens without needing to do it themselves.
Right.
So you'll see one of them run their defender into the block and then run off to the side. Right there to get just a little bit of space and to give their opportunity to play completely open. That should go in.
Oh, I was going to say that better go in. There was a 2v1 right there on Kareem in the middle. Kareem obviously being played by Duck, I believe that was?
Yes. Duck season, he's been asking all season. He wanted to get the opportunity to play some 2K.
Right.
And I can already see why him and Lucci working together. This looks like a fine old machine. They almost know where the other is going before they start moving. Beautiful
Sets up the pick. Solid pick. Posts up for the three-point and drills it. Him said, hold up. This is still anyone's game.
Don't get a little too. Don't.
I
get
like
too
that.
happy.
Ooh! Okay, now we're starting to see some assisted buckets, if you will, coming out of both teams. You gotta love that. Him posted up here with Curry may potentially go for the two-pointer. Three-pointer, obviously, but in the game of 21, it's a two-pointer.
Yes, got to step that back. Don't go ahead and take the shot. Boom.
Definitely not taking
nice
that with
rotation.
Kareem.
Duck looking.
In a 1v1, trying to box him out. Assisted.
Woo! But he got the rebound and he puts it back in. This is a 4-point ball game, and Duck is on fire. His player's attributes. Improved. His abilities will be a little bit stronger. You have to find a way to stop him if you want.
Wow, just posts up and just drills the three-point shot. Obviously a two-point shot, given it's 21. But what I'm noticing out of KLiK is they're setting up more picks than the Bandits. Bandits are just doing more assisted buckets on goal. Or they're not good on goal, but on the hoop. So they're really just passing it back and forth. The Bandits are a lot more often, whereas KLiK, but KLiK is definitely setting up picks. That's what you're going to see right here.
For everybody at home, Lucci just held a concert because every one of the KLiK were off their feet, in the air, hands up, and he was the only one with center stage and got an easy basket here. But again, they're keeping this game close. You mentioned the picks. Curry's threat is always he's such a good shooter that if he gets even a step open, he's going to be able to make one of these shots. Now, what I need them to do, because they're setting so many picks, they're essentially giving up the game down low, which means that if in the event where it's going to happen, it's just going to happen, him finds the miss. Never mind, they get a steal, and he puts it up to bring him within one. This is anybody's ball game right now.
So now that Bandits have the ball, you're just okay. So they're starting to set up picks themselves. Okay, so they're sort of reading KLiK and then going for the strategy themselves. Getting boxed out a little bit here. Let's see if he goes for the assist. Oh, goodness gracious!
Nice job to foul. You reset the play. Maybe there was just a bad situation you didn't want to be in. But I agree with you. You called it out perfectly. They're realizing, okay, we can rim run all day, but if we don't deal with the pick situation, I don't know if that one's going in.
I was going to say, too much pressure on the shot there.
For the first time this game, they take the lead.
Okay, him. Okay, him.
Him shows why Curry is such a potent weapon in this game. And a nice fadeaway jumper there.
Yeah, that
but
was
the
good.
ball comes back, and it looks like Resident taking the easy bucket. Never mind, immediately
classic.
giving it back. This is an all tied up ball game, but notably with minimal time left on the clock.
What I want to see is them actually go for a pick, and then see if he can actually take it here. I want to see KLiK go for the pick, set up the pick, but then after the pick occurs, to sort of branch off. Doesn't even matter. It doesn't even matter because him is out here just taking buckets.
Of the 11 points of his team, him has 10 of them. A nice foul there to slow down the pace of the game just a little bit. Reset, something you didn't like was seen there. They have 30 seconds to tie this game up. They have to look for this three.
Yep,
He's got some space.
Oh, wow, he has a ton of space.
He ties it up.
There's no way this is tied up right now. Okay, here we go. Him is playing on Curry. Him is playing on Curry right now for the KLiK. Sets up the pick. Now could potentially, let's see, KLiK maybe push towards the hoop after the pick occurs is what I would like to see.
Roll.
Oh, he's rolling. Go for a simple layup. Oh, he doesn't.
You got to, I would be telling him to go down. We got to take a shot here.
Oh my gosh. This is the most intense game of 2K that we've seen in a while here at the UEL. Here we go. Him back on Curry, trying to take it to the hoop. He's trying to take it to the hoop, but he's got duck in his face. He gets it! Wow. Oh my goodness. Wow, we're hearing a lot of commotion on the floor right now. These players are animated, I should say, after that close game.
KLiK shot the entire game. Killer made one basket. But in that moment, he made this, because I need you to understand, that's a scary moment, even for Curry to step in like that, because if Kareem is one step faster, that ball can be swatted, and it could very easily be their ball. They get control of the game. We have to see what's going to happen. But such a good game. I got to compliment him. 11 of his team's 12 points. You asked me about him, and I think Timothy stepped out. It's, at the end of the day, every single time, it's fun because you can always find those moments, find a little bit of surprise. And I realized even the Bandits on the other side immediately being like, hey, we got to sit down. We got to get into this next game.
Yeah,
Don't
they got to
worry
get
about
locked in now. They definitely got to get locked in. I thought that was something that they were going to take. Maybe should have, but at the same time, him just performed like a god right there at the end.
Man, if him has a highlight reel for the season, I'm gonna need that to go ahead and go in there.
Yeah,
just go ahead and just cut between all the shots. 'Cause some of those shots, they weren't all just free.
Yeah, I was going to say that probably was a game of positioning. There was quite a few times where picks were trying to be, set up and what have you, and then all of a sudden the pass occurs and him is just sitting wide open in the paint playing his Curry. It's going to be an easy 3-point shot. So, or I should say 2-point. But yeah, easy 2-point shot, and they ended up taking it. So
now the game was close, so both sides can work on some stuff.
That's true. Yeah,
I think if I'm Lucci and I'm Duck, I'm not feeling too bad about that. We just need to clean up our play a little bit more.
Yeah.
Y'all had some really good pressure and work in the first few points of that game. And I think you took a few greedy shots or lost the ball a couple times to protect that a little bit better. On the side of the KLiK, killer.
Yeah.
You got the pick part of the play, but I need the roll to be added on. There were a couple of times that if he hit that pick, especially in that second half, and just drifted towards
Wow, we just got word that Bandits just called another timeout, which means that is their last timeout, and we aren't even at halftime. There is still 2 hours and 18 minutes of in-game time to occur for the rest of tonight, and they are completely run out of their timeout. It's going to be interesting to see if later on some forfeits occur as a result of them not necessarily having any timeouts.
So I'm going to give you a reason why. So we asked our players to make sure names are the same. Now, this is on the Bandits should know who's going in right now. They shouldn't have to worry about any of that. They should know exactly who's going in. But DBZ, when you change your name, it kicks you back out to the start menu, and you have to re-get in the game. And so if these players were maybe not thinking, this is the lineup I expected them to send in. That is not necessarily the lineup. Jekyll, you're going to have to do I don't know Kiz. I don't know Kiz well enough. I know he's a rookie, very young. He played for the Ravens, who have a lot of talented fighters over there, so I assume he has some knowledge as well. But this is going to be a lineup because Lovejoy with the Jiren, a character with counters. You got Cool Fire, this is probably his best fighting game as well, and even Lucci. This is the Bandits' best chance, I think, to cleanly take a fight.
I think that's sort of the strategy that's being played right now by the KLiK. I think they're putting in the players that they are for this, knowing that the Bandits are relatively strong, and it leaves him and Killer available to play in the next game. So maybe that's what's occurring here. We're going to see what that next game is here on the wheel. Remember, here at UEL, we have 33 different games on the wheel, and it looks like we got
Ejected Rivals, one of our
Wow.
featured games. So on the left side of your screen, this is going to go ahead and be the side of the KLiK, and on the right side of your screen is going to be the Bandits. And Cool Fire starting off with some early damage into a combo on Kiz Moise, but Kiz Moise is finding his opportunity. Kiz doing a great job here of just keeping the pressure up. Looks like he's trying to get started there. Both sides just wanting to get any amount of damage they can. He finds a touch and is going to get a ton of damage out. This is a blue combo, so he could have escaped here and gotten a little bit more time. Both sides just kind of jumping around, looking for space. Now you can kill off of this Cool Fire. I want to see if he's able to convert it. He wasn't, but the low catches him, and that's going to be a character.
Yeah, that's going to be it. Yeah, definitely. It's interesting that not seeing a lot of zoning tools out. I think both of them were just really comfortable being in each other's face for that. But nonetheless, the Bandits ended up sort of taking that one.
And here we go. Now we see Sky Guy. He came in, he got a touch, he got the grab, but wasn't ready to convert off of it. The assist comes in, and now Cool Fire's pressure. That low is working for Miles combo after combo, but he drops it. Maybe not as experienced. This is a player coming off of a long break, so I want to see him. It looks like he found the loops, he found the combos. It was blue, but it doesn't matter if it kills.
Oh my gosh! He's going to initiate with another low. He doesn't even, and he still takes him out. Cool Fire is on fire, should I say?
Yes, I tried to say this Bandits lineup is going to be difficult for people to just immediately take down. Jekyll starting looking to check him. And now you can see that delay is climbing up there. 20 frames of delay these players are fighting through, and Jekyll finds the first kill.
I like
see
that.
Jekyll on the bottom of your screen there in the black and white, focused, locked in. He has 2 more players he has to kill. He's already dealt with one of the Bandits. But it looks like Lucci's looking for his opportunity. He's not moving too fast. He's not taking too much space. He gets the hit. Vanish isn't able to confirm in the full combo, but I have to believe we're going to see some combo damage come out here.
And I like the pressure I'm seeing for Jekyll constantly staying in his face. He goes for a mix-up on a low strike, but it gets blocked, and now it looks like Lucci is applying the pressure, but it doesn't matter because Jekyll counters. Gonna kick him into the corner of the stage here. Let's see if he can maintain that pressure. He does it. Oh, wow.
And here we go.
There we go. There it is.
Kill off of
That's going to be it.
And it comes
Jekyll
down to
is
this moment.
cooking right now. Look at him in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. That's my boy Jekyll. He's popping off.
But it's Lovejoy versus Jekyll. There have been a ton of players that believed they could beat Lovejoy in the past, that believe that they are just better, but Lovejoy has shown time and time again he is one of these best fighter players in the league. But Jekyll is trying to keep pressure up. He's keeping the game started, and this is the first touch. Importantly, Jekyll did not spark. The combo ends up dropping. Wow. The 2H doesn't connect. Now both players are in spark. I have to believe the next touch could end this game. And if all he has to do was combo it, he ended up dropping.
Yeah, he dropped the combo. Now Jekyll's got him in the corner. He's going to go for some mix-ups, potentially on a low strike, but it doesn't matter. He gets caught. Oh, counters him.
Jekyll's not able to confirm. Both sides are looking for one.
No way.
This could be the moment. If Jekyll's able to confirm this into level 1 and level 3,
here it goes
he
right
can end
here.
the game. The drop.
Oh, he went for a dash teleport, but gets caught. Now they're both full screen. There's no way.
And that is game.
Finishes it. Oh my gosh, you were just talking about players' inability to take down Lovejoy. Jekyll just showed up, and this is another game. He performed in Dead by Daylight. He actually performed really well in the finals, and now here he is on Dragon Ball FighterZ, laying it down.
That hurts.
Wow.
Because I know for that came down to individual decisions. We saw both players there, the last two, Lovejoy and Jekyll. That pressure got to both of them. We saw drop combos, and like you mentioned, at the end of the day, in that scramble, Jekyll found a win.
Right.
I can give one small fact, one small thing that might give insight into that win. Of every player here, Jekyll is the only player to have won a UEL championship.
Okay.
He was picked up by the Reapers. Not just
Okay.
one. He was picked up by the Reapers.
Okay.
As they went in the playoffs. His game, Guilty Gear Strive, rolled as the last deciding game
Oh, wow.
of the finals, and he managed to close it out. That was after he had lost like a Dragon Ball FighterZ earlier in the day.
Okay.
Like, it hadn't all been perfect. And so in those pressure situations, Jekyll knows how to regulate the emotion, and even in that scramble, he found his opportunity.
I like that, his composure.
Yes.
Yeah, and you do see that very, very often with some of the veteran players. You had mentioned Billy earlier on the bots. He obviously, being a tier 1 player, sort of maintains that composure. But, here's Jekyll at a tier 3 position, really well-rounded, obviously picking up fighting games relatively well. His ability to read his opponent right there made all the difference. That was incredible. He's actually performing very well. And this is something I wanted to bring up for the viewers at home. Week to week, you may see the position of the tiers within both of these teams begin to shift. There might be players like Jekyll that the next time you see them, he's a tier 2 player, something along those lines. So if you're noticing people, performing extremely well, just keep an eye out for them. As your fandom for these players, your fandom for these teams gradually starts to grow, you're going to see people like Jekyll, sort of maybe having their moments.
There's no truer tale of that than this season. Jekyll started this season as a tier 7.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
As a tier 7 on this KLiK roster.
Wow.
And he has shown up this season. And one of his other games, unfortunately not able to go in, is Jekyll Rivals. I don't think he's lost this game yet this season. So hopefully he's coached his teammates up in Killer as well as him to go ahead and take this win. They'll be going up against Painful Boar as well as Duck season. Jekyll Rivals is really interesting. I wonder what game mode the Bandits are going to pick. Are we going to see a race? Are we going to see a distance jump? Are we maybe going to play a game of darts?
Yeah, it's the only game I actually game mode, I should say, that I've actually casted for is the darts game mode. I haven't seen the other two game modes. Now, one thing I was, sort of interested with how that game unfolded right there on Dragon Ball FighterZ. I think the Bandits were looking at that to sort of pick up their momentum. Now that it's 2-10, I sort of felt like KLiK, given the player makeup that they had, would him or Killer have even made that composition even more well-rounded? Would that have been an easier win, or was that just the right 3 for the job?
So I think that's the experience and the understanding that Jekyll was enough there. Wreckfest in the next game. And we do have a distance jump here, funnily enough. So I want to see what path Boar takes. So the objective of this game mode is to go as far as possible and then land on ground. If you land in the water, you do not get credit for your jump. So you see Boar here, and he's electing for this far left side. He clipped. He might be able to save this, but instead chooses to fall down, takes his 800, and is in a great position to go from here. So now he's going to reset and look for another jump. So now you're saying exactly how it's going to play. He's going to probably take this. So I feel like on this level, this is probably the safest path to consistently get around. If he hits everything perfectly, he should pretty easily be able to hit roughly, I'll say 1100s. Because what he'll do is he'll hit here, and he'll get a few more of those little nudges you see as he goes through. He hits this balloon, and that'll let him get to this next one. And then if he nudges correctly, he can continue to get a little bit more distance as well. Gets up to 929 right
Interesting.
Here, currently leading. And Duck Season right behind him on the leaderboard. It looks like him hasn't placed the score just yet. Maybe going for one of those higher risk strategies. That's one of those things that a lot of players don't realize is if you're still traveling until you land, your score doesn't appear. So if him has maybe found an optimal route, much better bounce here from Boar, maintaining a lot more height. Once again, hits this again, doesn't stall as much. Might be able to get through this cleanly. Again, clips it, but recovers.
Does. Wow.
This is a great play, and this is what I mean.
Oh, goodness. Yeah. Well, and you know what's interesting? I was going to ask, every time you play this map, is it RNG based, or are these balloons in the exact same position every time you play it?
For the distance ones, they are not. They drift. They have a pattern ever so slightly, but they all are roughly in the same spot. I have to believe that is a Bandits win.
Okay, that's going to be a Bandits win for those of you watching at home.
Or there, and him and Killer did fine, but this is very clearly a level that looks like Boar's put some time and some energy
Yeah.
into, and Wreckfest being our next game.
Yeah, 900 meters, you could see that there was the opportunity to get that next sort of green balloon that was right next to the cliffside. Had they been able to maybe sort of maintain that momentum, that jump trajectory in order to land on that balloon, I think if they got that one, they would have been well over 1,000 meters. But nonetheless, that's all they needed, just getting right up to that cliff. At 900, they take home the win, and now they can start to shift that momentum forward. But they have to be on top of their game because, like we mentioned earlier, they do not have any timeouts. So every time a game lands on the wheel, going into the previous matchup, they've got to be thinking, okay, after this game finishes, we got to be quick on our setup because we don't want to forfeit any more games. They're 7 behind. Still a ton of fighters left on the wheel, but if they're going to roll fighters, which they should be confident in, they can't take any losses like we just saw from Dragon Ball FighterZ.
Yeah, you have to just be on top of your game plan. And this is really the tale. The only real big disparities in points this season have come from when teams make too many unforced errors, and then when they do make those mistakes, the mistakes end up having a bigger impact, which then can start to impact your mental.
Right.
And the Bandits are a momentum-based team. When they're winning, the room is loud. It's boisterous. They're screaming.
Animated.
They're yelling. They are
Emotional.
some of the most animated players in the league. So if KLiK want to continue to win and dominate this game, they have to maintain control of this game and keep that even feel. That composure word you mentioned before is what I want to see out of the KLiK team.
Yeah.
Because KLiK as well, the big question mark, because many people thought this team was good, was the mental of this team. Could this team hold up to what is ultimately the curse of UEL is what I'll say. UEL is I like to say a fickle mistress. Sometimes she is on your side, and just like Lady Luck, sometimes she's not. The top teams in this league have proven time and time again, if you can roll with the punches, you are fine. Some of these middle teams that are still trying to find and solidify themselves as top teams, it has really been when things go wrong. Sometimes, if you can't stop the slide, then that's what will ultimately happen. Is even right now, I'm not going to pretend. KLiK have 3 timeouts left. They don't have this amazing wiggle room.
No.
In the second half, they're 2 games from being away in the same position as the Bandits. And
we may be able to see maybe 2 more games played prior to halftime. Now it is 2. We're 10 minutes away from halftime right now. We may be able to see 2 games. It just kind of depends on how things unfold here. If that's the case, Bandits maybe be able to get up 2 wins and make it 5-10. Have a lot of momentum going into halftime. Sort of, formulate a strategy of some sort, because I have felt energy when I walk into the arena. There's certain teams that you can tell there's an aura about them, if you will, that they are thinking, they have a winner's mentality, they're thinking in a positive manner. But the difference is when halftime occurs, you can also, when we step outside the production room, if you will, you can sort of feel whether or not there are teams that are a little bit behind. If they really think that they can win, during the rest of the night, there's an energy to them because they want to get back into the arena. They want to prove themselves, make this comeback occur, and what have you. But there's also teams that I have seen, as you're sort of at halftime taking a little bit of a break, that they seem deflated. Bandits have to maintain a winner's mentality. I think there are games on the wheel that they have a chance at, not just, making a comeback to tie things up. I think they have a chance to win, but they've got to maintain that mentality, that positive mental kind of moving forward throughout the night.
In life when you maybe you've been up for a long time, you've been doing a bunch of stuff, and you have a decision between sitting down on your bed or not. This is one of those situations where you have to choose not to because you have to be aware the moment that you stop, you're not starting again. They have to take the win from that last game, reject the rivals. They need to turn it into a Wreckfest win. They need to keep finding it and not focus on the 7-point gap, but the game that is in front of them right now.
And I think Wreckfest is very doable. There's a tech timeout, so we're just going to get some things figured out here on the floor, and then we'll be right back into Wreckfest. But nonetheless, I do think Wreckfest is a type of game that, I guess given the map, is kind of anybody's game. You can have somebody get knocked out relatively early, see a little bit of teamwork being managed, people getting hits around corners, people ganging up on other opponents and what have you. So it's interesting. We'll see what happens. But this is a moment where I think it's going to be difficult going into halftime, knowing that you have a whole another half of tonight. If you don't pick up at least one win here prior to halftime, it's going to be difficult.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing that I want to see with this Bandits 5-man. This Bandits 5-man, I also want to give them the compliment. They've been in this position before.
Right.
Before this season, they've had big deficits like this, and they've managed to fight. And so this isn't unfamiliar territory, but at the same time, can't let the past weigh you down. We're going to have to see as this tech time out gets resolved. Wreckfest is a really interesting game, though.
Now, how many against
5v5?
5v5. Okay.
Everybody's got to go.
Everyone's going in.
And it goes back to, like, I'm looking at every player being like, forget about those losses.
Yes.
Forget about that moment from the past, from yesterday.
Because it's been close. You know, it is 3-10, but some of these games, including 2K and what have you, including Dragon Ball FighterZ, have been very close.
I'll be the very first person that if Lovejoy's sitting out there right now, for whatever reason, had it in his head, I'm like, there were 20 frames of delay, and you lost by one singular touch. At the end of the day, in a scramble, Jekyll happened to pick the right button. And maybe, so let it go. That's something that you can improve when you get home. You go into training mode and you improve. You don't, locking in on your losses for why, you have to be able to go, why did I lose?
Yeah.
Cool. You're in the UEL. You have played 13 games. There are 20 games. The 14th is currently in front of you. Cool.
Yeah.
Figure it out in the next one. Figure it out in Tekken. Figure it out in NCAA. Figure it out in whatever game, because everybody now has lost games they didn't expect to.
Yes.
Board did not expect to lose DVD.
Yeah.
Lucci and Duck Season didn't expect to lose 2K.
Yeah.
They didn't expect to lose DBZ.
Yeah.
As I go down the list, they've all lost games that were their games.
Yeah, you know, like, what I would probably recommend to some of these players, like if they feel like they're struggling throughout the day, is when you go home to practice, I know that it's a lot of games to practice. You're talking like 33 games here at the UEL. Maybe, like, if you really want to allocate your time towards specific titles, do the titles that are 5v5. So you know when that game is rolled, you have to go in and play. If you're focusing even on those games, it's going to make you a more well-rounded player, help your team to potentially start racking up some wins and get into the playoffs. If there are a couple of titles, 1v1, 2v2, 3v3 or something, maybe put those on the back burner until you feel comfortable with specific genres and then sort of start to develop from there.
I want to actually call to a time, to a show, one of our shows here on the UEL. It's actually called Inside the Wheel. It's where a few different players get together and they talk about the show, talk about the league as a whole. And this brings up a concept that I think kind of ties into that, which is they were talking about this past week about players on teams not teaching their teammates their strong games, right?
Yes.
So if I'm a bad Mortal Kombat player and you're not, maybe you're like, cool, here's some fundamental Mortal Kombat stuff to be better at the game,
right,
as a whole.
And
then,
I was going to say, there's very, like, basic things, especially when you mentioned, like, Mortal Kombat, with just, let's say, if for anybody familiar with, like, FGC titles out there, if you're new to a fighting game, one of the first things that you can sort of explain to somebody is combo strings, right? And just what combo streams are the most effective and why. But then after you sort of glaze over a little bit in the more like basic fundamentals, things like that, you can introduce 50-50s, right? Where you're initiating and your first strike of a combo is a low strike, or if it's an overhead, depending on if they're blocking high or blocking low, you may be able to break their defense and go into a full combo. Just teaching some of the more like the complex aspects of some of these genres can make all the difference, because these are really high level players. It's not that they can be good at any of these games. They just have to, one, put in the time, and they have to have the data in order to do so. And Strix is right. If your teammate is making a big effort to help sort of educate you and help you improve at some of the genres that you're lacking, I mean, that's what sets the best teams away from the worst in this league.
I think ultimately, I think the easiest way I can say is just make sure you're never going to cost your team a game.
Yep.
And it will happen for everybody. It doesn't matter how much you practice, but your fundamentals are sound, and then make sure your strengths are your strengths.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, I always speak about myself because I don't want to ever. And players in the league, everybody's doing their own thing. They're going through whatever they're going through. When my team sits down for StarCraft, I don't expect anyone else to carry StarCraft. But myself.
Yeah.
But that's because that is my game that I love. That is my game that I know. And even I know there are times where, you mentioned playing Billy, that I looked across and I'm like, I may not be able to beat him. May not think I can beat him, but I have to find a way to beat him because that is what my job in this title is.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I think that mentality, all of it carries over into how you form a winning mentality, how you form success. You have to be looking to win. And right now, for this Bandits team, that's what you need to do. Play to win. Do not start playing not to lose. When you start playing not to lose, you miss some of the path.
Yeah.
You don't take some risks because, oh, well, what happens if I miss that shot? What happens if I miss the wreck out and I wreck myself out? Well, what happens if you hit it? You win your team the game.
Yeah.
You're already behind. There's not that much to lose. Take the risk. Take the opportunity.
Okay.
All right, and Roller Champs will be our next game. We are going to, in fact, be having 4v4.
Yeah, so this is 4v4. And who was the players that are sitting out for this one?
Duck Season as well as Killer.
Okay, there we go.
So we will see here. So all the players, remember, buses are banned, so everybody's flying around it.
Yep. And that's really the only thing. Buses are banned. At one point, everyone was just playing buses, which has resulted in the ban occurring. Nonetheless, we'll see some players taking a little bit of damage here. Not too bad. Coolfire trying to gain some momentum and get some solid hit right there on Sky Guy. And he's going to maintain sort of that pressure during every one of these turns. Something he could have done right there is actually slowed down and backed up and let Sky Guy get in front of him in order to maintain that pressure, potentially getting a elimination relatively early. I don't see a lot of people doing that within the league. Now, he's slowing down before he gets to the corner, which is interesting. I like this strategy because sometimes you'll have opponents behind you going into corners that otherwise they would have been slowing down, but instead they pick up speed to sort of clip you on the turn just like Coolfire does here. And
he manages not to die importantly.
Oh my
he still gets one more hit, and he's already gotten his team a point lead by taking out one player.
Wow.
So right now, this is what I'm telling him. You find a head-on collision with another player.
Yes, I like that.
Because
I like that
if you get that head-on collision, you're going to die from your next touch anyway. So you just make sure you deal as much damage humanly possible in your next hit as you can.
And drive clean. You know, don't take yourself out. Don't ram into... And that's kind of what he's doing right now.
You say that, he starts to turn just a little bit dangerous. But luckily, no players are near him, so he's pretty safe to kind of continue at the pace he's currently on.
Yeah. And he's driving clean. He's sort of in the back of the pack, it looks like here. But his job right now is just, like we said, drive clean, keep your life, right? Stay alive. And if you do happen to be able to catch up to somebody, just try to get some big damage as much as possible while you sort of SD yourself, if you will. But we'll see if he can catch up. It's going to take some of his teammates, you know, maybe getting clipped around corners, maybe the rest of the pack sort of slowing down, because if not, he may not be able to catch up. He did his job.
Well, importantly, one of his teammates is in first place, so they're racking up these extra points. So as long as he's able to finish and they're able to continue to get people going around, this point lead is only going to expand.
Yep. Absolutely.
So honestly, I need to see one of KLiK show up really quickly by Coolfire and be like, hey, buddy, let me tap you right quick.
Yep. Yep, that's true.
Hello.
And they're only on lap 3 of 7. You guys can see that in the top right-hand corner of your screen. Coolfire is in 7th, so like I said, he's in the back of the pack. Nonetheless, they're doing a great job. And if you're curious, Bandits are red team. Bandits are red team, and KLiK are blue. And clearly in the lead by 26 points. Now we're looking at Lucci rolling in the purple hoopty right now.
Yeah, 4th position, chilling. Enjoying himself, smiling, having a good time.
He's feeling good. They're on lap 4. He's going to take this turn a little wide. Nonetheless, he's right behind him. We got, this is
Lovejoy.
Lovejoy.
Looking for the chance to get another tap in here. Isn't able. Killer is just staying just far enough away. Or the player on Killer's car, I should say, is staying just far enough away to keep him alive. But Lovejoy's at 77 health. Lovejoy is happy. He's in first.
Yes.
He's gone up to the back of the pack, it looks like.
Yeah, Killer is probably I'd say probably 2 hits away. He may have a little bit of health if a big hit occurs. And that's why he's taking these corners so sharp. He doesn't want to take them wide, because if he were to do that, Lovejoy's right behind him and he's just going to drill right into the back of him. And it's kind of what he's doing here. He's got some pressure on the back of his bumper while he's taking these turns. He took a little bit of damage. Now he's in a position that if he doesn't slow down, it might spell death for Killer. Oh, wow. Lovejoy gets clipped right on the edge of that barricade, creating a little bit of distance between him and Killer. Now he's going to put pedal to the metal and try to catch up with him. And he may actually be able to do that because his car is not that damaged, whereas Killer's might be. Let's see here.
I think Killer's got enough space now that he's
Right.
kind of okay. It's this section of the map that's going to be the most dangerous. Every time he needs to slow down, Lovejoy, because of his life, he's just going to keep full speeding ahead.
Yeah, absolutely.
Lovejoy's like, I don't care. Oh, yeah, go ahead and use your brakes. Yeah, they're great. Go ahead and brake check me. See what happens.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Now, this is the final lap. You guys can see that, the top right-hand corner. This is 7 out of 7, so this is interesting, right? Lovejoy trying to catch up here. We'll see if he can. But nonetheless, Bandits are in the lead, 165 to 96, but let's see if he can secure the win of this race.
And I should highlight to you, all 3 of the top 3 spots are Bandits players. So even here with a 72-point lead, I think they're pretty confident to be able to continue this momentum going in the second half. You see the kisses coming out from Lovejoy, not even caring.
That is
Finishing
it.
up the race happy.
That's exactly what the Bandits needed going into halftime. Now, there is still 2 hours and 4 minutes left on the clock, so I would assume that we are going to jump into our next game.
If I was KLiK, whatever, I would just go ahead and use that last time out. You're going to lose it anyway. Play the game.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it too much. We are waiting now on Killer. Killer was about a lap behind Lovejoy. But, you know, and the Bandits, and that was him on Killer's account, sitting down. And Roller Champs coming out with just enough time, 4 minutes almost to the T.
Right.
Can't write any better.
That's true. You know, going into Roller Champs, who was it that took Roller Champs? I'm not Roller Champs, Objected Rivals.
That was the Bandits.
Okay, so Bandits took
back-to-back.
Yes, exactly. So that's going to be back-to-back wins. Interestingly enough, I think a little bit of their understanding of momentum and the physics of the game from Objective Rivals might play into Roller Champions, just because it is a rollerblading sort of sports title, if you will. If you guys have not checked this out, for those of you at home, there's going to be, think of it like sort of like a skater rink. It's almost like a roller derby meets basketball in a sense. They are going to be roller skating around a rink. You have to roller skate around the entire rink in a full circle to create an eligible point, right? So a point becomes enabled, if you will. Once that point is enabled, you get a chance to shoot a basket in order to score. However, there's tackling, there's checking, there's uppercutting, and all sorts of violent maneuvers, if you will, in order to knock a ball out of a player's hand. Now, here's what's interesting. If you have the ball, you roll around the ring, you get that one eligible point. If you drop that ball and your opponent picks it up, it cancels the point out, and you have to race around the ring an additional time with the ball to create that eligible point and potentially shoot a basket to score a point. So expect, a few different strategies, if you will. There are times where there'll be one designated ball carrier and the other 2 teammates, because it is a 3v3. You'll have one designated ball carrier, 2 people that are basically tackling and checking and playing very strong defense for their ball carrier. That's one popular thing. Then you also have passing strategies where sometimes there's a slingshot maneuver where you can come up behind somebody, right? Sort of grab the back of them and then slingshot around them to get way ahead. Often what I've seen that helps them get around the rink very quickly is having players that are posted up on either 2 ends of the ring itself, to where you can pass the ball all the way up these sort of straight, sort of like linear strips of the ring, if you will, in order to create sort of a speed, if you will, of getting around that ring as fast as possible. So all sorts of cool strategies that we might see here on Roller Champions. Nonetheless, I think what's going to be interesting for me, having casted these teams for the first time, I want to see who has a really good understanding of both those physics we talked about and the mechanics of the game.
And we're going to have to see, because it looks like we're getting these lineups going in, and I'm seeing him, I'm seeing Killer, I'm seeing his, and so far Painful Boar. I believe Lovejoy and Duck Season also had to go in.
Okay.
So I believe it's going to be Lovejoy, Duck Season, Painful Boar sitting across there. On the side, we'll get that updated and make sure it's good to go. But I agree with you. Now, if the KLiK wanted to deal a killing blow, there is one more thing you didn't mention about
that's
Roller
true.
Champion.
That's true.
So you mentioned if you go around once, you're eligible for 1 point. Well, if you go around twice, you're eligible for 3 points.
Yes.
But if you go around 3 times, you're eligible for 5 points.
5 points.
And instantly win the game.
Yes, correct.
Now, you have to be incredibly cocky. You have to be in a different level.
No, we just heard from the floor the Bandits have forfeited roller champions, which is really interesting.
I wouldn't have expected that.
It's a relatively simplistic game, so man, I would have liked to have seen them sort of. It's a game you can practice, right? It's not difficult to jump in and start practicing. That's one of the games in their repertoire that they really need to get a better understanding of, because it's very easy to practice with your friends on that.
Yeah, I don't know why. I just didn't. I expected that to be one of the games that historically was in the Bandits' wheelhouse, and I think they would be able to do again. But Midnight Ghost Hunt coming up next, and it looks like maybe the Bandits have decided, cool, we can go into halftime. Maybe we don't think we really win this halftime. Going into it will be a better opportunity. Let's talk. Let's recollect ourselves. Like you said, I'm interested to get out there on the floor and see what the energy is like from these teams. So everybody at home, you'll catch us here in about 15 minutes or so. So we'll see you then for more of this Bandits clip.
With the game that they're playing, what exactly is happening, but there's a complaint that players from the other team are pausing, and they assume that somehow messing up their flow of the game. So we're gonna investigate after this match. If there's gonna be an issue where the other team is not allowing ours to perform as best as we can, the admin has to have a sanction against the other team, or we'll have to replay the game. But I doubt that that's going to be the case, so I assume there's going to be a sanction in case we actually suffer from this. There were complaints, and we complained twice, so we'll see what the overrule is going to be by the end, and that's it. We'll see.
Because I seen him.
And he's like, it's not in the rules.
I seen him go invisible, like a pause, but it's not pause. It's when you turn to the side or go backwards. So like when he spun out, then it pauses.
Because I said, look,
it's all fucked up.
It's not on expert rules.
I know.
Just go to it. If it's on expert rules, I'm wrong.
Yeah, it should be 9-1.
I said if it's on expert rules, hey bro, then I'm wrong. But he's sitting there. And they already closed it all out. Yeah. So I was like, it's too late. So that's a forfeit. That's a forfeit. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Where does it say it in the rules?
Thank you. Thank you.
Where does it say it in the rules?
Well, we already checked with the game master beforehand, so it's a forfeit.
I mean, if it's not in the rules, should that be something announced to everybody? It should be announced. Like,
the game master called.
We was told nothing about it. It's not in the rules. It's not in the rules.
Hey, just like the fuel's not in the rules, right?
The what?
The fuel and Forza. That was unlimited, right?
Y'all also had the Forza.
That was messed up too. But we'll take this one. Don't worry about it.
Look, Zach, look. In the rules it says if a player does not finish the DNF race, their race will not be finished in 60 seconds.
But we never finished the race.
But if you're resetting the whole thing before him, you're restarting the whole thing to get a faster time. That's what we're saying.
But we have 60 seconds to do that.
Yep. It acts like a DNF when you reset.
It was never. That was never a thing. People have been resetting all season.
That's how it is.
What is the call?
The DNF for the clip. That's insane. Because it's restarting the time over. That's restarting the time from the beginning.
And that's not a GM decision for it. Well, it's integrated.
That's one.
Okay, that needs to be in the rules.
Yeah.
That needs to be in the rules.
Wait, if it's not in the rules, how are we supposed to know?
It's not the rules. People have been doing it all season.
Yeah, literally all season.
I don't agree with you guys, but he's the GM on site.
But he don't need to be.
Hey, get him out of here.
That's messed up. That's how you know they're salty, bro. They salty.
Hey, go ahead.
What?
So wait,
Reapers win!
Not really. Handicap. It's okay.
So far, we're doing pretty good. In the beginning, it wasn't in our favor, but we bounced back and we're winning almost every single game. So it's looking good in our favor, but we're definitely got to tighten up a little bit more.
Everyone's nervous. I'm nervous. The other team is nervous. Our players are nervous, but me and Cutters, like as leaders on the team, it's our job to be the vocal ones, and we can't show that. We have to make them think we're the best. They have no chance at winning. They shouldn't even show up today. So when we win a game, we got to scream. When we lose a game, we got to tell them they're biased anyway. It doesn't matter. We have to talk trash the whole time and keep our confidence up the whole time. And then with our team, too, we have to try and raise their energy up and try and get them to get hyped and things like that. At the end of the day, like, we have to play through. So even though we lost timeouts, even though we lose in games we don't think we should lose, we just have to keep playing the game. If we get caught up and just give up because, oh, we lost a timeout or we lost Forza, that's how you lose. You lose when you let the game go. You cannot let things like that determine the game.
Right now it's going to be the final fight, and it's going to be very, very intense.
Hey, let's go, bro. Hey, yeah.
We were. Okay. So, Align, right? We were this close to losing, this close. We came back all the way. These guys, they're cooking.
But then the next question is, it was 16-6. Now, once you guys being the 3-time Reapers going into this game, which we thought was going to be a close game, it wasn't. Why did you let the KLiK win 6 games? What's going on? Because at this point in time, the team you have is already a championship caliber team. Why are you dropping 6 games?
I'll answer your question. Why are we winning all these fighting games with no fighting games left on our team? That's all I hear about. That's all I hear about.
You only hear about it because you only paid attention to everybody but me.
Hey, that's all I hear about.
Because I already explained it on why the Reapers are so good on this. But how's it been with you not having an actual dedicated fighter player, you having individual people at each of these fighting games being good? Because not having a traditional fighter is seen as a decline in some of the other teams' eyes. But you guys have you figured it out. You have Ricky, you have Cutters, you have yourself, you have Midnight, you have people across the board, and Rez, excuse me, who touch each one of these fighting games. So how does it feel like knowing you don't have to pay a dedicated fighter who's weaker across the board, while having a team who's stronger across the entire wheel with one fighting gaming and specialty?
It feels like 4 times. That's how it feels. It feels like 4 times. It feels like 4 times. 4 times. Exactly. It feels like 4 times. Oh my God, bro. That tier 1 matchup between Hollywood and Bo Seam, we already know who's winning that, bro. Bo Seam all day!
Hey, yo, and the last thing I'm going to ask y'all, is what y'all got to say to Third when he's coaching tomorrow?
Look, you're going against one of the GOATs. One of the greatest of all time in the UEL.
But he's got one of the GOATs. He's got Bo Seam. Come on, bro.
Blaze winning tomorrow, getting their first win. Can't wait to see it. Can't wait to see y'all tomorrow at 3 p.m. Shout out to SurfThing for these amazing PCs, baby.
Hey, thank you, gentlemen. We are going to go back over to our post game, and we will get the commentators to get us out of here. You guys have a wonderful night. We'll be right back. Viewers, don't go anywhere. Oh, God, I love you, motherfucker.
Come on, Cordy. Come on, Corker. They said that they were going to beat us today. And we just fucked them up, bro. Come on, bro. I can't get hyped, bro. Get hyped. Yeah, come on,
get hyped, bro. Let's go.
Come on, Cordy.
Let's go.
Cordy!
Oh, my God.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
Hey, Ricky.
Let's get hyped, Ricky. Yeah! Hey, we got into the middle.
Yeah.
Welcome to Gracie University, and thank you for checking out our certified Gracie Jiu-Jitsu Training Center in Fredericksburg, Virginia.
Whether you're training here at headquarters or at any other certified training center around the world, there are 3 things you can expect when learning Jiu-Jitsu the Gracie way.
Number 1, structure.
Gracie Jiu-Jitsu is for everyone, but only if taught correctly. Way too many schools have this one-size-fits-all approach. The problem with this is that people with all different needs being taught jiu-jitsu the same way. So what we've done is spent a ridiculous amount of time creating specific programs for each and every demographic. And the benefit of this is that each person is going to get from jiu-jitsu what they need from jiu-jitsu. Gracie bully-proof, non-violent self-defense, confidence, and character development for kids ages 5 to 12. Women empowered. 20 essential self-defense techniques for ladies of all ages. Gracie Combatives, 36 techniques, no knowledge to street ready in the least amount of time possible. The Master Cycle, from blue belt to black belt and beyond. And in a structured fashion, you guys, to minimize frustration, maximize retention is what it's all about. Now, every single student will get an attendance card. With this card, we will track their progress. Critical. They know what they've learned. They know what they need to learn to move to the next phase. Students love this. Number 2, safety. Number 1 priority. Even though it's number 2, it's the number 1 priority. Why? If you come to class and you get injured and you can't go to work tomorrow, we're not doing our job. Often what happens is somebody who has very little experience is in a class with people who have a lot of experience. You end up becoming somewhat of a grappling dummy. So what have we done? Taken the opposite approach. So the way it works is in our beginner programs, the basics. You're gonna learn fundamentals. You're gonna learn how to protect your body, protect your partner, and protect your face, and defend yourself. Ultimately, beginner programs, entry level, are for the basic techniques, no competitive sparring, because you're not ready to do that without injuring yourself or someone else. And we will get you ready. And once you're ready, then you will transition to the Master Cycle, and the cooperative, work together, help each other environment will also follow you for the rest of your journey. Even in the Master Cycle, when it's sparring amongst, training partners who are trying to defeat one another, the collaboration energy is very strong. You're working with each other, not against each other. Of course. Number 3, street readiness. Now, jiu-jitsu exists as both a self-defense system in the highest regard and a recreational sport. And unfortunately, most schools dedicate all their training time to the sportive aspect of the art. What does that mean? That means that somebody could be training for 2, 3, 4 years. More, 10. Forever, and never talk about what might happen in a real fight. And this is very unfortunate, you guys, because jiu-jitsu is an amazing self-defense system. So what we've realized is the first thing you learn is the hardest to forget. So all of our entry-level programs are 100% committed to the techniques you're gonna need out in the parking lot tonight, tomorrow morning. Whatever goes down, you're gonna be ready, but that's because the emphasis is 100% self-defense. And once you own this self-defense mindset and this way of survival, then you can take that mindset with you and apply it to the Master Cycle. Where you might be rolling more sportively, jiu-jitsu versus jiu-jitsu. But it's still a self-defense mindset being applied in a sportive practice of jiu-jitsu. Or to any other area of your life. Too deep, you guys. Now, there are 2 other benefits that only exist at certified training centers. Number 1, online access to your curriculum of study for free with your membership. And number 2, free satellite training privileges at any CTC around the world. Why would you want online training? It's so you can watch a lesson. When you go home, you forgot a detail, you can't fall asleep at night, you can go on, you can watch the lesson and then sleep easy. Or you want to come to class the next day, but you don't know the lesson, you haven't learned it yet. Or you want to prepare, right? You show up already speaking the language because you watched the lesson. And we found that students who watch their online lessons during the week, in addition to coming to class, grow at twice the rate of progress than students who just come to class. It's all about time and energy. There you go. So online access and satellite training privileges, which means you can schedule the rest of your life's vacations or business trips around certified training centers, because nothing worse than going on a vacation and not being able to keep up on your jiu-jitsu. Nothing worse than that. And when you do a class, wherever you're vacationing, when you do a class there, what do? You do class number 7, you remember, you take note and you bring that back and you put it on your card, your attendance card at your school. Home. So any classes done remotely count on your attendance card back home, because the curriculum is identical for all the beginner programs at CTCs around the world. The bottom line is this. You guys need to go to a CTC, tell them we sent you. They're gonna do 10-day free trial. What's the benefit of that? Well, if it's not everything that you've ever wanted when it comes to jiu-jitsu, then you say, you know what, it's not for me. But if it is everything you've ever dreamt of and more, enjoy. We'll see you on the mat.
he loses this now, I don't even know. All right, calm down, TOG. You just lost to him. Calm down. Stay focused, bro. Stay focused.
Going great on his trail.
Right now, hunting down that kill from the Bandits.
Oh, and there.
10, and that one goes in there, taking this one away. It's 5-2. The first half is really starting to go their way.
Yes, it is. Definitely is. This could be a runaway, like you're saying.
Welcome back to our Week 9 matchup between Bandits and KLiK. Things got interesting prior to halftime. We saw the Bandits sort of pick up a couple of wins, and they were sort of gaining momentum, and then they actually forfeited Roller Champions. So the score right now is 4-11, but they are sort of feeling themselves. I had a chance to sort of brush shoulders with them, if you will, during halftime, and they actually seem like they're relatively positive coming back into this. I think they know that some of those matches were relatively close, and that this could be sort of a tied matchup right now, had a few of those games gone their way.
Yeah, I think that keeping that mentality is going to be really important. And I think the easiest way to keep that mentality actually was just shown on your screen from our partner, Sly Energy. I actually have the chill version, hilariously enough, which is exactly what the Bandits need to do. Our green screen loves the green can. But they are amazing energy drinks that help you relax, focus, sleep, whatever you need to do, even if you need a little bit of an energy boost. So thanks and big shout out to them. I do appreciate them. Yeah, I think that's exactly what they need to do. Just chill out.
Yes.
What the first half was the first half. The second half, you can flip the scoreboard and take a win easily as long as you just stay locked in.
Yeah, and we've noticed that. I'm trying to remember who it was, but there was a team last week who sort of have a reputation, if you will, of sort of losing their endurance later on into the night. And you will see that across the teams in the UEL. There are certain teams that sort of struggle as the night goes on. They start to get tired. They start to get sort of fried, if you will, worn out, especially as some of the more difficult games, specifically fighters, where you have to have really fast reaction times, and shooters, you have to have that precision shot. Overwatch, per se, you have to be able to sort of maintain your ult economy, use your abilities correctly, and if you're super tired, it can be difficult to do. So maybe we'll see some of that tonight. But I don't know.
Stamina. I love that you brought that up because, I don't think it's something that's ever highlighted
enough.
Because look. We have, as gamers, we may or may not have all had points in our lives where it's like 4 hours of gaming. That's no problem. That's easy.
No problem.
But now I told you 4 hours across 33 different games where you're constantly flipping.
Yeah.
All right, cool. Yeah, you're shooting. Okay, cool. Now drive a car. Perfectly. Oh, wait, you're playing Lumina Rush? Do you know the speedrunning strat?
Yep.
Oh, Midnight Ghost Hunt? Do you know how to hide? Do you know how to not just take an immediate fight? Do you know how the map works, what perks you want to eat? Stamina is going to be the name of the game, and I do have to look over at the side of the Bandits, hoping that they're able to bring it. And it looks like they're going to be the Ghost, with the Hunters being the KLiK. So we have to see here who's able to perform, and another role came through there.
Yeah, I think that's Formula 1.
Yeah, so I was looking at the wheel actually during halftime.
Right.
There are 4 fighters, there were 4 racers, and 4 shooters still left on the wheel. Those are our biggest categories left on the wheel.
Okay.
Cool Fire playing a little bit of music. I appreciate the tune there, my guy.
That is cool. I like Cool Fire. He's a solid player. I think he's a really good guy. I think he maybe more so than the rest of his teammates, I think, are going to be. It's going to be easy for him to sort of keep that winner's mentality that we talked about. Now, this game specifically, Midnight Ghost Hunt, is interesting. You'll see the match begin, the timer at the top of your screen. As soon as the match actually begins, though, there'll be a countdown to midnight. These ghosts are jumping into all sorts of these props. This is basically the most hardcore game of prop hunt you have ever seen. They're going to try to stay hidden as much as possible, keep alive, However, once the clock hits midnight at the end of this 4 minutes that you see here, the roles turn in reverse, where the ghosts that are hiding in the objects are actually going to try to take out the hunters, if the killers. Which is
Speaking of trying to survive, it looks like Lovejoy has been caught and destroyed to start the round.
Wow.
It was a nice idea. I think he was trying to set himself up to where he could set as the drum set and create a blockade and then get away. Unfortunately, ended up jumping back in. I think Coolfire might have been seen here.
And you're going to frequently see these players jumping from object to object, specifically after one of the hunters has checked an object. Now, they can go up, they can shake the object, they can shoot it, and what have you in order to check it. But if you notice that they've already checked an object and then you jump into that object as a ghost without getting caught, I mean, imagine how advantageous that is going to be, because they're not going to recheck it again. Now, this is an interesting strap by Lucci, who's a very small object. Oh, but he gets caught. Can he get away in time? He's jumping from object to object. He's playing in his elk right now, but he can't get away. Lucci just got caught.
And I think a player just happened to notice him there. I was wondering, he ended up moving pretty early, and I was a little bit worried. I was like, is that gonna get? Is he gonna be able to get away with that? But he unfortunately was unable to, and we're back on Coolfire now.
Sort of playing on this dolly, if you will. What I want to see more of with these players that are on the Ghost is utilizing the position of the objects you're within, trying to blend them into your environment as possible. If there's some type of storage room, he can take this dolly into the storage room and sort of blend into the environment because it looks like a natural piece of the environment. Duck sees it getting caught. He's stuck on this elk and he can't get through the door. That is so unfortunate. Nonetheless, we're back here on Cool Files still. Okay, there we go. Now he's sort of in this, what is that, a mailbox?
Yeah, he's sent his mailbox.
Now he's on a mannequin. A type of situation you'd like to see a mannequin sort of within a clothing store, something along those lines, so he can blend into his environment a little bit more. Nonetheless, no one's sort of checking on him here.
So even the smarter strategy he can approach here with is, where is the last place that you would notice somebody? Oh, this grenade's going to do a ton of damage.
Not too much.
He was just outside of the radius, but he moved. He's seen. So all the hunters will quickly descend on him, and it's about how quickly can he move. And now he is the meal of the day as he moves around as this sign. And he has to do his best to not be hunted.
Meal of the day.
Jumps out, he avoids, and now possibly as he runs around as a trash can, hoping to survive, plays a little bit of music, but that might just be his final tune as he is seen now swapping over for one last set on the DJ booth and maybe sliding away, but he flies away with 1 minute left. He might just be able to get this, and he's now found himself back in another position. The question is he seen? He is. He's doing his best to moon and was not able to escape. So I wanted to highlight Coolfire actually did something exceptionally intelligent. When he originally jumped back down to the beginning of the map, the safest place is the place where you would least be expected to be, which would be next to the generator of the hunters.
Okay.
But eventually, they were like, all right, let's just start blowing stuff up. And Coolfire wisely realized that the jig was up, tried to run. Unfortunately, wasn't able to. But F1 coming up next, and do we get to see Sky Guy actually play F1?
That would be interesting.
You got to see him actually in or is it he's a racer?
Yeah, he had really good knowledge of the game, and he was racing extremely clean. He was one of the only players I noticed within that game, and I'm interested to see this here as well, that was taking turns correctly. So most of the time, especially if you're trying to finish a race, not necessarily in the derby style where you're trying to eliminate players in Wreckfest, for instance, but in Forza and in Formula 1, the way you want to take specific corners is to grab a wide angle coming up to the turn and then basically go into the turn as sharp as possible in order to maintain your momentum of speed all the way through the turn. He was probably the only player that I saw doing that on Forza. Clearly has an understanding of racers, and he's probably going to excel here as well.
Yeah, I have to see. On the other side, I don't know who the racer on this team is.
Now, this is 1v1, correct?
Yes.
Forza, okay, this is fascinating for anybody watching at home. Forza is not a 4v4. This isn't a 5v5. I mean, it's not Forza. Formula 1. F1 is a 1v1 matchup. Fascinating thing about this game is there's actually AI in this. So there are going to be NPCs that, from what I've been told, frequently will brake check you.
Oh, they are the worst.
Oh, they're the worst.
So you talk about racing lines.
Yeah.
the NPC will follow the racing line to a T.
Right.
Meaning, if you don't know the racing line, they're not going to get out of the way because you're driving slow. They're not going to speed up because you aren't braking in the right spot. No, they will kill you, and it will be on you. And they're like, why? I'm like, their thought is, I was taking the right ride. I was taking the line. You're supposed to come around this turn. Now, the good F1 players know, hey, this is how you break the line to get a little bit of momentum, to maybe steal a spot or two, to move up in pole position.
And if you're not familiar with racing games, when he says racing line, what he's referring to is just think of the arrows that are typically on the track anytime you're playing a racing game that sort of illustrates on your screen where you should be on the track going around turns, basically the most well-rounded route, if you will, in order to traverse the track, that the game is trying to help you in order to complete the race.
Appreciate that.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's really important. And so players that are really good at racers know when to deviate from that path. Maybe, maybe take a slightly different angle, maybe a slightly different approach, because and I'm expecting to see that out of Sky. They know that, oh, well, if you hold on to this line, yes, that's, I'll call it the safest path. But if you take this maybe a little bit more dangerous one and you do it correctly, you can get in front of your opponent. And that's how you see a lot of these racers at 200-300 miles an hour.
Yeah, absolutely.
Get an advantage. Looks like it's actually going to be him versus Lovejoy.
Okay, him versus Lovejoy. Now, Lovejoy has something to prove just because of a missed opportunity earlier, I should say, in the night. But nonetheless, it's going to be interesting to see him perform here. I want to see at least one of these players. I want to see the initial push to gain position early on. One of the things that I've noticed frequently is the players that gain the advantage early on, they get the better positioning early on, tend to keep that positioning higher up in the pack just because the players that are trying to catch up from behind are going too fast into turns, and it's playing against them because F1 is simulation. It is very realistic. So if you're going into turns too fast, you're sliding off the track. Those Formula One tires aren't built to get back on the track. You're not picking up much traction going through the dirt or through the grass and what have you. So I think that's probably going to be the thing to look out for as this gets started.
Yes, and on that point, I think it comes from a lot of veteran players. Because players didn't know how to navigate F1, they were crashing out a lot. And so the original strategy for people that were less familiar with the game was play safe. Doesn't matter if you're in 18th position. If your opponent either crashes or is in 19th, you would rather no other cars be around you, and you are just able to drive this safe race. Whereas we've had more and more players this season in particular that were fighting for pole position, fighting for that 1, that 2 spot, and mean that they are able to play from there. I heard a call from the floor. I think it was a forfeit on the Bandits.
Wow. Yep. Score just changed. That was a forfeit by the Bandits. Interesting.
So
perhaps could that have been just the strength of him? Like they just felt. Wow. Okay. So we're jumping into Mortal Kombat 1. So this is a fighter. Are Bandits ready for a fighter?
Lovejoy is not available. This is where my heart breaks.
Oh my gosh, Lovejoy
he went in for one. So this is where I'm looking at them. I'm like,
how many players are going in for MK?
Two.
Okay, so this is 2v2, and we're jumping into Mortal Kombat.
I'm gonna guess Lucci Coolfire.
I mean,
the Scorpion from Lovejoy is always fun to watch, so I would have expected him to come through with that. And then on the flip side, I mean, it's gonna be Jekyll, and we know it's gonna be Jekyll Sky.
Jekyll, oh no, because Jekyll has been practicing. He actually told me off the broadcast that he actually has been really diving in over the last year and a half. Was new, within the last 2 years, just started playing fighting games and found that he loves them and has been practicing them a ton. Seeing him play Mortal Kombat is going to be fascinating because MK plays, I think, operates a little bit different from other games in the FGC. Tekken obviously is 3D. Having it be a 2D stage fighter, there's going to be a little bit of those similarities. But I don't know, man. Mortal Kombat sort of, I guess, deviated from their traditional path with having variations and so forth from MKX to MK11. And now they've become a bit of an assist fighter, right? With characters that you call in off screen in order to maintain juggles and so forth. That's going to be what's important, I think, throughout this game. Not just operating the game as its basic functions of a fighting game, but being able to utilize that assist fighter to jump in, maintain any type of zoning control, manipulation that you need, understanding the juggles and what have you, that's going to be the biggest difference. And something tells me that Jekyll is, and he is going in here. I actually think he's going to be, well adept.
So, how much do you know about MK1?
I'd say MK1 I'm relatively knowledgeable of. I have taken a break from the game, so there's DLC characters, for instance, like Homelander and so forth, that I'm not super familiar with. I think traditionally, MKX, every single character in the game pretty much had a 50-50 mix-up. Once you moved into MK11, there was only certain characters that had overheads. There was only certain characters that had low strikes that initiated your combo. Whereas, take Rain, for instance. Rain actually has an overhead combo string within MK1. But the overhead that occurs in the string, I think, is like the third or fourth move within the string. So once you see him going for that combo, you know to block high because you know the overhead is coming. Didn't used to be like that. So if you have a general knowledge of MK1, the most popular combos and the meta characters, you can actually really excel in this game just because of the lack of sort of 50-50s that occur within it.
Okay. So, I asked you that. Overwatch would be our next game. Jekyll, historically, I want to see who's going in first here.
Yeah, this should be fascinating.
But Jekyll plays Ashra, the character on the left hand side of your screen. She has two different stances, a light and a dark version. He has historically played this character, so I'm interested to see if he's still playing.
Huh. Oh, here we go, and we got a Cyrax. All right. Here we go. I like this.
You talk about new characters. This character just released with the expansion.
Yep.
Not even a month ago now.
Yeah, and we don't have the newest DLC active, so you're not going to see Ghostface jumping in here for any Scream fans out there. Oh, a swap to Natara? Potentially.
Have to see who's on which side of the map here. So we have to see here. Player 2, so the Cyrax is Cool Fire, it looks like. Going ahead and jumping into that new player, and it looks like on the side of player 1, it is Sky Guy playing possibly the Ashra.
Yeah.
Possibly playing another character. So we have to see. I want to see where he's going, what he's looking to do, what he's looking to play here next.
Maybe a little bit of strategizing going on, nonetheless. He's got to pick a character that sort of... Wow, so we're getting word from the floor right now that there is a forfeit from Bandits coming out. That might be as a result of not having any additional timeouts, and we discussed that earlier. We did discuss that earlier. The fact that they were out of timeouts means that if they're not completely set up, if they don't have the tech and everything ready and good to go, forfeit may occur. That's a huge loss for Bandits because they needed that.
Somebody get him a Sly stat.
Yeah.
Because you already highlighted. We talked about in the first half using all of your timeouts mean you have to have a flawless second half.
Yeah.
And I don't know exactly what the problem could have been there. Could have been a lineup issue.
Yeah.
It could have been any number of things to cause a delay of game.
Right, absolutely. And I think you guys at home will start to notice, like, there are specific, like, teams, and I'm not necessarily sort of demonizing the Bandits or anything for this. Sometimes it just happens, man. You're struggling to catch a vibe while you're in here, or sort of gel with your team, find that synergy, if you will. But there are teams, there are specifically players that sometimes get caught lacking outside of the games, right? They don't have their controller ready. Their controller's not charged. They didn't do a button check. They initiated an attack during a button check with forfeited the game. There's all sorts of like mistakes that certain players and or teams are sort of been plagued with throughout the season. You guys will notice that at home, but I really, really hope that a lot of these players sort of take it as a learning lesson, because it's not about you as a player. It's about the team. And I think as these players begin to, or I should say, continue their professional careers within gaming, not just here on UEL, but any other sort of things that they get into, I mean, you've got to start learning those things to maintain your prowess as a professional gamer. And I want to see more of that here within the UEL, because it's disappointing, but nonetheless, it happens. You know?
And so I'm going to take personal anecdotal evidence to just go here, because I've been in the role of trying to GM, trying to play, and trying to basically coach at the same time.
Right.
To the Bandits, you need to start delegating tasks.
Yeah.
I had to tell players, I need you to set up the game.
Right.
I am doing lineup. I need to make sure that's in. I will be with you in a moment. I just need
Because it's important. I mean,
Yes.
you're talking about the lineup. We just discussed the fact that Lovejoy couldn't jump into that game because he had already been playing a previous game. That's the importance of these baseball lineups that occur throughout the night, guys. Unless there is a reset of a 5v5, right, of the lineup, you may not have a tier 1 or a tier 2 player to jump into your next game because you just used him. So formulating a strategy over what players jump into a specific game can make the difference of whether or not you're going to win. So that
Especially
is a
if you're gonna
challenge.
forfeit. Especially if you're
Yeah,
gonna forfeit.
absolutely.
Because I would tell people up front, you need to sit down and you need to look at the wheel and be like, all right, what is can roll? What could be bad?
Right.
You're going to be caught out eventually, but that's the nature of the amount of games versus what is possible.
Right.
And so in that moment, they have no more FFs, no more timeouts. We just started the second half.
Right.
So I don't know if you've been around when you have no more FFs.
Mm-mm.
Something
Oh my gosh, I just realized that. I didn't even pick up on that. They have no more forfeits.
Yes. So no more forfeits. What this means is going forward, if something else happens, the decision of whether or not the forfeit happens is in control of the KLiK now.
Oh, wow.
So when you no longer have forfeits, what essentially will happen is they will go to the other team and say, do you accept the forfeit? Why this matters, you're down by 10 points with an hour and 40 minutes to go. You have 100 or so minutes to win this game. If the KLiK know there's 10 games that take 10 minutes, all I need to do is find the one that takes 15 and you can't win. It doesn't matter. So now you no longer in control of your fate. So you need to win every game as fast as possible without making mistakes.
Yeah, there's all sorts of like minor things that happen throughout an entire 6-hour broadcast, 4 hours of in-game gameplay. We're heading into Overwatch 2 right now for those of you watching, but there's all sorts of little things within the UEL that make it unique as a league, whether it be the 33 games on the wheel, whether it be the baseball lineups, whether it be the forfeits, whether it be timeouts, all sorts of things. Just getting word from the floor. What did we just hear? Okay. Wow, we're getting another.
I'm gonna keep this. I'm gonna keep this incredibly simple. I'm keeping this incredibly simple for people at home. We will not be seeing Overwatch today. Neither team sent in a lineup. That means the KLiK lose a timeout. The Bandits, who do not have a timeout, would be forced to forfeit. Technically, KLiK could decide to play the game if they wanted to, but
now I will say Overwatch is a relatively long game, so they could burn some time, but nonetheless, they have skipped through it, and we're getting ready to jump into Lumina Rush. Now, this is probably the best game that showcases for you guys as viewers the diversity of genres that we have here at UEL. We've just watched potentially Mortal Kombat 1, right? Although we didn't get to see it. Overwatch 2, which is a shooter, although we didn't get to see it. And now we're jumping into what I would describe as a platform speedrunner.
I think that's the best way to explain what makes it different than the other racers on our wheel.
Yes.
Every other racer, you have a vehicle, even if that vehicle is maybe your body on like a jetpack and something like Jet did. But this one specifically, you are playing a character platforming your way through a level. And again, you highlighted the speed running aspects. You have to learn mechanics and find how to optimize routes through hazards. Whether that's instant death pits, whether that's teleporters, whether that's adding an additional jump. All while maintaining as much speed to complete these levels as quickly as possible.
There's slingshot mechanics. It's all about momentum and understanding the speed at which you're traveling. That's not just platformers in general, but any game necessarily that you're speed running. There's such I would say a narrow sort of like window of opportunity throughout traversing this entire stage that if you miss that window ever so slightly, you're forced to sort of restart the entire track, if you will. And I can speak from personal experience, understanding speedrunners, especially to a high degree. Now, some of the first stages that you see of Lumina Rush are going to be relatively simple. As they advance to the second, third, fourth, and fifth stage, they gradually become more and more difficult. My advice for some of these players would be, listen, this is a very easy game to download. It's very simple. It's going to be a fast download. It's not going to be big. You guys at home can download this. We're actually pretty good friends with the developer behind this game. It is one of our sponsored games. Really, really cool individual who actually set up this mode for the UEL for us. Really, really cool game. So just download it yourselves. But what I would recommend is that you just force yourself to play it constantly, just through repetition. You will become a god at these games. I actually formerly held a world record for a Halo 4 mission called Shutdown, strictly because I played it over and over again for 2 weeks consistently. I'm talking probably about 8 to 10 hours a day for 2 weeks, the same mission over and over and over again, because I was a huge Halo fan and wanted to just have a world record, right? That's what repetition will do. Anybody can do it, and you can too. So download Lumina Rush and give it a shot, man. If you think you can compete in the UEL, go check out uelesports.com to just get a little bit of information. Who knows, man? Maybe we'll fly you guys out here and we can see you on one of the lineups for KLiK or for the Bandits.
Now, I want to highlight something. There's 2 separate pieces. So, you mentioned the Amazing Dev. The Amazing Dev did something this week that's really interesting.
Really?
There were 10 new levels added.
No!
to
Seriously?
the game.
Oh, that's awesome.
So
I love that.
Immediately we have to see if those 10 new levels are being added, because now my question is, if you're caught with another curveball, who is going to keep these Bandits players on track?
Yeah, that's it. It's interesting you bring that up. You know what's a perfect example of this is the bots. Now, we are going to be seeing the bots tomorrow, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so what I want the viewers at home, when you tune in tomorrow to watch the bots play, the tier 1 player on the bots is an individual named Billy. Goes by Billy the Goat. He is a veteran here at the UEL, but he's also a great leader. He's a really, really good leader that during crunch time and during critical moments, the team can sort of lean upon him for game knowledge and just anything with regards to leadership role. Getting your team to calm down, right? Keep that winner's mentality, or potentially orchestrating a strategy that might help you win within a game like Rainbow Six Siege or something along those lines. I think a huge problem right now occurring on the Bandits is they're sort of falling apart because of a lack of leadership, I think. I think that's a big, very prominent thing that's currently going down. It's, with the discrepancy in terms of the wins right here, 4 to 15. That's one thing, right? We've seen teams get blown out before. What's occurring right now? 0 timeouts. And they had, how many timeouts did they have at half?
1?
I think they had 1 timeout at half, right? And that just comes from, again, if you have a leader on your team that's helping you organize the setup for these games, like Strix had mentioned earlier, potentially orchestrating the lineup that you want to apply to specific games, that's currently what we're seeing.
But what we just saw there as well was that 2 of KLiK finished, only 1 player duck season on the side of the Bandits managed to finish this level.
Right.
It means their average time is 1 minute and 39 seconds versus 48 seconds in the first map of Luna.
Right.
Rush, I agree with you totally. Again, coming into the season, the Bandits were seen in a pretty good spot. And this is why I was kind of highlighting getting help, because I'd already talked with a few of their players. They had players. One notable name is Jerry. This is one of those top-level players in the league. But he was learning to be a leader, and now we've seen a situation not having him in this lineup.
Right.
That could be leading to another situation where Lovejoy, Boar are learning to lead a team actively.
Right.
The issue is active learning is messy. We both know
Yeah,
this.
it is. It is.
Everybody likes to believe that learning more than anything else is, oh yeah, I just do this into this into this, and really, the reality is not that. And we watch him clear this level so quickly, and instead of resetting completely, he just decides that, hey, I just need to find my victory. And he's trying to save himself some time. He actually could go to this outside pillar, even though he loses a split second. Finishing in this next 30 seconds to make sure you do not DNF is going to be the more important option.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's one of those things that we just talked about. Just even implementing that strategy could come from a leader. Just being able to tell people prior to this game occurring, or maybe even just coaching in his ear at some point, to be able to say, hey, don't worry about this. Let's just go for the win. Don't waste your time trying to do this or that and what have you. So, it kind of plays into that, a little bit. But for what you guys are watching on your screen is you're watching a player from the Bandits and you're watching a player from KLiK that are trying to traverse this platformer level. And if a player on their team, and you see it right there at the bottom of your screen, if a player does not finish, there is a penalty associated with that. By the end of the event, whoever has the lower time, meaning they have finished the courses faster, will end up taking the win here on Lumina Rush. So it's all about map knowledge. You got to learn these courses, right? and then become effective at managing the physics, the mechanics, whether it be through teleports, slingshots, death walls, all sorts of interesting things here. Really just understanding that is going to make, the difference between winning and losing.
Yeah. And that's really big because they all managed to finish, which got them back about 30 seconds on their average time.
Yeah.
Which keeps them in the game. Remember, that first level was a pretty big disparity. Also
Yeah.
Considered. So they have to be able to do it. So these 3 levels, you're going to notice those purple walls. Those are those teleporters.
Right.
As well as these spinning wheels that will allow you to gain a ton of momentum.
Mm-hmm.
I think this is intentional by the KLiK. They realized that maybe some of these more difficult levels, the Bandits players aren't super comfortable with. Nice movement by him to immediately skip an entire section of the map, jump up a little bit higher. He's on pace for an amazing time. He's up hitting. He's going to have to find his angle. Good job.
There we go. Him with the finish. Understands the teleport in order to get into that slingshot wheel. You can already see like the level of like game knowledge from him is pretty exceptional, which is one of the reasons why he's a tier 1 player.
Even there, wow, choosing just he's looking for a perfect run. Now that he has a run under his belt, he doesn't want to, he's only looking for slightly better times. He doesn't need anything. But with 10 seconds left, he either has to hit it now or he's not going to be able to hit it.
And you bring up a good point. It's not just about finishing, but if you do happen to finish, there's a time sort of allocated to this matchup that if you do finish, you can continue to try to perfect your run, complete it again and again and again. And that's what him was trying to do right there.
And like you said, it's a rep thing more than anything else.
Right.
Like, as someone that has played this game, every single time I've sat down and put an hour or 2 into this game, I have found myself better for whatever practice.
Right.
You can start off finishing every level, then go back, and they have 3 different tiers, like a bronze, silver, gold.
I thought that's what that was. So, and you guys saw that at the top of the screen there. It was a level 1, 2, and 3. I'm assuming that's sort of the difficulty, if you will.
Yeah, it adds more mechanics.
Okay.
And it adds even complexities. Funnily enough, the new levels were added to level 1 and introduced wildly new mechanics that are incredibly challenging. But I like those new levels because I think they require seamless precision.
I like that.
It's not just one thing, but can you change, like even here, you saying a jump into a jump into a jump into a wall. You have to be able to do all of those things consistently to find these different momentum spots. Him here doing a great job of trying to move a little bit higher. Boom, nice. He catches it.
Oh, tries to get the double, and now he's going to go back, utilizing that momentum to stay along the slingshot, getting into that sort of speed wheel, if you will. And, oh my goodness, he did finish. Him looking exceptional within this game, and you sort of mentioned it. Instead of taking a 30-degree slingshot around these sort of slingshot circles, sometimes like just letting the slingshot continue for an additional 5 to 10 degrees can make all the difference between connecting to that next wheel, getting to that sort of speed rush, and finishing the level. And he definitely has a great understanding of the physics within this game. Sometimes we've actually even seen him miss a jump, but then reconnect to the slingshot wheel. So he understands the double jump within Lumina Rush and so much more. Also, the ability to change trajectory mid-air, he seemed pretty exceptional at.
At the very end of that level, he was clicking onto the wheel to maintain his height ever so slightly, so he didn't need to do an extra spin. Did an amazing job there.
Yeah.
And I think that felt like more than anything like a knowledge check. Just like, hey, how much time have you put into Lumina Rush?
Right.
And maybe for this Bandits lineup, you got to look back at the drawing board, come back into the game,
right?
Put a little bit more time into it. And I have to look at the veteran talent. I'm looking at Boer, Lovejoy, and Lucci because they have the most veteranship of their lineup. Just say, okay, we need to touch this game more. We just need to touch this game more. We need to put some time in.
That seemed like, I'm not going to lie, that seemed sort of like a breeze for them. I think they were super comfortable there on Lumina Rush. But nonetheless, if you are going to be 10 wins behind in something like this, what the Bandits probably could do is use this or utilize this as a learning lesson. They need to get experience in a lot of the games that are on this wheel, but then also it is an opportunity to see a leader emerge on their team. I discussed this, I think, last Friday. I'm trying to remember who the teams were. It's the Wolves. The Wolves were struggling in their matchup last week, and I also mentioned the fact that I don't really see anybody sort of emerging as a leader, sort of getting out of the pack to say, hey, we need to start doing this and that. I mean, sometimes we can even hear the energy here in the arena on the floor. sometimes you even hear specific players like saying, brush it off, we got this, yada, yada. I want more of that occurring to start to create a synergy amongst these players so they're that much more confident as they go into their next matchup and maybe even be able to pull off a few wins right here.
Yeah, and I think that they are close to that magical number of 17, at which point I think you do just lock in and you're just willing to learn. You're now
That's a
in
good
that
point.
position to completely learn. Here in Apex, I think they get the opportunity to send in the shooters they would like to send in.
Right.
The first learning thing that I have to say to them, and honestly, because KLiK are out of timeouts too, is make sure you send in lineup first and foremost.
You actually bring up a good point. The fact that both of them, I've never seen this before, the fact that both of them are already out of their timeouts, there may be a situation where KLiK isn't set up and then Bandits start getting a few free wins because they're forced to forfeit.
Yes, this is the issue that I have in the UEL right now. There's a lot of teams that are very good at this game. There are a lot of teams that have gotten very good. We have not, in my opinion, seen a truly close 16-17 game yet. Because usually when we get these high-score games that start to, we're already at 20 points with an average an hour and a half left.
Right.
It is because of errors from ultimately both sides.
Yeah.
Right now, KLiK, as quickly as I'm talking to the Bandits about not having any timeout, you lost 2 timeouts in 30 minutes of the second half.
Yeah. Maybe faster than that. I think you're being generous.
Because we played a game or two since then, so you've lost 2 timeouts, and now you're in a position where, historically enough, they're 3-2 right now because in a matchup against the Paladins, those small mistakes swung the score by 1 point into the Paladins.
Yep, exactly.
And so if you are a playoff and a top level aspiring team, your goal should always be flawlessness. Your goal should be, how can you clean this up? Why is this happening? What do I need to delegate? Who do I need to bring in? How do I need to handle this? Again, the Bandits I can look at really clearly, and we can say you need a leader. We need somebody that's going to step up. And sometimes, to be honest, I'm not necessarily always looking at the best player on the team to do that.
Yeah, well, and you talked about cleanliness and just being consistent. I mean, right off the rip at the top of the hour, we saw the Bandits make a mistake. I believe it was on Street Fighter where they attacked during a button check. All right, so we're getting ready to jump into Tekken after this game of Apex. Nonetheless, here we are. We're taking a look at Cool Fire. I like it. Who is playing potentially Bangalore? Let's see.
He's playing Bangalore. Looks like Boar's playing Revenant.
Okay.
And then Lucci's
Gibraltar,
on
brother.
Gibraltar.
Brother? Okay, brother.
And then on the other side, we have Killer using... Oh, my goodness. What is her name with the sword and the teleports?
Oh, Ash. Yep.
Thank you.
Ash.
Yes, Ash.
Mm-hmm.
I just know that I get annoyed whenever.
All right, let's see what loadout we go for. This is Cool Fire. Now, the selection of his loadout will probably be a precursor to his playstyle. I don't know. Okay, so if he's going to utilize a sniper rifle on this, he needs to gain verticality. But I will say this: if you do have a sniper on your team, it's not too disadvantageous to be on the ground level because you may be able to chip out damage and then get your team to rush a staircase of some sort in order to push high ground. Whiffs the shot. All of their players right now need to be rushing these stairs to get high ground.
And it looks like both teams have kind of agreed to play on the lower side of things.
Right, but I'm not seeing pressure from his, what would that be, his 9 o'clock? He's not getting pressure from his left, so I would have liked to see him just run up those stairs and gain high ground with the entirety of his team. Nonetheless, he gets wiped. Is that going to be a team wipe?
It does look like it is.
Looks like it.
This does look to be TDM, which means that's a 3-2 lead. Importantly, so they've managed to keep it close. Still on the sniper rifle.
All right.
And he has the R301 as a secondary, so at least he has some mid to close range available to him if he needs to. And again, you mentioned Apex; it has that vertical element. Similar to the finals, you don't have to be on.
Wow!
One of your teammates just died.
And who is that on the Revenant?
Board. Painful Board. Their tier 1 ended up going down.
The passive ability for Revenant is ability to climb walls. I just talked about this. Killer is utilizing this verticality, sending shots all the way to basically the bottom of this map. He's going to stay up here and continue to head glitch. Not only that, but he's playing Ash, who has an incredibly small hitbox, relatively small, basically head, or I should say hurt box at this point. Or no, this is a hitbox. So he has a relatively small hitbox, and she's just going to stay up here for the entirety of this map. The way to get up here, though, the fact that they have Revenant on the other team ends up getting clipped with a sniper rifle. Who did that?
I got to believe that was Coolfire.
That must have been Coolfire. We just talked about it, dude.
His sniper shots finally rang true.
Yes.
Maybe being a little bit greedy there.
Yeah.
Killer was trying to peek when he didn't have those shields up.
Right.
And is now healing himself back up and is ready. The shot. He seems locked in. He seems ready to play.
He is locked in, but they can't just sit on the ground like this. If Ash just sits up there, it's going to be a whole problem for this team moving through. Now, Lucci tries, but just couldn't get the damage output. Too high of a TTK here on Apex Legends. Coolfire going for a snipe. Maybe a oh my God! Coolfire's feeling himself on this sniper rifle. Almost gets a second pick. Swaps over to the R301 and may get it. He's crouch-shotting, but couldn't finish the double kill.
But he bought enough time for his teammate to get there
He
and to
did.
finally get a kill. If that melee had found point, again, Killer is doing his namesake. And slowly increasing this lead.
Yeah.
Picks up 2 more kills, and now the kill lead is up to 4. His team is back up completely, and they're back together, ready to play. No longer needing height, instead choosing to play this low ground.
And that's true. You know, somehow they're able to do it. You know, potentially. Oh wow, he actually lands the tether, which keeps them locked behind that rock. The Gibraltar potentially getting smoked out. Okay, Bangalore's is cracked, though. He's swapping to the Mastiff, which is going to be advantageous as he pushes the Gibraltar, picks up a kill on Coolfire, and now they're going to start pushing the Gibraltar. Even if the Gibraltar drops his bubble shield, he's going to be sliding in with that Mastiff, which puts him 1 click away from getting the elim. He doesn't even need it because Shy Guy cleans it up.
They are playing so well together. It feels like all 3 of these players are more than willing and happy, using this teleport to cross a ton of distance, immediately take back this height, and continue to get more and more weapons to enable this aggression.
You know, interestingly enough, Killer is using an R99 and a Mastiff, so he is locked into close quarters combat, maintaining that recoil control as he rotates here on a just full frontal push at a 12 o'clock. Oh, and now he's challenging the Gibraltar. Him and his team smoke him. Sky Guy picking up a kill.
Coolfire trades one back, but is going to drop himself there.
Wow.
And the best I can tell you is that is why, again, Killer is not just his tag. He is in these shooters lethal to everyone not on his team. We see there, like you mentioned, he picked a close range lineup and he approached the Gibby. He said, "Yeah, put your bubble down. Let's play a bubble. Let's play this close range game. Let's dance."
Oh, gets caught locking. Oh, wow. I think he was healing right there in the middle of his heal. He ended up getting caught. That's painful board going down. Just a couple of seconds. There we go. Now we're back over on Lucci. Again with the Mastiff with a little 2-piece nug. Gets the kill. That was solid.
I don't want that one. You can keep the sauce, everything. Go ahead, take that one back home.
Keep the Polynesian sauce. I'll take the 2-piece nug. Swaps over to the sniper rifle. Not only is he talented with the shotgun, but he has a sniper on hand. No, that's going to be an R301 and the Sentinel. Okay, on Lucci.
So,
got it.
I think this is the other thing that they're realizing. Yes, they have this R301, but more than anything, it looks as though a lot of the Bandits players are playing at range. They're playing snipers.
Yeah.
And all of the KLiK players seem to have opted to mid to close range lineups to be able to fight and get in here. And Killer is able to enable this gameplay by virtue of teleports. Board gets a kill. And this is going to be it. 1 second left.
Wow, KLiK end up taking that, but we sort of predicted it from...
And Tekken's going to be set up next.
Yeah, so we are having Tekken, which might be, pretty beneficial to the Bandits. I think that they would normally sort of be feeling themselves within Tekken, but just given tonight, who knows? I'm curious to see how they perform. If, like I said, if they're able to sort of keep that winner's mentality and kind of find a mojo, if you will, to start learning from today. Nonetheless, Apex Legends, I will say this, and maybe some of you guys at home will agree here. Apex is really good at showcasing all of these players' ability to manage like arena shooter mechanics. And a great example during that last fight, I forget who it was, but there was a Mastiff that was on the screen, and there was a zipline. There was a zipline pole in front of him, and he was sort of surfing back and forth between the zipline, trying to use the structure of the zipline to tank damage. It was really interesting to see that. Nonetheless, there was sliding shots and all so forth. I think KLiK's I think KLiK and Bandits are both exceptional like shooter players. They seem to both be comfortable, but nonetheless, KLiK is getting, more wins in that category.
Yes. All right, so it's going to be Coolfire versus him. Based on what I know of these players, it should be Coolfire on the player 2 side on the King, and on player 1 side, this should be him on the How Wrong. I'm going to go ahead and start out with these kicks. Both are trying to get pressure. So How Wrong wants to get you into the situations where he's repeatedly kicking you over and over again. On the other time, the wrestler known as King here in the Jaguar mask wants to grab you, kick you, and turn you into Swiss cheese.
Yeah.
But both these players are really close.
Woo!
And first round goes over to the side of the Bandits.
Button check potentially?
I'm going to, we may see a forfeit here from one of these two teams. I'm going to let you know.
We'll see what occurs. We're going back to the character select. We'll see what the call is on the floor nonetheless.
There's a call that if both teams had to play under the same conditions, that sometimes issues aren't a problem.
For those of you watching, we will hear a call here at some point. They're sort of figuring out right now on the floor. We'll get that information to you as quickly as we can. So that was going to be a forfeit from KLiK as a result of the setup. And we talked about this a second ago.
Tekken is supposed to be 1 round. So you saw that they got up and they walked away.
Right.
Normally you would lose a character after losing that 1 round.
Yeah.
They set it up for a normal game of Tekken, which is 3 rounds.
Oh, understand. So here at the UEL, we play 1 round Tekken. They set up the game incorrectly, and as a result of being the team that's supposed to set it up, they were forced to forfeit.
Guess why? Because they used their time.
They don't have any more timeouts.
Nah, I'm only getting mad because I'm looking at them and like, KLiK are a talented roster. They have a lot of good pieces, but it's these small things that will deny them.
Yeah. Can you imagine a scenario where we still have an hour and 20 minutes left tonight? Can you imagine a scenario where let's imagine Bandits pick up. Let's imagine Bandits pick up 5 wins, which is doable, right? You have an hour and 20 minutes. You can get 5 wins within that time period. Then imagine a scenario where KLiK is forced to forfeit at least a couple of games. And then all of a sudden you have Bandits with double-digit wins. KLiKs are still sitting at 17. I mean, we've seen crazy things happen here at the UEL. If you're a Bandits fan sitting at home or you like some of the players that are here on Bandits, hey, man, it may be a snowball's chance in hell, but you can still pull it off.
Yeah, you have to keep
You're
that faith
still alive.
And hope alive.
Go for the onside kick in the
I hear
Hail
a lot
Mary.
of yelling out on the floor.
Yeah, there
They're
is.
trying to get everything set up, and they need to go ahead and get this set up. Neither team has the room to, I think, laugh and hang out too much. I think you should still try to have fun.
Right.
Don't be too serious, but at the same time, I'm a big fan of like hustling till the final whistle.
Right.
If you check out the game completely, be like, all right, cool, well, I'm done. Then yeah, the game is going to only get worse from here.
Right.
But as long as you're willing to hustle, that scenario is not an impossible scenario. It's unlikely. Possible versus probable. It's a whole conversation.
Right.
It's always possible. And again, I've said this before, and I think this is the first time I've ever said it with you on cast, though. Saying that I've always taken true to heart from my dad was luck is when preparation meets opportunity.
I like that. Yeah, I like that.
So at the end of the day, you have to prepare and put yourself in a position for an opportunity to come your way. And that is when you are lucky. If you are, head down, out of the game, worried about what's happening, then maybe things like Tekken, maybe you don't say anything. I went and I will bring it up because it's a thing that happened. And again, this is not something that I can call as a commentator, but out on the floor, people have to know.
Yeah.
Wreckfest was also set up wrong. Wreckfest had instantaneous resets when it's supposed to be 3 seconds.
Interesting.
The Bandits didn't realize that. They didn't call that out.
So if you don't call it out, it may be, oh, wow.
Because if it does not directly affect the game.
Yes.
Like if it's not something blatant, like the other team, because both teams basically had to play under the same settings. And Checkmate Showdown is an incredibly long game. This is normally a game that if I was the Bandits, I would have won a forfeit. Because the other team can just stall you out.
Right.
They don't have to engage beyond like the normal timer and just like playing a very positionally chest-based game. So it'll be Duck Season and Boar going up against Jekyll and Killer here in
Okay.
CTR. I'm interested to see who's the best CTR player here. We'll get you their locations in a second. Oh, player 1 is going to be Boar. Player 2 is going to be Duck. Player 3 is going to be Jekyll. Player 4 is going to be Killer.
And I would say, Crash Team Racing, different from other sort of like arcade racers just because of how heavily it leans on the drifting aspect of this game. A lot of you guys at home have probably played a lot of Mario Kart 8 Deluxe over on your Switch. Within that game, clearly there is a lot of drifting, but you're going to see it basically on steroids here on Crash Team Racing. I would say the only thing that sort of compares to this would be Kart Racer. Kart Racer is a game that's super popular in Korea. Also has like a really vibrant esports, ton of fun, great personality. Kart Racer is a game that they're probably drifting, I would say, 102% of the time. And Crash Team Racing is similar to that. So get ready to see that. Similar, again, to Mario Kart 8 in the sense of you're going to see blocks on your screen that have abilities that are randomly rolled within them. So you are going to see certain mechanics come out as soon as they collect some of those boxes.
So if you're at home wondering where players are on the top of your screen, you'll be looking at Bandits players on the bottom of your screen. You'll be looking at KLiK players. So currently in the bottom left, Jekyll has jumped out to an early lead, but is being contested by, it looks like, Duck Season early on, continuing to put this pressure on. The next game will be Checkmate Showdown, and so it's going to be really big here.
Yeah, and,
really
Jekyll is maintaining his position in seconds, like, sort of catching up on Ducks a little bit, sort of right behind him, if you will. So Jekyll needs to maintain this position if he wants to get up there. But Bandits might get a win here.
And a nice job utilizing the shortcut to be able to get some more speed.
Right.
What's important about the game now is it's only one map, so Jekyll is going to have to find an opportunity to overtake this Bandits player if he wants to take this win home for his team. And on the other side, I need Duck just to keep racing like he's racing. He's doing
he's doing great
job, and a rocket's coming in here. Let's see if he's able to dodge it and avoid taking the hit. It looks like he will be hit by the blue shell, and this is Jekyll's opportunity to make up a little bit of speed to catch back up. But important.
Oh, I don't think he can. I mean, the way that Duck is managing his boost basically off of that drift is pretty optimal right now. He's able to maintain his lead, not just based off the fact that he's driving clean, but he is keeping that sort of drift boost, if you will, active at all times.
The important.
Wow! That's it.
Actually, it looks like that might have been Boar there on the top left.
But is it?
Yeah, and that makes sense. Boar's been in the league for a while.
There we go.
I was like, yo, Duck, you know how to play CTR?
That's what I'm saying.
I was about to be a little bit surprised, but also...
Okay, so that was Boar.
Yes.
All right,
he
so
was maintaining
shout out to Boar for
the
that.
Wampa fruit. He was maintaining 10 Wampa fruit, which allows you to maintain the max speed in the game. That as well. So it's, again, a very core understanding of the mechanics, and now we're going to be getting into Checkmate Showdown, I think, shortly. We are 23 games deep. This might be the second game of the season where we see all 33 games played.
Now, I'm new as well as probably a lot of the viewers out there. What happens if all 33 games are played?
That is the game.
That's it?
Yeah, that's the game.
That's it.
It doesn't happen too often because it requires kind of both teams to both make mistakes and kind of almost want to play both 33 games.
Right.
In a situation where maybe this game was a little bit closer, I would expect the Bandits to be slowing the pace of the game down.
That understandable. And that's why you mentioned the magic number of 17 earlier. Okay.
Yes. So unfortunately, math means that 17 plus 13 or 16 is 33.
Right.
But even still, I think it's important to play.
Yes.
For
pride. Not only just play for pride, but play for
experience.
Exactly. You need the experience. I've mentioned this so many times. This is the best practice that you're going to get because you're on the court. It's game day. There's so many times that you'll be able to practice off stream. Maybe you've got a pizza in one hand, a controller in the other. You're sort of relaxed while you jump into Lumina Russia. Maybe you're practicing for 30 minutes. You're not really feeling it. But when you're on the court, you're here in the arena on the floor. You gain a better understanding of the game because your team is at risk. You're locked in that much more. They need to take advantage of this time and start sort of downloading some of these games.
Yeah, they have to. They don't have the room anymore. Yeah. No more chances to wait. No more time to waste. And now I want to highlight, it does say 7v7 down there. That is a correction. Currently, we are playing Checkmate Showdown 5v5. Every player will control one type of piece. That means you will have a king, a queen, a player on both rooks, a player on both bishops, and a player on both knights. That will be 5 players. Everybody will have it. So deciding where you want to position your players and play your players. I'll give an example using KLiK, just because it is the thing that makes the most sense. Jekyll can play a multitude of fighting games, but he plays bishop primarily in Checkmate Showdown.
Really?
So put him on both bishops. You don't want to split his attention someplace else. And
so you don't want to necessarily put him on the king to defend the king because he's just really good at playing bishop. Even if he is an exceptional fighting game character and fighting game player, and you need a good fighting game player to play the king around, it's going to be checkmate. He's comfortable on bishop, so just keep him on bishop.
If you feel like somebody offensively can deal enough damage, don't even worry. And now this is my worry here. So again, players and people keep opening up the king. Now they're going to defend it here and push this bishop out. Jekyll's going to have to step back. But now that knight, excuse me, I said that knight. That pawn will not be able to move for the rest of the game. And now attacking on the far side of the board.
Right.
So looking at these two, we will be getting the colors to you. Orange is the KLiK, and on the flip side of that, purple is the Bandits.
Okay. And if you're curious, as to what you're watching here, clearly this is a chessboard. You're watching a classic game of chess right now. However, the very unique thing about Checkmate Showdown is when a player goes to take a piece, the game then transitions into a 2D stage fighter. That's why Strix was talking about specific players playing specific pieces on the board, and you can see those players and their representative piece below the team names in the top left and top right-hand corner of your screens. If a piece goes to be taken, you'll see that transition occur. It goes into a 2D stage fighter, and these players are quite literally fighting for the lives of their piece on the board.
Yeah, so I like KLiK. KLiK has already moved their king out of the center of the board. He's tucked them away in the corner, keeping them safe from any immediate danger. And now we're just going to try to move their pawns, their knights, their queens, all of their pieces in a position to start to gain a little bit of advantage. I don't think we're going to see an immediate fight. And again, moving that other pawn there meant that they opened up the king, and now they're going to have to find another way to defend their queen.
Yep, here we go.
And instead choosing for a fight. So it's going to be, it looks like the orange bishop, who should be Jekyll, going up against the purple knight, who should be Cool Fire.
Okay.
Here.
This is interesting.
A fight of fighting game characters. So this is Rushdown versus Owner. Jekyll wants to get in the face, so the orange piece wants to get in the face, whereas the knight wants to stay away and throw those little ghosts, as you see, to stop his opponent from dealing a
So some zoning tools.
Yes.
Some zoning tools on the side of the knight. That's fascinating.
And I want to see a burst here if at all possible, because you're going to eat so much damage if you do not. Bursting basically at the end of the combo. Now, importantly, in this game, players only have a limited number of special moves they can use.
Okay.
You can see the bars in blue there below their health bar.
Roger that.
If you wait for them to use all of their specials and then burst, you've kind of let them basically burn the majority of their damage and then take a fight.
Okay. So there's a little bit of ebb and flow associated with Checkmate Showdown. Clearly on display, you can sort of see those ability bars below their health bar that is in blue. Looks like as they're either, coming down to it. Could he finish the kill? Jekyll trying to finish this out. Only a little bit of health left on this knight. Oh, and he does get it. So, wow, the knight actually went to challenge Jekyll in that position. It ended up losing, so now Jekyll stays on the board.
And he's going to be able to attack the king. Now, importantly, Jekyll is not at full health. He went down to 7 to 29.
Yes.
So you go up to the next denomination of 200.
Yes, but he does have his ultimate, so tell me how that works.
So your ultimate, if you are the attacking piece, you get a ability that does a ton of damage.
Wow,
Lucci
okay.
Immediately breaking there. I like that decision by Lucci to not even avoid a nice job catching the jump in by Lucci. Lucci's put some time in on this king and is ready to play. But Jekyll dropping the combo, both sides looking for an opportunity to take a fight, to play, to get an opportunity, and the trade goes in Jekyll's favor.
Wow.
Jekyll should be able to combo fully into his super here.
Yeah, this is solid. Jekyll definitely has this download. Oh, wow!
And choosing the burst here, this means if he gets touched again, he's not going to be able to deal at all with the pressure coming out. And a nice shot. Oh, I didn't realize you could kick the pawn. Okay. But that touch should go ahead and do it.
And that's going to be checkmate. Jekyll finishes it. Wow. He's excelling in fighting games today, man. That's really, really impressive.
I have the opinion that I think overall in the league and with all the players available currently, Jekyll is probably overall in fighting games, like at least top 5. I would argue, in terms of
I like
overall
that.
fighting games. I think that like
It's so interesting because he was telling me that he really started picking up fighting games about a year and a half ago. So that's cool.
When he came into the league, he only played really Smash and played sports. And then as he's been in the league, he's grown over the course of a few seasons. And again, I'm not tooting my own horn here. I think that it was all of us on his last team, the Cobras.
Yeah.
There were a lot of us that were fighting game players.
Yeah.
And one thing that I have always appreciated about Jekyll is his willingness and desire to learn.
Yeah.
And he was one of the people that like he would sit down and like, explain frame data, explain how to use the training mode, explain this, what can I do here? I was always looking to get better both fundamentally and at the idea and concept of fighting games and wanting to be better constantly.
Yeah.
And that's what's developed into not just him being good at one of the fighting games in the league, not being good at 2 of the fighting games, but overall the fighting game category. He is the current fighting game belt holder here. We have belt challenges where you are able to essentially challenge. I could walk up to Jekyll. First, I have to challenge 2 other people. But if I beat 2 other people in challenges, I can walk up to Jekyll and say, I challenge you for the belt. We would then get all the fighting games, put it on a wheel, spin it, and then whoever wins the majority takes the belt. And so you kind of get that de facto. He got that last season and has held it.
How cool is that?
Then. And it comes from his desire and willingness to play fighting games.
I love it.
So it looks like it's going to be Lovejoy going up against him here.
Oh, we got NCAA coming up after this.
NCAA. I hope that Duck's available. I would love to watch Duck get an opportunity to play. It doesn't look like him is going to be able to go in for that. Is going to be my main guess unless there's a full reset.
Now this is Blaze Blue?
Yes.
All
Blaze
right.
Blue continuing.
Yeah, so this is Blaze Blue. It's going to be like sort of a classic sort of anime fighter, if you will. So one of the things that's interesting about this game, sort of, I guess what sort of separates it from other fighting games, or maybe even other anime fighters in general, is sort of the distance, I would say the hitbox of some of the weapons that you see on the screen. It's very fast-paced. The hitboxes are going to be flying. They can cover a lot of distance relatively quickly. Some of these moves that you'll see are almost full-screen moves.
We have a character that on the right side of your screen, that player 2 character. I'm just going to say, when buttons start getting hit,
it's mashing.
you're gonna look at this and be like, wait, what do you mean these are just normal attacks that she can do whenever?
Okay.
A lot of attacks that will hit all over the screen. And so we have to see. I want to see player 2 is going to be him, so him piloting.
Oh,
and let's see, but I think Lovejoy has something to prove. I'm going to be honest with you. Lovejoy is looking to jump in. And this is what I mean.
Wow.
You are now full screen, and you get to deal with this.
I already see the strategy on display. It's zoning and then repeating the same moves and preventing that player from closing the distance and getting in. Already seems like they are completely shut down. The moment he starts pushing forward and he picks up on those frames of him advancing across the screen, it looks like he's going to do the same maneuver. Here it comes right there. Yep. Oh, okay.
Lovejoy's using these rockets to start to open up that pressure and to jump in, but him is not stopping.
Now he feels comfortable. Okay. Here it comes. There's more. He's got to block and then close the distance. He does, because we talked about those weapons. Those hurt box on those weapons is massive, and he might actually pull this off. Wow. Lovejoy with a huge upset.
That comeback was beautiful.
Wow.
Immediately leaning in. I think he's telling his teammates that you have to tech. You have to press a button. Once you get hit, you can't just lay there. You can still take damage in this game. And looks like him might have started to figure something out.
Yeah.
He's forced the burst, though, to keep him away. And now, Lovejoy, remember how you got in last time. This isn't going to be free. You got to take some time. But the amount of damage he's taking.
Oh, my gosh. This is nuts. I've never seen zoning like this ever. He's pretty much just at the target range right now, just blasted.
But Lovejoy's found his way in, and this is an opportunity to take a few fights to super to get a knockdown and to maybe start this pressure back up. Him said, you got one, but I'm here to play, and I'm here
May potentially have him downloaded. At the start of this next round, I want to see Lovejoy jump up in the air and do that forward dash like he did last time. He actually would have gone over his zoning tool right there. He should have stuck with that initial strategy, and now he's pretty much backed up at full screen, and he is eating shot after shot like it's an all-you-can-eat Golden Corral buffet of zoning knives flying into his mouth. Oh, my gosh.
And yet he finds his way in again, and now Lovejoy wants to start the offense, but as quickly as it starts, he finds himself back at full screen. eating this pressure sequence once again. Side swap,
It's
but
not
it
gonna
stays
matter.
the same.
Wow.
That is game 1. And Jekyll calming his player down, being like, bro, you got to do it again. You got to do it again. The game is not over.
So what do they play to? Best of 3?
Yes.
Okay, best of 3.
This is the closest to like a traditional fighting game.
Okay. Yeah, I like
which
that.
you'll
I
see
like
here
that.
In the UEL. And it looks like they're ready to play again, both players, but Lovejoy's found his way in. And Lovejoy getting his hits, trying his best here to get as much damage as possible. Ends up using his burst early and is now stuck at full screen as all of these projectiles come in, limiting his approach. He's going to have to time his jumps, his blocks, every action he takes to get back in. Nice jump. He managed to get a little bit of space. That's fine. You're going to get hit.
Does he have a full screen zoning tool that he could throw out himself after a block?
We saw that rocket that he was using before to kind of bully his way in. I want to see him utilize that again.
Yeah, because I believe the recovery frames of throwing those zoning tools off of block, he might actually be able to initiate one of his. I mean, these zones are so fast, I don't understand how he could possibly close. There he goes. He hits that full screen zoning tool, and that's going to allow him to close the distance. If he can utilize that a couple more times, he definitely can get in front of them, but he's just eating shots right now. There it is. Now he's got to get in.
Nice bomb.
Here we go.
Here
comes the damage.
Looks like he has a combo set up. Tries to set up another bomb, and he catches the back roll.
The
It looks
overhead.
like he has a few setups here. Lovejoy is cooking, so he just has to find his way in again, and it looks like him was waiting for it. And
I
here
like
we go. Lovejoy has to make every touch count. We saw what happened. Both players managed to win a round, but Lovejoy doesn't have any more rounds. And that's
my goodness gracious.
game. KLiK takes another.
Take it. He
game
definitely was
there.
starting to learn. You know, he would block off of block during those recovery frames of the zoning tool coming out. He had that full screen sort of, a cannon, if you will? Sort of a cannon shot that would occur, and then after that, he sort of started closing the distance. One of the things I really, really liked was he was sort of putting him in a blender when he did close the distance with jumping in with an overhead and then mixing to a low strike. That's how he was able to initiate some of those combos, but it wasn't enough for the plethora of zoning tools on display right there from him. That
so
was
I wanted to
nuts.
talk about it. Like, that is the de facto. Whenever people talk about BlazBlue, that character is one of the ones that, funnily enough, you said everything that needed to be said. Like, some of them hit from almost full screen. I'm like, yeah, you get touched once by the character, and it feels like you're not allowed to play the game anymore.
Now, let me ask you this, because it is a fast-paced game. After he was getting some of those zoning tool connects, if you will, was he actually comboing with the zoning, or was it just a lack of knowledge on the side of Lovejoy?
So it was a combination of two. Most of his combos, because he was playing on stylish controls, a lot of that was autopilot.
So there's
an auto combo
there's a Street Fighter like classic
Yes.
versus modern control scheme. Okay, that's
And
interesting.
So it gives him an opportunity to do this, but what that also means is Lovejoy is able to slow down for a second and realize he's going to get the same order of hits every single time. Your zoning, a lot of times in fighting games, becomes really effective when you can mix your opponent up. But if you're always going to go high, low, high, I can start to find the rhythm and just boom, boom, jump over, okay, boom, boom, and make his way in there.
Is there chip damage?
Yes.
Oh, so
there
that's
can
huge.
be.
That's everything. Okay, there we go.
There can be chip damage.
Goodness.
But again, both players, I think, taking the opportunity. Lovejoy was playing the technical, the close to the classic style.
Right.
But yes, there were a few opportunities for him to get in. As we saw, he just also need to be willing to just contest with some of his, like you mentioned before, his zoning. He would get hits, and he just needed to get in there. And the issue in any zoner is when you knock them down, when you get in, you have to make it count. You do not know how many opportunities you will get in and get the opportunity to play up next to them. So if you're not prepared to do as much damage as possible, you can end up kind of getting run over. I think we're in for a pretty good college football game, though.
Yeah.
It should be him and Sky Guy going up against Duck Season and Coolfire. I believe this was the game that Duck Season at the start of the season was telling me he was most excited to play and he thought was his best game. So I'm interested to see, especially after that 2K. He and I talked a little bit. He was a little bit frustrated because he and I were in the same mind of like, I've blocked that shot. It feels like 80, 90% of the time. But Curry finding that last layup, and I think he's feeling it, so I expect him to come out strong here in college.
You know, I actually thought that Jekyll would have been selected for this game just in particular, just from how knowledgeable he seemed. Is him and Sky Guy that exceptional at NCAA that they're choosing him over choosing those two over Jekyll?
I think it's a combination of things. I think it more lines up with the idea that they are taking this from the same approach you're telling the Bandits to take this, in my opinion. Him has been playing college football the majority of the season for the team.
Okay.
Jekyll knows the game. Jekyll, very adept at Madden, has very clearly put time in NCAA to learn the game as well. Played sports himself, I believe played football.
Yeah.
So really understands the game, but him traditionally was the sports player, and I think they might just be continuing to make sure he has active reps in game time on stage.
Well, that's a good point.
Because in a situation where you're up 19-6 with
a good
an hour left.
Yeah, with reps.
This is where we experiment with lineup a little bit, right?
Okay.
Like, oh, I know Matt is really good at the game, but the Strick's no college football. He's been practicing. Okay, let's see how he does in the game. If he loses, we can definitely like film review and be like, okay, these are the mistakes you made. You got to be aware of this. Maybe you're playing into this defense incorrectly, playing into this offense incorrectly. It's going to be Alabama versus Alabama.
Shocking.
I would have never guessed.
I would have never have guessed. Yeah, for the fans watching at home, Alabama is almost always played by at least one of the teams, and very frequently you'll see it played by obviously both. But nonetheless, we're going to get the information with regards to jersey color and what have you here for you in a sec. As soon as we get that, we will let you know.
Simply put, the home Alabama team is KLiK. Away is going to go ahead. And
all right, so I'm assuming home is going to be the red jerseys just by standard tradition, and then away be white?
I'm going to agree with you.
That's typically how, unless they selected a separate jersey color, I would assume. So I think KLiK is red, and Bandits are going to be white.
I think we'll in case of an interception or touchdown, I think we'll find out pretty quickly.
Yeah.
It's people wear their heart on their sleeve with these different sports teams.
All right, so here we go. It looks like we're going like a standard sort of gun formation. You see that very, very frequently with NCAA. It tends to be the more popular option, especially if you tend to be a pass, sort of a passing team, if you will. Now he's going a 4 wide receiver set, and they're going like on a pretty basic draw play off to the left side of the field. Interestingly enough, because of that formation, having the 4 wide receivers, it spread out the defense a good bit, which sort of limited how many defenders were inside the middle box, which allowed him to sort of get off the edge right there. Now, is the defense going to start countering that? I don't know. Yet they are controlling, looks like they were controlling a linebacker. If it is a run, it's going to go off to the strong side of the field, which is going to be on the right side, but this is, okay, yep, there it is right there.
And almost finds the open space, but there's a flag on the play here.
Right.
Let's see if it's going back. And it looks like holding is the call, I believe.
Right. So a way to counter that potentially is if they grab the defensive line and actually shift the line to the strong side of the field in order to counter that specific run. You can actually send the defenders, the defensive linemen, at an angle even further to the right, and he's going to just do it again.
It looks like that penalty forced them back to 2nd and 15.
Yeah,
so even
that's
that
true.
big gain that they were able to get means that they're in a long situation here where they have to find this first down, or they might just be punting the ball away.
Yeah, and we do have a confirmation on the jerseys, by the way.
Okay,
there we go.
That's great, yeah.
Perfect.
I was noticing that the meter wasn't up the usual sound meter, but that could have been an interception.
That probably could have been a pick 6.
Yeah, instead of choosing to knock it down, which take the safer option, especially on 3rd and long. But you got to see here, kicking out, this might go out of bounds.
I was going to say that. No, yeah, that was a terrible punt.
You got it to the 47, so midfield position.
Yeah, solid field position. But now we get to see the way that Bandits likes to play offense. Are they going to play a traditional shotgun formation? I'm going to assume so. What shotgun does, and with a full wide receiver set, it sort of allows you to start reading your defense. Are they playing cover 2, cover 3? Are they playing man coverage? If you're unfamiliar with sort of the mechanics of football, if a wide receiver is running across the screen and there is a defender following him all the way across the screen, then that's an indication that they're in man coverage. If they're in man coverage, you basically can just put your fastest receiver on a streak route and probably burn them with a deep pass. Otherwise, you got to look for cover 3, cover 4, cover 2, things like that. So that's just one small example. Wow, they actually stop him, and now it's going to be 3rd and 1. Interesting.
So you just want to get across the line here. Well, I probably expect to see a run and play. No need to necessarily put it in the air, but if you feel like you have a good read on your opponent, I'm assuming there's going to be an audible here.
I think they're going to go for a pass, and it's going to be a QB sneak, especially because they're not blitzing and they haven't blitzed yet. So I think it's going to be a really simple QB sneak, just as my prediction.
But that's the end of the first quarter. Importantly, them going scoreless means that the control of the game will be in the favor of the Bandits. You got to remember that the KLiK got the ball to start off the game.
Right.
And so they're not in the best position here if they do not get a touchdown or somehow get something going into the second half. Because the entire control of the game will be on the side of the Bandits, and they can just run clock for the second half.
Right. All right. That is interesting. Looks like a wide open over there. Now, the reason why that pass was so wide open is he effectively read the defense. They're not playing cover 2, which is an indication that they're not playing the flats. Cover 2, typically speaking, you'll have a zone that's being covered right there that's called the flats, which is basically along the sideline with the line of scrimmage.
So it looks like both these teams might be reading each other. We have another illegal block in the back.
That's
which
true.
Is causing the 3rd and 1 to be replayed once again.
Yep.
So they found their opportunity, but now they have to find it once again. With 5 seconds left, you're on the play clock. He has to make a call here. He doesn't want to go any further back.
Oh, my gosh. Delay a game.
Trying to maybe see something in the defense, wanted
enough.
to audible and change something. And now I think you have to go to the air, whereas before
you
could kind of play with the idea a little bit.
Right.
Now you're at 3rd and 6, and you...
Well, he's definitely going to be playing cover 3 during this. It looks like he might have just shown it right there. He's definitely going to play cover 3 because he's not running. But the lineman gets through and almost gets a sack off. It's now 4th and 6. I don't think they're in a position to even get a field goal, so this is going to be a punt. Absolutely. Oh, yeah. They're just inside the 50, so.
I think you know that you get the ball back at half.
Right.
And instead, does this manage to stay in? It does. He manages to clip just the edge of the field, and he's choosing to return it.
I got excited right there.
And another flag on the play.
Goodness gracious. Lots of flags. What's going on here?
I think there's another illegal block in the back.
Yeah.
Illegal block in the back.
Probably user-controlled, getting out the frustration of tonight's matchups. Nonetheless, I think it's probably going to be another shotgun formation. Now, this is KLiK, obviously, on the home team. You can expect a run to the left side of the field. Bandits need to be shifting their D-line. Oh, to their... Yep. Yeah, he brought it back to the left side of the field. They need to be running a 4... They need to call a timeout right now because they need a 4 defensive lineman set. They're running a 3 lineman set right now, which is going to get eaten up by run plays every day of the week, including Sunday. Oh, my goodness. If they don't call a timeout right now, they're just going to run all the way up the field and basically take their lunch money. Oh, if he would have broken out that tackle, that would have been taken to the house.
Yes. I love the realization here, and this shows him's ability as a quarterback to just keep his opponent in a bad situation, but I like that Duck seems to have adapted, at least in some way.
Yeah.
Forcing him to maybe go back to the drawing board and ease up on that pressure ever so slightly.
Yeah. It's 3rd and 3, but realistically, they could probably do an additional shotgun run play and probably take it. Now, they're thinking about what to do here. As long as they have a 4 lineman set, which they do now, again, I would probably shift your defensive line to the right side of the field, opposite of where the halfback is, and then force the pass. There we go. So pretty solid, pretty solid. And as a result, they were okay. So that was actually really good defense by the Bandits. I think they're starting to read things.
Yeah, I think they may go for this. It's almost the end of the first half.
Right.
They realize they're not going to get the ball back if they kick it away. And so this might be an opportunity to steal a first down.
Yep.
And no, instead chooses to commit to the kick away.
It's going to be out of bounds? Yeah, it is. That's okay, though.
Puts them on the 20. So make them go up, or the 15, I should say, more specifically. So they have to go all the way up the field in the next 42 seconds to find a way.
Yeah, which is doable. They have all 3 of their timeouts. If they want to do it, you can definitely predict a shotgun formation. And I would say that KLiK has probably been playing a lot of cover 3. That gives you 2 options. It gives you the pass to the flats and or a post route. He's going to try for this. He is user. Oh, the pick! Oh, my gosh. That was a great user pick. I believe he actually swapped to the defender, caught up to the receiver, who was also trying to user receive that, and just simply outplayed him with a better timed catch. That's what just happened right there.
I saw perfectly timed user pick.
That was
games
my NCAA against your NCAA. I'm pressing this button at the opportune time because I'm better. That's what that was. That was great.
That was amazing. Credit to him.
But now they only have 20 seconds, so it's not so bad. They do have a defender that broke the line. I don't know if one of them is actually user playing on a defensive lineman and then getting either a spin or a swim move off, which is a mechanic within the game. If you're user playing a lineman, once you come off the line, you can go for a multitude of different options. But if you're playing on a good player, they can get that swim move, they can get that spin move off, which is putting pressure on that quarterback. Make no mistake about it, there's 20 seconds left. They are going to go for pass plays. This is where I'm going into cover 4 or cover 3, forcing these short passes, but you can't whiff a tackle.
An early dive there. He had a few more steps that he could have still used to try to corral the player in, maybe force him closer to the edge, make him make a decision before you're just diving. The moment you dive, they're able to react and move a little bit quicker.
Yep. And they are probably going to, if I had to guess here, they seem like it's really comfortable in cover 3. Now, what are your options in cover 3? Well, that's one of them right there. Oh, no!
Make that
he's taking ankles! Oh, my gosh. Wow. Somebody get him some milk. His ankles are gone. He's walking on his knees right now. His ankles are gone.
So I'm going to give a pro tip to players out there. Let the computer handle the tackle up until the last moment.
He's all shins.
If you let the computer handle the tackle up until the last moment, you'll generally be okay.
Brother.
All this is crazy. I need you to understand.
I don't know how you recover from that, but check the lost and found. You'll see some digits in there. That was tough. Oh, boy. All the phalanges. Oh, my goodness.
There's 9 seconds left, and we have seen people run, touchdowns back before.
That's true.
That's what the Bandits are looking for here.
And we haven't even gotten to half, so
it looks
let's
like
be
him
real.
said, I'm not letting you do that. I'm kicking this all the way to the next field.
Yeah, and it's like we're only at the end of the second quarter, so there is another half to be played here, and it's a one-score game. So make no mistake about it. This is still anybody's game. Bandits can still do this.
All right, let's see. What are we doing? Oh,
okay.
Run play.
I think they're just going to the half, if I had to guess. Yeah, they just wanted to go to the half. Wow, okay. Maybe question mark?
I thought maybe they could get a bigger play. They might instantly, dive and then try to call a timeout. I think they might be just maybe at the very least get a field goal, so in the half, and then they can play for a touchdown and at least have some points on the board.
Yeah, they might have been thinking that KLiK was going to go into prevent cover 4.
Mm-hmm.
And as a result, they could get a free run for about 20 yards or so, maybe get out of bounds, but that's not the case. Now they're going full wide receiver set, nobody in the backfield. If they blitz right now, as long as they're in prevent, that basically secures the half, unless some magic happens. Now they just ran a 4 lineman set. That's pretty much.
He's
Oh
gone.
boy! No way! No way! No! And he hurdles over the line. Wow! Bandits bringing it back. Bandits bringing it back from the depths. They're keeping their composure. What a pop-off moment. Ducks on quarterback, just sinks it deep with a Hail Mary for the touchdown. That was incredible on the last play of the first half.
I was watching that play, and I'm sitting here, I'm like, they see the same guy I see, right?
Gosh.
And he just said, nah, I got to get home. I got to take it all the way back. And importantly, they get the ball after half. They are back in control of this game.
Wow. That was exceptional. They definitely had health insurance. They got their ankles back, and they ended up taking it all the way down the field to tie this game up. Now, if you're wondering at home how they could have prevented that, the only thing you probably could have done was to do a prevent type of defense, but that pass was so long that you still have to use or control that safety in order to prevent that super deep pass the way that was right there.
All right, so it's back out to the 21 here. We will get an opportunity to see what they're able to do. I want to see if they have the confidence to go big again, or are they just going to go back to their standard offensive game plan now that they're not in that same pressure situation.
Right. Well, it looks like either Sky Guy or him is user controlling the linebacker on the left side. That's in order to prevent the cross halfback run. They're not going to run it. And now something I don't know who's playing the linebacker, but he actually read the run, and it was play action, faked the run. The moment that the run was faked, he dropped back into coverage and effectively was able to control the center box of the field. So whoever's actually controlling that linebacker, whether it be him or Sky Guy, is doing a really good job.
I want to see here. All right, you're 2nd and 18. You got to make some magic happen. You did it once. Can you do it again?
Yep.
And it looks like the idea is to put the ball on the ground. You managed to get 6 yards, so some good distance, but you're now going to have to go back to the air for a big play if you're looking to find a first down. And you need this first down.
What they might have actually done right there is actually shifted the linebackers further out as opposed to playing the center box because they're constantly running off the sides of their 4 lineman set. I think when he came up, he actually shifted the linebackers to spread out a little bit, which might be KLiK sort of reading and downloading Bandits. Solid coverage, but he can't keep up with the defender. That might have been pass interference. I think that was pass interference actually on KLiK. It is. It was illegal contact. He bumped the receiver, so whether or not he intercepted that wouldn't have mattered. Wow.
The small adjustments, he's getting these routes, and now he's making sure after that first interception to not risk giving him or Sky that one-on-one closeness. He has that extra step that he's down in the background as I'm saying all of that.
Oh, you know what it might be? He might have actually blitzed right there because it was first down, and they've been running on first down almost every time. He might have just read that, and now they're going to play sort of safe coverage because they have negative yards. So even if they get a decent runoff, it's going to be 3rd and long. Okay, they're going straight into pass. He's playing the middle of the field. Oh, wow, what a great pass. If he gets the juke off, he didn't. Nonetheless, first down, he's going to be about on the 33-yard line.
These adjustments that Duck is making is spacing the field enough that these zones, that these man defenses can't account for everything.
Yeah.
You even mentioned how that middle linebacker player was kind of assuming the role of, I have to be the active read on the play. But even there, he could not manage to do that. And not find just an open middle section of the field.
You know, realistically enough, he had a good read. He was following a receiver that was crossing to the right side of the field. He might have actually left his zone, which is why they got that pass off now that I'm thinking about it. So we'll see. Oh, wow.
That's high.
Oh, is that a pick? That's a pick. I think KLiK did it?
No, KLiK's on offense now.
I believe that was a pick by KLiK. It was! Wow, a diving interception by the KLiK Alabama defender. That was amazing. And, I mean, but hey, got stuffed at the line. It's still 7-7. We got a tie game. I think Bandits right now are they're playing for vibes. They're playing to catch momentum, playing to prove something that they're not giving up, that they're going to keep going strong throughout tonight. They got something to prove. We got 1 minute and 30 seconds left in the 4th quarter. Let's see if Bandits can defend. Let's see if KLiK are too much to handle.
Now we have 1.5 minutes, 40 seconds left.
Yep.
That last interception was purely based off of reading his opponent.
Yeah, oh yeah.
They've been looking for that crossing play across the middle of the field. And he said, yeah, go ahead, take it. Go ahead, take it. Go ahead, do it. He's looking now, possibly considering the run. And manages to pull the defenders in before committing to the bullet straight down the sideline to make sure he got that first down.
That might have actually been a big brain IQ play by him to select that receiver and then send him on a streak route as he scrambled to the sideline. It wasn't a matter of the AI in the game just deciding to pivot and go up the field. That might have actually been him sending that receiver on a streak route to get away from the defenders. Let's see what happens here. It's going to be a delayed pass to that he's covered, though. Is this going to be a user catch? It is! And KLiK is going to the end zone. That's a touchdown. They're going up by 1 score. Now, here's something interesting. For everyone watching at home, this game is not over, right? It's a 1-score game. There's 36 seconds left on the clock. Bandits have all 3 timeouts. If they were to score right here, they don't even have to go for the extra point. They can go for 2-point conversion. They can do whatever they want to try to maybe just end the game after they get a touchdown. Let's see what happens. It's a 1-score game.
I think if the Bandits do manage to tie this up, I think you go into overtime. I feel like of the 2 teams on offense, I have more confidence in the Bandits offense.
I do,
now. And so you're willing to go shot for shot.
Oh, he takes it out? Question mark?
That was slightly delayed. Ends up only making it to the 14-yard line.
That was interesting.
Maybe he was caught on a way. But no, like, he's been prepared every single time, so I don't understand what the delay there was in stepping out. Because I think that one delay, that fraction of a delay was the difference between making it probably back to the 20 again. And
he could have either just fair caught that or just taken a knee in the end zone. Nonetheless, I mean, he got out. At least he got a little bit out of the end zone, so they're not necessarily being threatened too much. Was that a delay of game?
That's a flag.
Wow. They need to sort of keep themselves together here. That was a delay of game after taking the ball out of the end zone.
The 9-yard line here.
Are the Bandits falling apart right now when the pressure's on the line? There's 30 seconds left. I want to see them fight for this win. He's making a few audibles, it seems like, on the play. He's got something up his sleeve. Is this his moment at the poker table? Is this his moment? They are oh, no.
Not again.
Say it ain't so.
Not again. Not again.
No! Incomplete. We were looking for something, but it didn't happen. Nonetheless, I think the audibles that he was calling there was probably sending a few of the players that were on post routes to streak routes. The problem is if he's actually playing in a cover 3, those streak routes aren't going to be as effective. Typically speaking, you're going to have a safety that's playing over top that's able to maintain double coverage on any streak that's going down the field. This fact that there's 20 seconds left, I think the optimal way to play this would be cover 4. What he's going to have to do, he has 3 timeouts. There's 24 seconds. What he's going to have to do is short routes. He needs to throw something to the flats and or a very short cross route, a fade, something along those lines, and then start chipping out a little bit of yardage here and there. It is 3rd down, so if he doesn't get this, he only has one opportunity. That's double coverage, and that is a direct result of what we call cover 4 prevent.
And we saw it there on the screen. Once again, the game started with it. The game ended with it. Perfectly timed user pick. Him and Sky, I got to give y'all credit. Y'all, it's a little bit shaky, but y'all played.
Both teams played well.
Great game.
Yeah, both teams played well. It was just that's the type of situation you have to assume your opponent's playing prevent. So what do you do? For those of you at home and you're wondering, okay, so if you need to throw down the field, you only have a limited amount of time, and your opponent's playing prevent. Prevent means that your defenders are trying to stay in front of your receivers at all times. Well, wouldn't they always want to do that? Not necessarily, because if your safeties are playing too far in front of the receivers that are flying down the field, it leaves open post routes. So you can take one of your receivers, send him on a post route. By the time that streak route up the field has developed, the post route will be wide open in the center of the field because of the safety collapsing over top of the streak route. That was one of those situations, had he had that knowledge and sort of downloaded the fact that he was playing prevent, a post route to the deep center of the field would have been wide open, and he probably could have gotten a touchdown.
I've said this before. If people want actual review of their NCAA game and to see exactly where they could have been playing better, they need to contact. Because every single time I listen to it, I'm like, he is reading every single decision down to the T.
Yeah, to be honest with you, I played a lot of the last Madden, not the most recent one, but I played a lot of the last Madden after the Tampa Bay Buccaneers won the Super Bowl. That's my team. As a result, I played a lot with my community and friends and what have you, and that's where you start to learn a lot of the modern-day mechanics of how these games are functioning. Both NCAA and Madden are being made by the same developer. They have similar mechanics like we talked about, being able to spread out your linemen, being able to send your linemen in specific gaps, spread out your linebackers, force your defensive backs to play prevent, to play pressure. All of these things tie between the two games. It's just a matter of reading your opponent, and that's harder to do. It's easier for us being commentators to watch it sort of off the field as opposed to doing it live when you're, in the middle of the game.
Maelstrom is our next game. For those that don't know, NCAA or NHL was forfeited by KLiK.
Wow.
Him is their
NHL was forfeited by KLiK.
Him is their NHL player.
Okay, and he's off the field.
It doesn't surprise me.
Wow.
I think they're also, we see teams do this when you get this close to finishing the wheel. Some teams are willing to play a little bit looser because they're like, look, we're right there. We're 6 games away. Can we get 6 games in 30 minutes?
I'd like to see it. Who knows? And on top of that, both teams are out of timeouts, so we may actually be getting, if they don't set up the game very well, we may get some forfeits.
I'm being very honest here. We do have time. There are 33 minutes left on the clock. We have 4-minute setups for most of the games. That at most means there's 24 minutes worth of setup left on the clock.
Yeah, that's interesting.
So it's going to mostly come down to whether or not they're able to get into this game fairly quickly. So it's going to be Killer, Kiz, and it looks like Sky. That's who went in for the NHL forfeit.
Wow, so that's actually going to be a forfeit coming out of KLiK, which gets the Bandits up to 8 points. I think they're trying to break double digit. They want to finish out tonight with at least 10 wins so they can kind of tell themselves, you know what, we got a third of the games out there, right? I think that's kind of what they want.
They're trying to
Let's be honest.
What's next?
What is this?
And Jekyll's not available for Skullgirls.
Oh, Skullgirls. Okay, got it. They're discussing right now on the floor who is available. They're trying to create their lineup like we talked about. There's still a lot of energy right now in the arena. You can tell that even though Bandits are down 8-20 right now, they still are super positive. They're having fun, which is super important. I think they're taking this as a learning experience. Clearly, they're still having fun in the arena, which I think is going to help them against their next opponent. Because, okay, if you're being fair, I think KLiK has outperformed them clearly. But there has, I would say, probably about 5 to 6 games have been relatively close, including what we just saw with NCAA. You know, could this have gone Bandits' way had they clutched a lot of those games? I still think KLiK would be in the lead. Nonetheless, the Bandits have had a solid performance, showcasing why they're 3-2. After today, obviously 3-3, nonetheless, an even record.
I think you hit on it, though. You said 5 to 6 games.
Yeah.
If we take that 6 number, that is a 14-14 game.
Yeah.
It is like, it is the small things that was the difference between
that's a really good point.
Yeah, it's really funny. The moment you said 6, and I went, oh, what's the math on the... Like, wait, it is those small games that are currently this 12-point deficit. Again, in UEL, it always feels huge. But every point your opponent gets is a point you don't, and vice versa, which means sometimes these gaps that look huge aren't really as big, especially if a lot of these games were close. You mentioned...
Yeah, let's talk about them. There was NCAA. Street Fighter was just an unfortunate, tale of events for the Bandits.
Yes.
So that was kind of close.
Whether or not people want to agree with it, Lovejoy was on pace to
he was.
clear.
He was.
And it was going to be on Jekyll.
Yeah, potential Chris G moment there with a full wipe.
Yes.
Yeah.
Dragon Ball Fighter, so that's 3.
Oh, yeah. 2K.
2K came down to the final point in the last few seconds.
Yep.
And I can promise you that very much could have been a block.
That may be what I heard some people talking about during halftime.
Yes.
Yep.
I would be willing to go out on a limb, and as much as KLiK won it, I think that finals was a fairly close.
Oh no,
game
that was close. And you actually mentioned KLiK almost lost that game. Bandits turned that around halfway through and got about, I'd say, 75 to 80% cap before the momentum shifted back into KLiK's favor. They almost actually won that. They played really well, and weirdly enough, I think the difference maker was Jekyll during that game, who actually swapped from a light using a sniper rifle to a heavy in order to play on point, which opened up opportunity for the rest of his team to sort of complement his playstyle, go into the fragging role, if you will, pick up eliminations, and allow him to sit on the point and continue to cap. So that was just great shift by KLiK, but nonetheless, Bandit was actually outperforming them at one point.
And then finally, funnily enough, this applies to both teams, but it actually is the Bandits' fault of the loss of timeouts forcing games to be skipped.
Oh, brother.
Remember, they haven't had timeouts since we got to the second half.
Yeah.
We lost Overwatch.
They've had to forfeit games that they probably would have won if they had a couple of timeouts. So I think that's just going to come down to organization and sort of keeping their heads on,
And we talked about it again. DBD, they ended up losing. That was just Jekyll convincingly winning that. I'm going to be honest with you. Regardless, any way to scratch that. We mentioned 2K. We mentioned Dragon Ball Fighters. We've almost gotten through the entirety of our wheel. Ejected Rivals, they won. They came into the half and won 2 games back to back.
Yep.
And so it's all there. The game where KLiK gave up their last time out, but both teams didn't send in lineups. Overwatch. Yeah. Again, this is one of those things where you go back and look at it and be like, we beat ourselves. Yes, they played really well, but we beat ourselves just as much as they beat us. If we clean up some of those mistakes, if we have a few more timeouts, and KLiK is under pressure, you don't know what is going to happen. And these teams are racing for playoffs. They're over the halfway mark as of this game.
Yeah.
So KLiK are going to be sitting at 4-2, 3-3 as you mentioned for the Bandits.
Right.
It looks like 6 games is going to be our cutoff mark.
Yep.
Maybe 5, depending on how everything else shakes out.
Yeah.
So for those other teams, I think everybody, it is possible to make the playoffs except for maybe the Wolves and the Shogun. and this side.
Right, and the thing that's unfortunate about the Wolves is their schedule has actually been pretty difficult. They've had some close games, but they've also just had a really, really difficult schedule at the moment. Okay, so we actually got Halo Infinite. Whether or not we actually see Halo is another story. I'd personally like to see it. I haven't seen it just yet, nonetheless. Let's see what happens here. This is obviously Skullgirls, another anime fighter for those of you watching. Fast pace, massive hitboxes being thrown across your screen. That tends to be sort of the style, if you will, of anime fighters, and this one is no exception. Now, Big Band on the right side of your screen, the biggest character in the game that has a move that is almost a full screen maneuver that if timed correctly is going to make the difference throughout this matchup. So we'll see if that happens. Quick button check here before we get started. Hopefully Bandits don't disqualify themselves.
Fun fact, because I don't want to see people just lose to H-Brass all season.
Right.
Armor in this game loses to lows.
Really?
Yes. So if someone uses a armor move, use a low, you'll be fine. You just have to know, this is waiting to H-Brass. This is waiting to H-Brass. I can tell you what waiting. Or a throw. Throw also works. That's H-Brass into super.
There it is.
And you lose half your life.
Okay.
Because you're playing three characters.
Half the life gone.
So because if you play 3 characters or more than one character, you take more damage and deal less damage to your opponent. So I believe Jekyll on this Big Band is going to kill people every time he touches them twice.
Wow. And clearly able to maintain pressure. He knows his combo strings, utilizing every aspect of Big Band's kit, not just zoning tools. He's got lunges. He's timing his frames perfectly. Watch that. Watch the footsies. He's backing up a little bit, gauging where his opponent is, and then he's going to initiate his attack. Let him cook. Let him cook. And
he's looking for it.
There it is.
H-Brass hits.
Yep. And now he's got her in the corner.
I like the DP.
Okay.
Locks. Doesn't deal with chip. Ends up getting hit again. No combo off of it, but it's just keeping this pressure up because each one of these hits is taking chunks out of the health bar and continues the combo. It's going to go into super right after this. And then watch how much health is gone.
Oh, my gosh.
One more touch.
Strix calls it as it's happening.
Play perfectly for the rest of the game and H-Brass.
Wow, that's a wrap. And then he takes off into outer space. You can see Jekyll just feeling himself in the top right-hand corner of your screen. He's in right now.
Somebody remind me I gotta play Jekyll when he gets home. He's getting a little too loud. I gotta run a set really quickly just to remind him. Gotta keep him humble.
Yeah.
Nah, but good play from Jekyll. He did a good job.
Now, would you say that Big Band is the meta sort of top-tier character? Are we talking S-tier?
I actually don't think so. I think that he is the
most user-friendly?
Yes.
Okay.
User-friendly standard option, especially in a game where you have to play 33 games.
Right.
You don't have to necessarily worry as much about trying to learn 3 characters. Your character does a ton of damage anyway. You have strong moves that your opponent needs to know how to beat. Jekyll dropping the combo there and is now going to continue to pressure Lovejoy. Now, Lovejoy picking up one character is really interesting.
Right.
Because it means that he's going to get a second round to kind of play around and figure out exactly what's going on. And he's going to need it because I don't believe he even touched Jekyll this entire first round.
Something, that I just picked up on and noticed right there, as he's doing his jump in, instead of landing that overhead, sometimes he's just simply landing and then going for a low strike in order to break the guard of his opponent. So a little bit of a mix-up, a little bit of blender going on here in the corner as he's maintaining this pressure. Oh, but she actually gets out of the corner.
A nice job.
Solid move by Lovejoy.
And I love that you hinted on this. That is the actual reality of Skullgirls. Skullgirls is not a game about the hugest, biggest combos ever.
Right.
Instead, it is a game of what you mentioned. Mix, resets, making your opponent guess, and constantly playing that pressure game and making them try to figure out, hey, do you know how to get out?
Right.
There's in the game a anti-infinite system where if you use the same move too many times, your opponent's finally able to burst out of a combo.
Oh, wow.
So that's why players will a lot of times opt to not go for super extended combos unless they know exactly what they're doing. They will still said, hey, do you know that I'm going to throw out a low? Nope, hit you.
Okay.
Now I get to run the same combo.
Now, is there grabs?
Yes.
Okay, so if there's grabs, it's exactly what Jekyll was doing right there. When a jump in would occur, I think it was a matter of just not being able to react to sort of his mix-ups, if you will. It is a fast-paced game, so it's difficult. You kind of have to predict, is he going to jump in and go for the overhead, or is he just going to land and then go for a low? Is he going to land and then go for a grab? You have to be able to read that prior to it actually happening, make that prediction, and then initiate your combo string in the middle of it, and that's easier said than done.
And that's why I agree with the it's not the meta option, but more so it is the safe option.
Okay.
We see a lot of characters like that. In Tekken, King has been it this season.
Yeah, King.
In Mortal Kombat, I actually feel like Scorpion, Sub-Zero, or Johnny Cage.
Yes.
One of those three options seems to be the, hey, I'm going to put you on this, not super complicated, and strong.
Yep.
In Johnny Cage's case.
Typically, the faster-paced characters are not just more difficult to read, they're just frustrating in general to play against, because it's a matter of certain characters will have fast combo strings, but most of the best characters in Mortal Kombat have at least one effective zoning tool, and then they have a combo string that's difficult to read. Smoke is a good example of that, for instance. It's a very fast-paced character, and if you're able to utilize his mix-ups with grabs, you're stuck in a blender and you're dead. So,
yeah, I'm interested to see what we're going to see. The league has a bunch of meta picks, ultimately. UI Goku.
Right.
Even some of the DBS and Z Brolys. Every single game you asked about the meta, but I know that Sky wants to play this. So, I put this down and I said it. I would like to request from production if we could just go ahead and until he dies, sit on Sky Guy's perspective for Halo, mainly because I want you to see.
Yeah, I'm fascinated by this. I'm also interested in the map pick. Now, at the UEL, we don't have battle rifle starts, so the players are going to be starting with assault rifles and pistols. So what does that mean? Typically speaking, the pistol has a faster TTK necessarily than the assault rifle if you're able to land your shot. So when you're up close, if you're not landing 100% of your shots, and I'm talking one pistol shot misses, assault rifle is going to be your best friend. However, at that mid to long range, pistol is going to be the standard. Have we forfeited Halo, or are we jumping into it?
I think we're jumping into it. I think this
Okay, there it is.
be
Thank
one
you.
of the PCs. So it's going to be Lucci.
Oh, wow. Interesting.
Going up against it. But yeah, it looks like we're going to start here on Lucci, but we'll get around to Sky eventually. Lucci playing looks like on Painful Boar's account.
Yep.
And then in-gamer PC
Now,
1 will more than likely then be the
And I believe for this particular game type, it's a 50-50 as to what the power weapon in the center of the field is going to be. It's either going to be the skewer or it's going to be a sniper rifle. We'll give you a confirmation on that. It should be a sniper rifle if active camo is over here on the left. Regardless, we'll
it's a sniper rifle.
Yep, it's a sniper rifle. That's a headshot coming out. He basically, I'm assuming he rushed top mid and then rotated out to dummies and was able to secure
So
that.
a crude mass is Sky Guy.
Okay. Wow. Okay, so they got two very, very effective guns. Once you've sort of optimized your Halo gameplay within this, the Heat Wave, which is that shotgun that's coming out, it basically becomes a two-piece monster. What do I mean by two-piece? That means you basically just shoot at your opponent with this Heat Wave, and regardless of whether it hits or not, you swap to your secondary because the damage that occurs will make the follow-up connection very easy kill. Looks like he may be sort of utilizing top tower here. He has a bandit rifle that basically is almost as effective as a battle rifle.
And so now we are on a crude mass, a.k.a. Sky Guy. I will let you have the floor. He is fun. Like,
wow. Wow. That was exceptional. A little 5-piece nug right there on that. Now, the Needler is at play. Gotta love Needle plays in the midst of esports. Gotta love that.
And now we're taking a look at him as well, trying to keep up.
Yeah. Shout out to Walshy, by the way, a Halo professional player, which sort of popularized needle play within the HCS during competitive LAN events. Gotta love it. Nonetheless, they're sort of just looking for him. As soon as they secure a kill, one of the most important things to maintain in the sense of like playing Halo, just in general, across all of the Halo games, is spawn management. They've already picked up this kill. He's coming over to assist his teammate here over by Camo. Now they're looking for where the opponents are going to spawn. And they already got the intel right there. They're spawning garage. His teammate's going to be assisting from green, so he has to watch sandbags above him and the push in front of him. Is the teammate here? No. So there's his team at sandbags. Yep, there's his teammate at sandbags. He rushed top middle, got smoked. Him is on fire right now.
Oh, yeah. Just because I mentioned Sky, just understand that he makes sure that his team is prepared for Halo.
Yeah, it seems like it.
He's a shooter. He's able to play. He's able to take his opportunity.
Right.
Ends up getting out of the way of that grenade, which is going to be important. and
Wow.
still able to support Sky in this gunfight.
High level of knowledge out of him as well. When you're playing Column right here in mud, the way that the lighting is set up on this bridge that he's up on right here, he was able to see his opponent before actually seeing his opponent because of the shadow casted down on mud. So he was specifically playing Column for that reason. A lot of solid map knowledge coming out right now by him. Now, when you're playing doubles, it's super important that you play with your teammate. Wow, secures a pistol kill, almost a flawless. This is going to be a double kill for him. Easy peasy. And now they know where their opponents are spawning because they're in garage here, and now they know that they're spawning at tower. So they're rushing middle and maintaining a level of pressure that I don't think they're ready for. Like I said, pistol, super fast TTK. If you aren't able to finish with the pistol, the assault rifle is a nice little cleanup weapon.
And it looks like Sky ended up going down there. Lucci finding a nice flank. But him hitting the roof gets him caught.
Yep.
Now 2-14. We see this Bandits team still with some fire. They're still looking for some damage, looking for a win, whatever possible.
Now, I'm curious as to if the repulsor is on the map. If so, the repulsor allows you to rotate from bottom to top middle like very effectively, which controls not just sniper rifle, but also active camouflage. Doesn't look like him is going to worry about that all that much. He's coming over here to dummies to assist his teammate. Whether his teammate needs it or not is irrelevant because he's getting the last shot on a pretty effective long shot, too. He's pretty solid, clearly playing on mouse and keyboard right now, which is interesting. You know, Halo is the type of game that they sort of respect the controller play. There is a quite substantial aim assist in this game. Nonetheless, he looks confident on his pistol.
This is really funny because you can see just how well they know the spawns.
Right.
Even when you called out when they realized they were garage and they had an opportunity to make a play, they found them in tower. But even now, they immediately both split up. Like, well, they're going to spawn one or two places. Let's go just handle this, take this fight as soon as they spawn.
Right.
And the pressure never ends up stopping.
Yeah. Well, I do know that clearly he likes playing with the pistol, and he's like, there we go. He just picked up Repulsor, which again is giving him that chance of rotation from bottom to top middle, which is going to allow him to aid his teammate regardless of where his teammate is at all times. I mentioned the pistol play right now because they need to push top tower. Not that they need to, clearly they are dominating, but I would like to see them push top tower to grab the Bandit Evo rifle to have a higher TTK output throughout this. It's not going to matter. They're sitting at 20 kills, pushing scoreboard, bank shotting off this right wall below the sandbags. Can't quite see where the enemy ran to. Potentially rotating through garage and through rat tunnel here. Wow, seeing some tactical squatting occurring in bottom middle. Now he has repulsor. There's a little vent right here above him that he could repulse up into. They're throwing sticky grenades. I'd like to see him repulse through that and push the player, but he doesn't. He elects to keep it safe. He's sitting on catwalk, applying pressure onto the sniper rifle, swaps to the AR and secures the double kill killing spree. Him is on fire now. Gotta love it.
Both players have the aim, have the coordination, teamwork. This is what KLiK, I think, wants to display to most players.
It's not going to matter. Solid bank shots off of the tower wall right there. Going bottom middle, gets a little bit of damage. Teammate going to drop down the chute and secure the final kill for a 25-3 matchup. That was exceptional Halo play out of KLiK. You said it was going to happen, and ooh boy, the prediction of the night.
I need people to understand. That might have been one of the worst. And I don't know, because I don't know Kiz well enough. Kiz might be nasty. Killer can shoot in most games. I would be surprised if he couldn't, but him and Sky look like a dynamic duo to call it anything.
That's true.
They were constantly playing off each other, and even towards the end there, it seemed like Sky kind of started the game off, and by the end of it, him went, 15 kills. I'll take 15 of them. I'll handle every one of these. I'll clean up even the stuff that you start. So Need for Speed looks to be the next game.
Need for Speed, an absolutely fascinating game within the UEL. Before we get into that, though, one of the things I did want to mention is you guys might be thinking at home, there's 33 games on this wheel. Well, that's got to be pretty expensive, right? Getting all 33 of these games in order to practice them. Well, there are a lot of games on this wheel, Halo Infinite being one of them, that are free-to-play games. You can simply just download these on your Xbox or your PC and start practicing immediately. That's something I'd like to see from these players, because that 3 to 25, that discrepancy in kills wasn't just because KLiK was so dominant. there was things that Bandits probably could have done to at least get a few more kills, and that just comes with repetition and getting those reps in.
So you mentioned that the game was free to play. A lot of these games were free to play, but not all hardware actually ends up being able to handle the different games that we play here in the UEL. Is there anything that the people at home could maybe be looking forward to or looking towards that would help them be able to make sure they can cover all of these games, play every single one that we play here in the UEL?
Well, one of the things I did before jumping into the UEL and broadcasting, it looks like we're getting a forfeit out of KLiK, so that's going to take Bandits to 9 kills. But one of the things I did was, if you happen to have Game Pass, obviously now it's no longer called Xbox Live, it's just called Game Pass. A number of these games are actually on Game Pass. So you guys yourselves can download them, just search them on the Xbox Marketplace. But if you're on PC, if you have PC Game Pass, a lot of these games are on there as well. And just start practicing. Yep. So it looks like Rainbow Six Siege might be coming up here. There was a forfeit by KLiK.
I think they want to play Siege.
I think they want to play Siege. I think everybody at home wants to see Siege as well, including myself.
Yes. Oh, I know you're excited.
Yeah.
It would be a lot of fun. And I agree with you. I think Game Pass is a key here. And a lot of the games in the league, they do try their best to find both console and PC friendly games that are not just like all cost money. But if you do want to play everything, I will tell you to go ahead and head on over to our PC sponsor, SurfThing PCs.
Oh, absolutely.
They are able to play any and all of our games, load them up lickety-split quicker than you can blink, and you'll be into the game and preparing yourself to become an in-gamer. They can play all 33 games across our 5 genres, and they are the only in-gamer approved hardware, and we do appreciate them for powering the UEL, powering our games, and allowing us to compete at the top level. So head on over to surfthing.com. Find yourself one today. And I know all these players are powering up those SurfThings to get on to the Siege.
That's true. It's a sight to behold, man. I love walking into the arena and seeing all the SurfThings computers on the floor. It's a beautiful setup that we've got going on here, and we couldn't do it without them. But you're right. Rainbow Six Siege is sort of a genre in and of its own. Even though it is an FPS, it plays completely different from your standard arena shooter, whether we're jumping into Apex, whether we're jumping into Halo, Overwatch, things of that sort. Man, this is a whole nother animal. It's people call it a tactical shooter, but I sort of like to call it a strategy shooter because we say this over and over again. At least I talk about this during our broadcast. Gunplay in this game will get beaten out by solid strategy every day of the week on Rainbow Six. So if you're jumping into practice and custom games and trying out different compositions with your team, just working on things, pushing it into the ranked matchmaking, see if it works or not, you're gradually going to see certain strats sort of filter out, if you will. And some of them are going to be super effective. And if you're putting in work, utilizing strategy, you're going to beat a player that's really solid at recoil control, holding angles, and what have you. Yeah, strategy will win you the game.
It's beautiful. Again, I was people at home and a lot of people in the league. No, I'm not the biggest fan of shooters. It's not that I think they're bad. I just realized I played them for a long time, realized they're not my strongest category.
For sure.
Here in the league, obviously still play them and enjoy them, but specifically for someone that loves strategy games, Siege and Valorant fall into those exceptions.
Absolutely.
Where they allow for expression outside of just the gunplay.
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, there's certain strategies that come about for team compositions or just friends that are playing amongst themselves, right? There are strategies that you can clearly see there's a parallel to the personality type of the players, right?
Since we're on Siege.
Yeah.
Example, I play a lot of intel ops, just in general.
There we go.
Because tracking information, helping people coordinate. Okay, cool, let's do this. Ends up working to my strength. Yeah, I still have to be able to shoot. Yeah, I can still hit my shot.
Yeah.
But I can be even more effective in enabling, Mob knows how to just straight up go in and slay. He knows his character. Cool. Hey, there's a guy here. There's a guy here. There's a guy here. They have a trap here. And all of a sudden now you're moving at full speed and okay, cool. I don't have to clear that corner. I don't have to do this. Boom, boom, boom. And that's why Siege is the most interesting. That completely bypasses the destructibility of the environment.
Yes.
Where what is a safe room is not the safest thing in this game, whether that be above you or below you. You could quickly find yourself maybe taking some unwanted fire.
Yeah, and although there is a little bit of flexibility and diversity of strategy going into whether you're playing defense or offense within Rainbow Six Siege, I will say that there are certain metas that if we don't see a team bring out, it's pretty much them forfeiting from the beginning. It's not all the time, but there's certain objectives that if you don't have a hard breacher, for instance, you're pretty much forfeiting the game, especially if the defense is playing a turtling strat, where a lot of them are playing the objective. They don't have roamers. If you're not able to just get through reinforced walls, you're in trouble. So there are certain things that are sort of a staple strategy that you have to be able to manage. But that being said, if you take that out of the equation, there's a lot of diversity.
I think that's the hallmark of good strategic design.
Yeah.
And I'm actually going to draw back all the way to that Dead by Daylight game that we saw with Jekyll.
Yep.
And what I mean in good strategic design, there can be extremely useful tools, consistent tools that you always want in DBD, information, mobility, anti-chase, damage are four categories. In Siege, reinforcements are a fundamental thing that defenders have. You want to be able to deal with that. Usually in most modern metas as well, you want some way to deal with electronics because you might have a Kate or a Bandit that can electrify those walls to beat that. And so having something where it's like, cool, hard beach is something that I want to have. We hear singing from the floor.
There's actually singing that's occurring on the floor right now. Country Road.
That's the Bandits. It took me the moment I realized it was Country Road. That's the Bandit.
Okay.
Historically, when they play Need for Speed. Oh my God! Final stand.
Did we just hear a forfeit on Rainbow Six Siege?
What? With 7 minutes left to go on the clock, they'll go ahead and get this final stand Ragnarok. This will guarantee be our final game. It is 4 minutes setup into 8 minutes of gameplay.
We're getting some intel. We're trying to figure out what's going on the floor right now. It looks like we're not going to be jumping into Rainbow Six Siege. We have one game left in tonight. It would be interesting if this ends up getting forfeited as well, because KLiK have a forfeit. KLiK has a forfeit, so they could probably do this too, which would bring us to the final point of tonight.
We have to see. Again, I want to talk. This game was overall good from the KLiK. Please stick around, obviously, after the clock.
Yeah, absolutely.
We will have some post-game interviews where we'll get the chance to talk with the players and ask them some of the questions.
Yeah.
In fact, if you have any questions you want the players asked, throw them in the chat.
Absolutely.
And me or Mob will grab them.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's the thing that I love, maybe even the most about the UEL is not just learning the teams, but learning the players. And we try to do as best as we can, getting those interviews prior to the match starting, but specifically afterwards. I think I can speak for both of us when I say we have so many questions afterwards. When we just get here, we're setting up for the broadcast and what have you. There's some staple questions that we want to ask these guys. But afterwards, after we've seen them play and seen the emotions of the evening, if you will, we've got some great questions coming up.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how both these teams end up faring. But they have 2 more minutes left here on the setup timer.
Yep.
I think both of them are going to have a lot of questions to answer about setups and timeouts and how not to burn them. But just in general.
Well, in Final Stand Ragnarok, interesting game to end on in the night. I've talked about the diversity of genres that we have here at the UEL. This game specifically is a PvE experience. So you're not going to actually see these players attacking each other. Instead, they're actually going to be taking out waves of AI, essentially, similar to how Zombies works, actually. That's a really good way to describe it. There's going to be constant waves of enemies that are pouring onto your screen, and whichever team basically eliminates these waves of ads as effectively as possible is basically going to rack up the highest score and then in turn win the game. So how do you do that? Well, there's a couple of things. You get a kill bonus. So if you're able to get specific kills in tandem with one another within a range of time. So you get a kill, within a few seconds you get another kill, within a few seconds you rack up a combo of kills, which amplifies your score. There's also strategy involved with a player of one team running into the opponent's sort of ads and stealing kills from them. That's a really effective way to get a W because it's not necessarily about getting the most kills as much as it is stealing the most kills from your opponent. So there's a lot of really fun things. And there's definitely different character types, different character models that have different abilities, everything from ranged tools, AoE effects, close quarters, sort of sword fighting mechanics, if you will. We'll see what happens. We'll see how it unfolds here.
I want to see these compositions. Both these teams, famously, Boar earlier in the season met his arch enemy on the maze map, found a box that he was stuck behind for a little bit. So we'll We'll see if he gets another run back every single time. I always have to wonder for.
He was praying that you never brought that up again, and you made sure to do it.
Oh, was he?
Yeah.
He probably was. It's so funny. Just to be like, yo, I'm stuck behind a box. And I'm like, I just wanna play the game. Just let me out. Let me out, please.
You know, what's funny is there also are sort of mechanics within this game, little strategies, if you will, that I never would have thought I would see from a game like this. But there's even a strategy to where if there's not ads on the field, you can consistently revive your teammates in order to get revive points added to your score. So there's even little cheeky plays like that sometimes that you'll see unfolding on the screen when there's not necessarily AI or ads to wipe out. It's fascinating.
We'll have to find out because there are 5 seconds left on this clock. Neither side has a timeout. This would be KLiK's final forfeit if it does hit that 0-second timer.
And we're going to get...
Again, sometimes we're a little bit desynced, so there might be another second or 2 out there.
There it is. We just got word that it was a forfeit from KLiK. The final score is going to be 10-22? Or no, it's going to be 9-23?
Did we miss a game?
We might have missed the game. We're getting hurt. Okay, so KLiK forfeit.
So KLiK forfeit. So
yeah, there we go.
10
10-20. Yep.
But there's still that's 32.
Yeah, that is 32.
We played all the fighters. Well,
what was the first game? Was there a game that they skipped at the beginning during rock paper scissors?
They played.
I'm assuming that because that's supposed to stay on the wheel. That's the only thing I can imagine. Unless something occurred during halftime to where there was a game that wasn't necessarily played.
I would have to sit back and think about it. What was I literally talked about the very first game of the night. And I can't think. It is 10-22. Is there a game we're missing? Chat, let us know. We'll trust y'all as well as watching on it. Because it's one of those things that, like, I'm trying to think of every game, and when you play all of the games or roll all of the games, it becomes really difficult. Valorant got forfeited.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of all the forfeits. Overwatch got forfeited.
Well, there would be,
Street Fighter, we played. Dragon Ball Fighters.
Tekken
was forfeited by KLiK because of wrong setup.
Rainbow Six Siege, obviously.
Siege was forfeited. Final Stand was our final game. Did we get all of Maelstrom was forfeited?
Maelstrom was forfeited.
Lumina was played.
Yep.
Midnight Ghost Hunt was forfeited.
No, that was played.
Played. Mm-hmm. I forgot. They just died so fast.
Yeah, that was quick. That was quick. Yep.
I think, we should have gone through every single one of the games. So we will trust, actually, our analytics and commissioner of our league. Shout out to the commissioner. He will make sure everything is tried and true. We might have missed a game here or there. It's a lot of games. It's been
That's true, and luckily for tonight, there's a difference in score here that's not really, it's not really relevant at this moment in times. KLiK is definitely going to take this. They're going to go up 4-2. Bandits getting knocked down to 3-3. We talked about this might be the shift of momentum where, KLiK definitely sort of feels a bit of confidence going into the playoffs for this season.
And in this moment, this is also solidifying KLiK as the second place in the Northern Conference. This officially confirms that spot. The Bandits have held that spot since, I want to say, week 3 or 4
of the
season. Yes.
Oh, wow. That's huge.
Bandits won I think they went 3-0 initially. I hear the buzzer on the floor, so the game should be getting called. It will be getting cleaned up. But yes, that means that the KLiK are officially second place. There's Reapers, KLiK, and I guess Bandits will now be in third. And so the rest of the season will determine which, if not all of these teams are in playoffs. All of those teams, they may see each other again a lot sooner than they expect.
Well, I think KLiK has a lot to take away from this in terms of like how they performed. I think they're all going to be feeling a sense of confidence at getting out of this. I will say this, though, about Bandits. They played well. A lot of these games were a lot closer than it may seem if you're looking at the score right now. The biggest thing I want to see them, I guess, start to develop is I want to see a leader. I want to see a leader emerge from the pack. I want to see someone sort of take on the crown, if you will, of helping create that synergy, maintaining that level. Well, they actually, stayed relatively positive throughout the night. But if I don't know necessarily if their energy correlated to their gameplay. You see what I'm saying? There was not a parallel there, and so I want to see them start to find a leader. One of these guys potentially step it up.
I think I agree with you, and not just see them. We'll be chatting with them here shortly when we come back for our post-game interview.
Yep.
If he loses this now, I don't even calm down, TLG. You just lost to him. Calm down. Stay focused, bro. Stay focused.
Going great on his trail.
Right now, hunting down that kid from the Bandits.
Oh, and there it is.
Ken, and that one goes in there, taking this one away. It's 5-2. The first half is really starting to go their way.
Yes, it is. Definitely is. This could be a runaway, like you're saying.
Welcome back, everyone. We're sitting here with Boar and Lovejoy. We just wrapped up the game against KLiK. The first question I want to ask you guys is, it seemed like you were able to maintain a level of positivity on the floor. You seem to still be having fun. Was that necessarily evident in like your gameplay? Are you still feeling confident as you're playing when, you know, the wins aren't necessarily going your way throughout a night like this?
Go ahead, Boar. Nah, absolutely not. I really, I'm telling you, like after going with was it 4 seasons? 4 seasons of just constant loss. Nah, at this point,
at this point, it's like,
yeah,
we have a chance and everything blew up and
Right. Okay. All right. Understandable. Understandable. Well, that brings me to my next question. I'm curious as to, you know, Strix and I were talking amongst ourselves about one of the ways that you guys can improve as a team. What I would like to see is potentially a leader emerge amongst the pack. Is there anyone on your team that you see as potentially sort of coming out as a leader to help create that synergy and organize some wins here?
we have Jury and we have Jury. we still have Jury and Scarlet, but they couldn't be here today. So
yeah.
Okay. Understandable. Understandable. And my last question for you guys would be, all right, so this was a very difficult loss. You guys were sort of in a position to secure a spot necessarily for the playoffs. What do you think that you need to do or you need to work on in order to improve as a team?
I'm be honest with you, I don't care about the playoffs. Just as long as the Paladins don't make it, bro. like listen. I want this whole division to end as Bandits on top of the Paladins. They're gonna lose the next 5 games. Bandits 3-7. Paladins 1-9, bro. We win this.
Oh my gosh. The energy that just erupted throughout the arena when he said that was hilarious. Well, that's all I have for you guys, man. Thank you for sitting down with us for an interview. I appreciate your time. Best of luck in your next match, guys.
Thank you. Thank you.
If he loses this now, I don't even know. All right, calm down, TLG. You just lost to him. Calm down. Stay focused, bro. Stay focused.
Going great on his trail.
Right now, hunting down that kid from the Bandits.
Oh, and there it is.
Ken, and that one goes in there, taking this one away. It's 5-2. The first half is really starting to go their way.
Yes, it is. Definitely is. This could be a runaway, like you're saying.
And we are back with the victorious Las Vegas KLiK. We're joined by Jekyll and Killer. Congratulations on your win. A dominating performance. Y'all came out and really killed it today. Did you expect the game to go this way, first and foremost?
Yeah,
kind of.
Yeah,
Kind of.
We kind of did. We knew they'd have their games that they would be able to take and games that we would guarantee win, and we just knew we had more and we completely dominate the wheel on them. So It's not a surprise.
That's good to hear. A lot of shakeups have happened, obviously, in the UEL as a whole and the lineups, and y'all still preparing for these different games. So how has the shakeup affected y'all's team the most?
Losing Chicken was one of them.
Yeah. It definitely hurt a little bit, but I don't think we're as hindered as other teams because of the depth of our lineup and the skill of everyone we have that are still able to play.
Like, we have coverage. We've worked on our coverage for a good bit now.
Yep.
So we still have that. Yeah.
We're just here and ready to play, I'd say.
Yeah.
That's good to hear. I think y'all do have now control of the second place spot in the Northern Conference.
Really?
And on that note, y'all also did something amazing today. You had your second consecutive win of the finals. So what has changed over the course of this season to enable y'all to find these wins when I think y'all had a lot of leads?
You want to say it?
I think you should say it. You've already been on it. You should say it. We'll say it together.
Okay.
On three.
One, two,
3. It's
Chicken.
It's Chicken's fault. He's the reason we keep losing it. It's his fault. He doesn't bum rush. He doesn't go in. We can play.
So that is great there. You know, good and bad as things change within the league. The last thing, as always, I give the floor to you all, to the fans at home, to the viewers, to anybody that y'all would like to speak to. Feel free to speak to them.
Thanks, everyone, for supporting us, really. Legit, keep supporting us. We're going to keep pushing through no matter what, keep improving. Our goal is to make it, obviously, to the playoffs and the finals. But, yeah, I hope you guys keep supporting us. We're obviously going to keep looking, keep going, meeting up to you guys' expectations and keep pushing hard.
Very similar to what Killer said. Just a huge thank you to everyone watching, supporting us, making sure we can still do all this. Huge shout out to production with our commentators here, Reb on director, Zach on game master. Huge shout out to you guys for the effort you guys put in. So thank you very much. Oh, hold up. I forgot 1 and 2. I forgot LA. Love you, my boy. And I guess whoever's in the back, right? I guess. But yeah, thanks to the whole production team for putting this all together that we can still perform.
Thank you all, and I hope y'all have a great night. And we will be right back.
This is Herb. Herb plays Baraka.
Herb plays Baraka. Wow.
Yeah, he definitely knows his combos.
The frames are crazy. He's got... Let him get up. Oh my god.
Plant.
So now we're watching Mr. OG on the flank. Herb's down. Ooh, him's down too.
So that is... You can get to level 30 and have both of your guns maxed out already, so...
Yeah.
I think it depends on what kind of loadout you're gonna be...
Who is this Baraka?
This is Herb. Herb plays Baraka.
Herb plays Baraka. Wow.
Yeah, he definitely knows his combos.
The frames are crazy.
If he loses this now, I don't even know. All right, calm down, TOG. You just lost to him. Calm down. Stay focused, bro. Stay focused.
Going great on his trail.
Right now, hunting down from the Bandits.
Oh, and there.
And that one goes in there, taking this one away.
Did you know poor posture while gaming can cause serious neck and shoulder pain? Meet the Volare Pillow. This pillow is designed specifically for gamers. It gives your neck and shoulders the support they need, reduces strain, and helps you sit comfortably for hours. It's extra comfy and hey, you can even pick your style. It comes in rare, legendary, and epic levels. Match it with your setup by choosing from a variety of colors and designs. Don't wait for the next ache to hit. Level up your comfort with Volare. Use code UEL15 at checkout for 15% off your order. Grab yours today and feel the difference in your next gaming session.
Welcome back, guys. Well, that's going to wrap it up for us tonight. You saw the Bandits versus KLiK. I think both of these teams have something to sort of take away. You clearly saw the energy from those players on the Bandits. There's a lot of energy. It's really just about sort of taming that, if you will, and directing it towards some more W's. Regardless of losing tonight against KLiK, they are still 3-3. They have an even record. And hey, man, I think there's a lot to be said for that, you know? Now, what do we have to look forward to tomorrow?
So tomorrow we have more teams competing for those playoff spots, but this time from the Southern Conference. It'll be the Bots going up against the Cyclones. It should be another banger of games, and I might actually get to cast StarCraft because both those teams like to play it. But if you want to see these games, all 33 of them across those 5 genres, you need to turn back in to the UEL. That is going to be tomorrow. That is Friday at 6 p.m. PST. This has been UEL. My name is Strix.
My name is Mobster Matt, and we'll see you tomorrow, guys.
Yep.